I'll see. Ugh, what a face to see. Oh boy. All right, so we're gonna watch this video. It's gonna introduce us into the topic, and then we'll go from there. Okay.
Cost of gasoline, and then every single thing that was
Oh,
And
sorry from the
food
beginning.
security is
This is from in case you don't know, this is from the damage report, which is a part of the TYT network, the Young Turks network. Do I have to, can you see? Yeah, I guess you can see pretty much. I can see the whole video actually. It's just off to this side. All right, here we go. And let me know if you guys have any trouble with sound or hearing anything. Okay.
national security. And right now we have a food security crisis for the most vulnerable of Americans, the ones that we cherish the most, and that's our babies. This is completely, squarely on the shoulders of the Biden administration and the Democrats that are controlling our government.
So that is just a representative sample of what the right, members of the right, the wackos on the right, have been saying for about a week and a half now. That is.
Yeah. You get a lot of this from the right. So that was, Marjorie Taylor Greene, in case you guys don't know. I don't know how you're not familiar with that one. She's made a name for herself. We'll just leave it at that. Yeah, she's made a name for herself. And her crazy. But yeah, she's just taking the lead on blaming the baby formula shortage on Biden. Again, maybe you don't know that. If you're maybe new to this, if you don't have a baby, it's not something that really affects you, right? Not something that you'll be talking about. But there's an extreme baby formula shortage throughout the nation, and it's a real problem. It's a real problem. Like families are having trouble feeding their children, and it's not so simple as to say, oh well, just use like breast milk. There's lots of things keeping people from doing things like that. So people rely on formula. They absolutely rely on it. Right now, we're having a massive, massive, massive shortage of that. Like the store shelves are bare. People are driving all around trying to find something for their kid. The FDA. No, maybe not the FDA, but it was the I think a pediatrician group, like their central group, actually just recommended that temporarily switching to cow's milk to feed children, which they usually don't. They don't recommend doing that. That's not a thing that they like to tell people to do. But they're like, okay, well, he's got nothing else. It's better than the child starving, so. I don't know if these mothers need to be told that. I'm guessing they were already using cow's milk any which way. If for whatever reason they can't be using breast milk, then and can't get it out of, they're probably already doing it any which way. But now, a pediatrician group is coming out, but this is a big emergency. This video is going to go into more detail as to why that's the case, and also we'll read an article to make sure everyone understands, is on the same page about what we're talking about. But yeah, so we'll continue on.
That we have this crisis, which we do, that it's entirely the fault of the Biden administration, which I don't understand what that's supposed to mean. And they definitely wouldn't think that if this had happened while Trump was still president. But that most of all, something needs to be done. You've got to deal with this crisis, but not in any way that we can come up with. Because in attempting to fix this crisis, that woman you just saw there, Representative Marjorie Greene, was not a part of the solution. They have this bill to try to get more low-income Americans to have access to the funds necessary to buy this, and she voted against it. She wasn't alone. 9 Republicans in the House of Representatives voted against a bill that aims to facilitate the purchase of baby formula for those on low-income federal support programs. I don't know if maybe they were watching the damage report over the last week when I was talking specifically about, well, if you all of a sudden are so concerned about people having access to baby formula, maybe going forward we could increase funding for it. But in any event, they're not for that. And this was the Access to Baby Formula Act. It would allow more people on WIC, the Women, Infant, and Children program, to get access to formula. It did pass, by the way. It was 414 to 9, which means that the vast, vast majority of Republicans crossed the aisle to support this, as one would, well, maybe not expect, but hope. You'd hope that they did this, and they did. But 9 voted against it, and it is the exact ones that you would think. Representatives Andy Biggs, Lauren Boebert, Matt Gaetz, Louis Gohmert, Paul Gosar, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Clay Higgins, Thomas Massie, and Chip Roy. I don't know. I don't have an answer to the question you might be thinking of, which is what is wrong with these people? But at least one of them said, what is wrong with this bill? Representative Roy said, the only way to get more formula to American families is to fix the crony policies that prevent more US companies from producing it, remove barriers to innovation, and allow imports from trusted nations.
Remove barriers to innovation? What? The only way to get more formula is to remove barriers to innovation? Like, what? It's just like conservative speak, right? Like just firing off Republican talking points, right? So remove, guys, we have too many barriers to innovation, which is why we can't get formula now, like right now. Right now. We need innovation to just get the same product out right now. It doesn't fucking matter. Okay, so we'll continue on with this. Let me back up. Yeah.
The legislation Democrats remove barriers to innovation and allow imports from trusted nations. The legislation Democrats put forward does none of that. Its shortage is the direct result of unnecessary federal regulations and of a bloated bureaucracy that failed to recognize the problem before it spiraled out of control. This body should be solving problems, not making them worse. So of course, there's no mention there of the, what are they calling it? The Operation Fly formula, which is specifically to import formula from the trusted nations he talks about. What the crony policies are that presumably Biden set up in the last year to limit what companies can make formula. That's a spicy theory. Let's hear more about that from Chip Roy. I don't think he's got any more because that exists only inside of his own skull.
So yeah, I love that. So talking about importing formula from trusted nations, it's literally part of Biden's plan. Literally part of Biden's plan, and he's like, he doesn't. I don't think he even understands this. Was it Roy Thomas? I think was the representative. But I don't think he literally understands like what the whole plan is. He's just like reflexively voting against it, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for his voters. It doesn't matter for his district. I mean, it matters to the women, and the families, not just women, I suppose, but the families who are dealing with this shortage, right? Who are in this crisis. It matters to them, but it like not enough for him not to be reelected, right? So like it literally like, just do whatever, just as usual. Lie to their constituents. Yo, this is all Biden's fault. Biden's not doing the things that needs to be done. Let me list a bunch of things. Half of them are nonsense. Then half of them Biden is actually doing. But of course, it doesn't matter. Republican hypocrisy always trumps everything else. But we'll have more.
Necessary federal regulations, I'm going to assume, is a reference to the fact that one of the factories that make formula shut down because they had contaminated their formula and multiple infants had already died as a result of it. He apparently thought that that was a bad choice. They should have kept going. They should have kept shipping contaminated formula that had already killed multiple infants out. Now, of course, he doesn't have the balls to actually say that. He's not going to say, like, you can't make formula without breaking some infants, I suppose. But that is what he actually means there, Jessica. What do you think about them turning against this bill?
Yeah, insane. Is there a better distillation of what's going on with populist right-wing politics? I mean, they say they care about the Americans that are struggling to buy baby formula, and then they don't vote for a bill that will make it more accessible, more easy for these families to buy it. And then they point to the corporations. Okay, well, 4 companies were controlling the baby formula market back in 2018. They controlled 89% of the market before Biden got in office. And if your solution is we've got to break up the trust in the baby formula market, what are we going to do with the instability in the meantime when we have a shortage before we get to the point where there are new baby formula businesses producing formula and we diversify the market? We need something to feed.
It's obvious. What you just said is just plainly obvious. Like break up the big companies. Sure, all right. Well, progressives are all about that, certainly. Like the mainstream Democrats are not like at all. They don't really care, right? Like antitrust is long gone in their minds, right? But anyway, progressives would be partners in breaking up these conglomerates, right? But Republicans fucking don't give a shit about that. When have Republicans been really concerned about breaking up big businesses? The last time that I can think of that Republicans talked about like antitrust, the I guess would be actually Donald Trump when he was talking about the Fox merger. I don't I believe this is one with Disney, or maybe no. It might have been something to do with Amazon, but I think it was the Fox merger, if I'm remembering this correctly. That was the Fox merger, and then Trump made like a big stink about it. That like some needs to be done. Someone should look into this, right? Like should we be allowing these things to happen? Like basically he did it because he had a because of the principal actors within the merger he had a problem with, right? Like a personal issue with. But he didn't actually care about like a new company forming that would be even larger. He didn't give a shit about that. Like it's not like he has some sort of um antitrust instinct within his body, um, a desperate need to regulate large businesses and corporations. Doesn't shit about that. Of course not, right? Like, why would he? And why would any of these Republicans? They don't actually care, right? So to say that, like, and if all you really care about that, well, then there's so many conglomerates, right? Like if this person really cares about this, then there's so many conglomerates that you can start with, right? First of all, the baby formula industry should be broken up. It is concentrated, right? It's extremely concentrated. I'd be fine with that. I'd be fine with having a more diverse supply chain there. Absolutely. But we also have our like our energy supply, our internet supply, right? Like if you're here in the States, you have like four options. And that's like nationally four options. In your area, you might have two or one option, which is just despicable. Unless you have like there's some small ISPs there, but like their market share is insignificant. You could be living in an apartment building, and that apartment can be like it could be a Comcast apartment basically, right? And you have no choice but to get their internet, which I believe is like straight up illegal. Like my understanding of that is that's straight up illegal, but like it just happens all the time. Just like yeah, we only author Comcast in here. You want Verizon? Go fuck yourself, right? That's what it is. You'll take Comcast and you'll fucking like it. So yeah, it's a mess here. So I if this Republican all of a sudden discovered power of antitrust, I'd be ecstatic, right? I'd be marching along with them, be supporting them on that, but it's all fucking bullshit. But yeah, let's get back to it.
Formula businesses producing formula and we diversify the market. We need something to feed to the babies. In the meantime, it's pretty clear, but we're definitely not going to see them introduce any legislation to bust up trust because they don't actually want to bust up trust. They want to keep taking money from corporations and just pass some kind of flagship legislation in the meantime. And say things like, we really care about the baby formula shortage, but we're probably not even going to see them introduce a bill that does something different in the meantime, because it's not about addressing the problem. It's just about staying in office and protecting corporations for them.
I would be shocked if they actually even introduced a bill. I would actually be really interested if they introduced a bill and Republicans, and how that bill would be different from these bills. Or Biden's overall plan. My guess is that they'll just say no to these bills, and then on the other end of it, just demand that Biden do something, right? Even though he's actively in the process of trying to make something happen. Like they'll just use this as a political tool because they don't actually care about families. They don't actually care about babies. Certainly not live babies, right? Once they're outside the room, Republicans don't give a shit. I like anyone who's watched the political landscape here in the States, right? And plainly make that conclusion. And then they prove it just constantly. This is just another example, but continue on.
Exactly. And they'll forget about this as soon as they're back in power. Like it's the same exact thing as the gasoline. They were freaking out about the rising cost of gasoline. And then every single thing that was proposed to actually fix it, they were against. They're against this. Are they in favor of the Defense Production Act being invoked? Are they making big public statements about finally Biden is doing the right thing? No, they've completely ignored it. About shipping in the formula? No, they're ignoring it. Trying to do the funding, a second bill to send money to the FDA to deal with supply chain issues having to do with formula. Do they support that? Are they excited about that? No, they don't care about literally any of this. And as soon as some other issue is dominating the news, they will move on to it. A year or two from now, if there are tons of kids like in low-income families that desperately need access to formula and the money isn't there, are they going to be like answering your phone calls about that? No, they'll have moved on. They literally don't care. This is about stopping things. And you cannot come up with something so reasonable that at least one of them won't turn against that. And as an example of that, they had this bill that was meant to condemn the rise of anti-Semitism. One Republican lawmaker opposed it. Everyone else was agreed on it. 420-1, Representative Thomas Massey, who opposed the formula thing, he represented the only no vote. 8 other Republicans didn't vote. It's not that they are against condemning anti-Semitism. They just don't really have a position on it, I suppose. I'm sure they will be ready to launch accusations of anti-Semitism against Ilhan Omar or Rashida Tlaib or whatever the next chance they get. But when they had a chance to have their name down on condemning it, I abstain, I suppose. And I'll just throw out, we don't have time to dive into the substance of it, but Mitt Romney and a few other Republicans also introduced a bill that would preemptively bar the Biden administration from canceling student loan debt. Because again, all of this is about stopping the government from functioning in even its most basic ways. Any final thoughts, Jessica?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the baby formula shortage, when I look at this issue, I think, food's a basic human right. It's always something that's difficult for families to buy.
Well, we don't actually, that's actually a radical opinion. Food being a basic human right, that's actually a radical opinion here. At least within the context of capitalism, right? I would love to lay that on the feet on just Republicans, but like it's not. I mean, if it was a basic human right, then we would restructure our society. I've talked about making food a basic human right and guaranteeing it, but under capitalism as it stands, especially American style capitalism, that's just not happening. But anyway, whatever. Just wanted to throw that out there that we don't actually consider that the case, right? Because if you can't afford it, sorry, hit the mic, apologize. But if you can't afford it, then you don't get it. But anyway.
It costs $428 per month on average. And this is always a problem. And Republicans don't $28 right. It's always something that's difficult for families to buy. It costs $428 per month on average. And this is always a problem. And Republicans don't care about it until it's in the news and they can make it about white babies dying and immigrants having a formula and the Biden administration's failing. But it's always a problem. And if there's someone who's positioned to do something about it, it's our elected officials. But they don't and they won't.
Oh, God. Don't put fucking Tucker Carlson's ugly ass face on my screen. Okay, yeah. So we're gonna also read an article about this. I saw some people incorrectly stating they were talking about hey, Republicans, only 9 Republicans voted against this. There are actually 2 bills. There are 2 bills. One bill, it's only 9. The other bill, I believe, is 142. Republicans voted against it, or 192, excuse me, right? There are more bastards in the Republican Party than I expected. I apologize for getting that wrong. But yeah, so let's continue. Let's read this Vice article and learn more about this. So Republicans just voted against feeding the baby they're forcing you to have, right? Exactly. 192 Republicans voted against a $28 million emergency funding bill to address baby formula shortage. Like I said, there are 2 of these bills, so you're only talking about one of them. An overwhelming majority of House Republicans voted against a bill Wednesday. Oh shit, sorry. Wait a second. 1 second. Oh my god. There we go. Okay. All right. An overwhelming majority of House Republicans voted against a bill Wednesday providing a bare minimum amount of funding to tackle the ongoing baby formula shortage, a problem that they keep complaining about, while a small group of far-right Republicans apparently don't think infants from poor families deserve food. The House passed a pair of bills Wednesday aimed at alleviating the crisis, including one providing $28 million in emergency funding to the U.S. Food and Drug Administration to address the shortage. The money would also be used to increase staff at the FDA, such as inspectors who could help the agency accelerate the approval process for formula manufacturers. Democratic Representative Rosa DeLauro of Connecticut told NBC News following the vote. Yeah, so there's this $28 million emergency funding, right, for the FDA. So this is going to the FDA to address a shortage. So this is that one, right? The second one. After the nation's largest manufacturer of formula, Abbott Nutrition voluntarily called baby formula after several bacterial infections in infants related to a plant in Michigan, the FDA later shut down supply of baby formula plummeted. More than 40% of baby formula is out of stock, according to the data company tracking the shortage. Yeah, so there was this massive. From what I understand of this story, it seems like a moment of corporate greed. In fact, we could even look into this. Oh, this is actually a FDA link. But it's a story of corporate greed in which there was a malfunctioning equipment at this Abbott plant in Michigan, and they just decided not to replace it, right? Until later on, where we found out because of this malfunction, it was contaminating the supplies, and babies actually died. They actually died from this, and so there was this recall that made it even more difficult. Not like we weren't having supply issues any which way, but the recall did make things far more difficult. So yeah, the Republicans like Texas Governor Greg Abbott and Representative Kat Cammack repeatedly raised the issue in the past few weeks, including trying to pin the problem on immigrant families. 192 Republicans voted the bill down. Okay, so the thing about immigrant families. So there are undocumented immigrants who have been rounded up, as I understand the story, rounded up in detention centers, and they have babies with them, right? And so we got to feed the babies. So we send them pallets full of baby formula. And so they're trying to pit Republicans, pit undocumented immigrants against the rest of the country, saying that, well, you're looking for a formula for your child, and they're sending formula to these undocumented kids. Right? Like, how could you? Like, the Biden administration doesn't care about American families. Like, it's sad. It's super sad. It's amazingly sad. It's honestly disgusting, right? Because again, like the party of life, right? The pro-choice party. What do they choose to do? Well, it'll say, well, those babies that we have in those detention centers, they can fucking die. They can drop dead. They can literally starve to death. They'll literally starve to death. If one of those undocumented immigrants comes in pregnant, right, and like really would like to terminate the pregnancy, they'll stop it. The baby needs to be born. Then after it's born, then it can starve. This is the message you're sending out. Anyway, 192 House Republicans voted the bill down. A memo from the House Majority Whip, Steve Scalise, that piece of shit, urged members to vote against the funding bill, claiming House Democrat leadership is covering up the administration's ineptitude by throwing additional money at the FDA with no plan to actually fix the problem, all while failing to hold the FDA accountable, according to the Hill. Every House Democrat plus a dozen mostly moderate Republicans voted to pass the bill and send it to the Senate. Who the fuck knows what's going to happen in the Senate? Oh man, like who the fuck knows what's going to happen in the Senate? But we'll see. Okay. Parents and caretakers across the country cannot wait. They need our support now, Delora. said in a statement following the bill's passage. This bill takes important steps to restore supply in a safe and a secure manner. Additionally, with these funds, the FDA will be able to help prevent this issue from occurring again. That one thing about the FDA preventing this ever happening again. That will require the FDA to actually use its regulatory power to actually be cracking down on companies when they misbehave, or just honestly just checking more, right? You would have to massively expand the FDA, I think, to keep something like this from happening. I don't think this will ensure it will never happen again. Ugh. And it's only $28 million. On Wednesday, President Joe Biden invoked the Defense Production Act to address the shortage, which means that the suppliers of ingredients for baby formula are now required to prioritize formula. Biden also authorized the federal government to use the Pentagon's commercial planes to fly in supplies of formula from overseas, like we were talking about previously, right? So that's the Operation Fly formula or something. Yeah, Operation. I hate that term, Operation Fly formula. It makes me think there's like a fly in the formula, like an insect, which is disgusting. But sure, whatever. I mean, chip formula? I don't know, whatever. Just airdrop formula? I like that better. I just don't. I don't know. Whatever. And maybe it's just me. That might just be me. Okay. So yeah, this is a tweet from President Biden saying, "I'm taking two new steps to increase baby formula supply. I'm invoking the Defense Production Act to increase domestic production, and then launching Operation Fly Formula to use federal planes to fly formula in from abroad." Yeah, so I guess other countries may have some supplies to spare. So hopefully, we're making sure safe formula gets to all who need it. The $28 million allocated by the House to the FDA is barely a drop in the bucket of federal spending. For comparison, the Ukraine military aid bill recently passed by Congress appropriated $40 billion to the effort. $40 billion. And then these despicable Republicans, let me say it again, despicable Republicans voted against a $28 million bill, again, to help address this issue, right? But I don't expect anything better of them. And it really is unsurprising that they vote against this, because it has to deal with giving money to a regulatory agency, right? They care about kids, but the regulation to actually keep them safe, we should eliminate more regulations, right? That would have solved the problem. And we had less regulations around the distribution of baby food, then we would have never arrived in this issue. This is the Republican brain attempting to do politics. But anyway, here we go. An additional bill to expand baby formula access to low-income families using WIC program in the event of a supply chain shortage like the one the U.S. is currently experiencing also passed overwhelming support in the House. Abbott, which along with 3 other manufacturers, controlled 90% of the baby formula market as of 2018. So this is the oligopoly that we got going on here. Is currently the sole provider of infant formula for families on the state-administered WIC program in 34 states and Washington, D.C., plus several tribal territories, Truthout reported last month. But 9 far-right Republicans, including Representative Matt Gaetz, piece of shit, Marjorie Taylor Greene, piece of shit, Lauren Boebert, super piece of shit, voted against the bill. And so this is the bill you guys were talking about in chat, right? With only 9 people, that's this bill, okay? This bill, when talking about the WIC families, that was voted against by those individuals. And then in terms of the larger one, the FDA one, then more Republicans proved that they're honestly just the worst human beings, scum, really. Okay, so Gaetz claimed that expanding access to other formulas for poor families would crowd out many hardworking families. More than 70% of WIC beneficiaries in Oregon are employed, according to the state. I don't know why they chose Oregon for this. I had read this previously. I'm confused why. Is Oregon just the one that had a stat that they could use? I don't know, whatever, but it's fine. But yeah, 70% of WIC beneficiaries in Oregon are employed. But yeah, so there's that. Scrolling down. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Never mind. Representative Johanna Hayes, the Connecticut Democrat who introduced the bill, used food stamps as a younger mother qualifying even as she was working 2 jobs while attending school, as she told Hearst, Connecticut media last year. Families nationwide are desperately trying to find food for their babies, Hayes said in a statement following the passage of the bill. Among the most impacted are mothers and babies enrolled in the WIC program who use formula at roughly double the rate of non-participating families. Yeah, so this is the situation. It's honestly terrible. And yeah, Republicans, just in a nutshell, kind of what they do. So yeah, hopefully individuals out there can understand why I'm so upset. Hey, Black Yamato, I'm sorry if I missed it, but thank you for resubbing for 12 months in a row. Thank you. 14 months, I think, altogether. Awfully kind of you. Thank you for supporting the channel that way, Black Yamato. Much appreciated. But yeah, the endless cruelty of the Republican Party. It literally never ends. It really never ends. In fact, let's see if we can find an article on the immigrant thing. So, Texas Governor Greg Abbott is blaming migrant families for the formula shortage, right? Again, despicable piece of shit. Despicable. The federal government has a decades-old legal obligation to provide food and formula to migrant children in federal custody. Yeah, because, I mean, we're already being pretty monstrous to them in the first place. But at the very least, we're like, hey, maybe they shouldn't just like starve to death in our care. I don't know. Texas Governor Abbott, who disagrees, knows who the real culprit is in America's spiraling baby formula shortage: migrant infants, right? They took our jobs, they took our formula. The shortage has escalated in recent months after several powdered infant formulas manufactured by Abbott Nutrition, no relation to Greg Abbott, at a Michigan factory were recalled in February after infants in 3 states contracted bacterial infections and 2 babies died, which is just a tragedy. 40% of baby formula is currently out of stock, and more than half the states are struggling with supply, seen in a report this week. But on Thursday, Abbott, a Republican who's running for a 3rd term this year and who is desperate. Oh my God, Abbott is so fucking desperate. He is so desperate to prove that he's a good Republican, and to do that, he does it through cruelty. Here's an example. Issued a haughty statement slamming the Biden administration, not for failing to tackle the crisis before now, though the shortage has been ongoing for months and the White House still doesn't have a clear plan to deal with it. This is, of course, before today. But for following a decades-old legal obligation to provide food and formula to migrant children in federal custody. Children are our most vulnerable, precious Texans and deserve to be put first. Yet President Biden has turned a blind eye to parents across America who are facing the nightmare of a nationwide baby formula shortage, Abbott said in a statement, along with Brandon Judd of the National Border Patrol Council, which is the labor union for border cops. Oh, okay, so another piece of shit. I automatically judge this person as a piece of shit, right? Yeah, the labor union for border cops, because he co-signed this, and fuck those border cops, those racist piece of shits. All right, while mothers and fathers stare at empty grocery store shelves in a panic, the Biden administration is happy to provide baby formula to illegal immigrants coming across the southern border. Right? The racist fear mongering that the Republican Party, it's so comfortable for them. I think they literally put no thought into it. Like, they literally put just zero thought into their messaging anymore. No need to, right? This is just a trope they're comfortable with, right? There are brown people in this nation. We don't like them, and why don't we the rest of the country against them, specifically the white portion, the Republican white portion, against them, and profit. It's worked for them, honestly. It's worked for them for so long. So I guess I can't blame them for that, because the Republican base likes the brutality. They just love the brutality. This is yet another one of a long line of reckless, out of touch priorities from the Biden administration when it comes to securing our border and protecting Americans, Abbott, who has not ruled out a run for president in 2024. Okay, buddy. Our children deserve a president who puts their needs and survival first, not one who gives critical supplies to illegal immigrants before the very people he took an oath to serve. Like this is what a garbage person does, right? A garbage human being. Like, those are babies. Those are babies. We have them in custody. The option he's saying here is that let them starve. Let them starve to death. Pro-life. Pro-life. Don't forget he's pro-life. He's pro-life, right? If it's in the vagina, right, then he's, or sorry, the uterus, the womb, womb, sorry. But if it's in the womb, then he gives a shit. Right? It's extremely important to him that this baby gets the 5-star treatment. Oh, sort of, right? At the very least is that, like, you take it to term. Or attempt to take it to term, right? Like, if you're talking about finding maternal care, maternal health care, right, when the baby's still within the womb, no, absolutely fucking not. Who do you think we are? Right? Not for you, right? You might have a problem with your baby. Well, I hope you can afford the care, or else go in a ditch and die. But the mother should die first, right? The mother should die first, not the baby. The baby die first. Then we'll care because the state will intervene, and well, at least what they want to do is lock up the fucking mother. But if the if there's an issue, make sure the mother dies first, before the baby. Then we're okay. Then it's fine, right? Then what can you do? Okay, our children deserve a president. Okay, I already said that. Abbott's angry statement came after Friday Republican Representative Kat Kamek posted a video to Facebook Wednesday saying a Border Patrol agent complained to her about the food meant for migrant children. They're shipping pallets of baby formula to the border, Kamek, who later posted a photo to Twitter purportedly showing the food. The first photo is from a morning. This is the tweet. The first photo is from this morning at the Ursula Processing Center at the U.S. border. Shelves and pallets packed with baby formula. The second is from a shelf right here at home. Formula is scarce. This is what America last looks like. Just the endless fucking cruelty. The endless cruelty. Kamek clarified during the video that it's not the children's fault at all, and said her heart's broken for these children after complaining that illegals, i.e. migrant parents, and their children were getting the food. Baby formula should go to Americans before illegals. Republican Representative Troy Nehls of Texas said, that should not have to be said. Right? Garbage human beings, right? And I love that they point themselves out. I love that, in case you were mistaken about what kind of human beings they are, right? Let you know what kind, the worst kind that they are. And it's not like most of these people can't understand this, like this simple fact. Like these people aren't, well, some of them are morons, right? Like Gohmert, was it Representative Gohmert? He's a fucking moron. Louis Gohmert, like, he's an honest to God moron. Honest to God, like brain deficient individual. So maybe he can't understand it, but I'm sure a few of these others can understand it. But hey, political points, stoking racial resentment. Why not? I mean, I could, be a leader. I could maybe talk about, like, explain the situation to my constituents so they can understand, and say, hey, and at this point in time, when Biden had not actually put out a plan, right? Well, then I guess attacking him on that, yeah, it's fair game. But on this level, wow. Can't expect anything more from them. But the Biden administration, which has left in place many of the hawkish immigration policies of the Trump era, yeah, because cruelty is fine too, for Democrats sometimes, is complying with the Florida settlement agreement, a 25-year-old contractual obligation for the federal government to provide adequate treatment for migrant kids, as Washington Post reported Thursday. The settlement mandates that migrant children in detention centers must be provided with drinking water and food as appropriate, and the CPB's 2015 national standards for detentions explicitly say that such food must be appropriate for at-risk detainees' age and capabilities, such as formula and baby food. The Department of Homeland Security did not immediately respond to a request for comment from Vice News Friday, but it told the Washington Post that treating migrants, including children and infants in our custody, have their basic needs met is in line with the administration's commitment to ensuring safe, orderly, and humane process at our border. Abbott's attack over baby formula is part of a larger trend attacking migrant families after last week's leak of Supreme Court draft opinion that would overturn Roe v. Wade excited conservatives about the possibility of undoing other decisions they view as liberal. Abbott indicated that he would challenge the 1982 Supreme Court decision requiring states to provide an education of migrant families. See, okay. In case you don't know, right? Abbott, right? Some of his greatest hits are recently because again he's seeking re-election. That's his whole point, is trying to get re-elected. Some of his other greatest hits is to complain, to attack trans kids, right? So he's been pushing, among other Republican states. He's not the only one, right? He's not the only garbage person the Republican Party's produced, but one of the best garbage individuals. He's been attacking trans kids. So he, again, like, how does he try to appeal to his Republican base, right? There are many things he could do. For instance, there was that the deep freeze moment last year, I believe, right? Like last winter, in which a Republican electric grid failed. What happened was there was equipment during that a winter storm that froze over and failed, and then so there was a massive blackouts across the whole Texas area, and people were just without power, and they literally froze to death. People froze to death during that winter, or people died from carbon monoxide poisoning because they were trying to heat themselves with gas, I guess, and they ended up just producing too much carbon monoxide, and they died that way. I feel like 200 people died. I think more altogether, but at least 200 from carbon monoxide. But a lot of people died, and a lot of people suffered extremely, or just had to be shipped to the hospital because of injuries, or I wouldn't be surprised frostbite, because it was just really that bad. So what could Abbott do? He could say, well, this will never happen again, right? And he could put policies in place to make sure, right? Regulatory policies, because the only reason why that happened in Texas is because being a Republican state, they're allergic to regulations, like regulating your power industry. It was already well known before then that this is a weakness within the Texas electric grid, right? That something exactly that situation could happen, but they didn't take the steps to mitigate it, right? You can have apparently have equipment that can heat itself, warm itself, to keep it from freezing over. It's just standard equipment you could attach. It would have cost the companies a little bit of money to retrofit that, and so they didn't. And so people starved, or so people froze and died. Republicans did that. So you could say that, I'm going to make sure this never happens again, so I'm going to put these rules in place, right? These basic rules in place. I'm going to get this industry under control. But that's not going to appeal to Republicans. So instead, he's like, I'm going to beat up on trans kids. I'm going to terrorize families with trans individuals. That's what I'll do. And that works. Cruelty is the point. Cruelty is always the point when it comes to the Republican Party. That's the easy way, right? Instead of actually dealing with things that their citizens would make a material difference to their citizens' lives, like having a stable energy grid, let's attack immigrant kids. Do that. Much simpler. Much simpler. And effective. Well, really effective. Okay. Democrats, including Texas U.S. Representative Joaquin Castro, slammed Abbott's response to the formula shortage. As a father of a newborn, I'm struck by Greg Abbott's callous inhumanity. Inhumanity is how he gets elected. Governor, the government provides baby formula because these babies are being held in government custody and are unable to shop HEB, I guess it's a Texas place, or Walmart for a formula. All you do is divide people with fear. Exactly. Greg Abbott has never been pro-life, the Texas Democratic tweeted. Yes. Yeah, so that's that story. Of again, just casual cruelty by Republicans. That's kind of what they do. So yeah, this is what I want to talk about. This is what I want to discuss. So, Edgelord, thank you for resubbing for 9 months, and you said he vagina. Yes, because we just had a stream baby. So Edgelord, thank you for that. And indeed, vagina. Okay. But thank you for everyone for being around. Yes, I want to have a conversation about this. We'll have a open panel, a discussion about the casual, endless cruelty of Republicans, right? The pro-life party. Remember, pro-life, very important. Until the moment that baby is out, until the moment it's out, then it's your fucking problem. It's your fucking problem. If you didn't have the resources, to have the baby, then why did you? It's a real fucking problem. So yeah. But yeah, we're going to have that open walk-on panel. Have a discussion. And it'll be great. It'll be fun. Exclamation point open. In chat. Let you know. This is an open walk-on panel. Watch members like you sing at home and participate. Going to switch serving. Go into the rowboat waiting room so you'll be let in this link for your convenience. We'll have to have you. Yeah. Everyone, those are the instructions in chat. We'd love to have a conversation with you. Okay. Do we have any mods in chat? That's the real question. Yeah. Any mods? Do we have a single mod? It's probably not the case. Yeah, maybe Paul's around. Hey Paul, are you around? Paul? Hey debate boy. Yeah, I love you too. I will signal my virtue and righteousness. I will absolutely do that, right? Makes it simple because the Republican Party is actually disgusting. So I will very much signal how much better I am than them, because I am morally superior. Hey Crystal Clear Art. Crystal Clear Art, one of my conservative viewers is kind of there's this shit. But all right. Hey, Wick is here. Hey, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. This is a good topic. Thank you. Because brown babies are taking the food from your baby's mouths. It's too on the nose, even for him. Exactly, respect. Thank you. All right, let's point them out. Point out the fucking cruelty. Point out the endless cruelty. But yeah, Crystal Clear, thank you for stopping by. But no, I'm serious. I am morally superior. I am absolutely morally superior than the Republican Party. Absolutely, 100%. No, I'll stand by that. I'll defend it anytime of the day. I'll defend that position. It's actually quite easy, right? So any which way, we got a few people here. Hey, hold on. Let me do something. Give me a second. Just one moment, please. I gotta send a message. One second, please. Hold on while I'm getting the stream together, getting here. Mod put together. Are you? Is Paul around? Oh, let's see. All right. Hopefully I can get a response soon. Everyone, give me one second while I get this put together. Then we'll be starting the open panel. So yeah. 1 second. Crystal clear. We have a nuanced difference of facts here, leading to a substantial difference in opinions. Okay, I would love to hear from you, Crystal Clear. You know what? You know would love to hear from you. So Crystal, like, jump on in. We'd love to have a conversation about this and to see. Okay, great. 1 second. One second, guys. Yeah. 1 second, everyone. Just gotta type this out. And I can't, like, talk and type, unfortunately. Some people can do that. I just really can't. Okay. Right. All right. Here we go. So there's me. Okay. Okay. And up. Let me put that up on screen. So yeah, 1 second while we get this together. I'm getting a mod to assist. And we'll have one. Oh, hey. We got some people coming through. That's fantastic, right? Hey guys, if you got a camera, turn that on. Be huge help.
Yeah, my camera's messed up right now.
Okay. All right. But okay, great. Just sorry guys, I've just had to deal with DMs. All right, we got some people who are coming through. All right, thanks all for being here. All right, so we got a few people. We have a debate board who is here. I'm sure he's only gonna have wonderful things to say to me. I'm sure debate board.
Of course, man.
He's gonna agree with me. He's gonna high five me, right? He's like, Prime, your takes are amazing, right? As usual, you wowed me with your galaxy brain analysis. All right, so I have. Very much looking forward to that debate board.
Don't poison the well, man. It's not fair.
Next, who else do we have here? We have Spaniard. Hello, Spaniard. Thank you for being around. We have the odd left. Hello.
What's up, man?
Hello, hi. We have Top Guy Flux. Hello, hi.
Hello.
And we have Wickler. Or Wick. What? What? I don't like it. I don't like it. All right. Any which way. So that's so let's get started. What are your thoughts? On these pair of bills? So it's a pair of bills, if I'm understanding. 2 bills and then 2 different actions, right? So by the Obama administration. So there's the bill that's aimed at WIC families. That's the one where 192 Republicans voted against it. There's the other bill that is aimed at the FDA, right? That's the one where the other way around. The one that aimed at FDA is 192 Republicans voted against it. The one aimed at WIC families, 9 Republicans voted against that one. Okay, and then Biden has also done 2 actions, which I think are executive orders, but I could be mistaken. One is Operation Fly Formula, and the second is invoking the National Defense Production Act. I believe that's what it's called. So yeah. What do you think about these actions that Biden's taking and that the despicable Republicans are taking?
I love it. I love being part of the despicable Republicans because I would have voted against both of these bills as well. That first one, 7990, it allocates $28 million to the FDA for salaries, which will literally do absolutely nothing to ease the baby formula shortage. There is no justification to throw another $28 million, not because it's just an additional $28 million, but because it's just an ineffective appropriation of money. If it's intended to ease the shortage of baby formula, which it will not. What's your thoughts there, Prime?
So the money is going to increase the ability of the FDA to perform the regulatory actions. This was a failure of the regulatory regime by not being able to test, follow through and keep track of what's happening at these companies. So I don't know where you're getting your information. This is just for salaries. If you could send me something that you believe says that. But
yeah, I popped it in your chat quite a while ago when you were off on your righteous virtue signaling.
Absolutely, I was too busy. I couldn't read that.
It does
throw
say,
it in the VC chat if you could.
I have no idea how to do that.
The VC chat in Discord. Yeah, just
I don't.
It does say.
I'm a boomer.
It does say salary and expenses. So we have to add the expenses, but we can't ignore that too.
Yeah, but
it's weird the way it talks about for an additional amount for salaries and expenses to address the current shortage of infant formula and certain medical foods in the U.S. There's a tangential connection being made here, right? This $28 million is made available through September 2023, and the reason it's made available through September 30th, 2023, is because it's literally going to take, at a minimum, at least 6 months to start bringing on new staff, and certainly far more time after that to get these folks actually on the ground doing something in any kind of regulatory capacity. That's why this bill absolutely doesn't do anything for this shortage now, or even do anything to help with the concentration of baby formula production in the U.S. generally speaking. So this is why the Republicans were right to go full bore and oppose this particular bill.
The way I'm seeing this,
so it's it would pay for additional U.S. Food and Drug Administration staffing to boost inspection of formula, just like I said, at domestic and foreign suppliers, prevent fraudulent products getting onto store shelves, and improve data collection on the infant formula marketplace. So why wouldn't we want that? Explain.
We already have it. That's why. This isn't a problem with not having insufficient resources, because we've been doing this now for decades, right? The real problem is, for example, and this is why Representative Mike Lee introduced his own bill, which, Prime, when you were off on your righteousness early on, you were ignoring the fact that the Republicans have proposed legislation to deal with this, and he did so back in early May, or the second week of May. The FDA, for example, is prohibiting the import of baby formula based on labeling problems, right? They're detecting problems like labeling, right? So they have the resources to do this inspection work and to do this clearance work, but yet we need another $28 million that isn't going to help with the current shortage.
The FDA is notoriously underfunded, especially when it comes to the actual problem. The issue of inspections, right? So I don't know exactly what goes into labeling inspections, and I don't know what are the reasons why they would reject it, right? So I don't pretend like I know exactly what that is, right?
No, right.
But actually going to but actually going to the plant, right? Actually going there, doing inspections, making sure that batches are tested as they should be. That is the issue, right? Like being able to look through and make sure all the equipment is up to snuff, right? There, and it's not just the formula, right? Like baby formula. There's so many plants in so many sectors of food and drug that are under their purview. And again, and it's not just domestic production; it's foreign production. We've talked about it here on this channel previously, on how, like, domestic, bad as it is, that caused this disaster, is it's far worse in foreign, in the foreign situation. When we're talking about foreign production of, for instance, drugs, right? It's the fucking Wild West in India, or wherever the fuck it's being made from. That you have inspectors who have barely any idea what's going on, right? We have people who individuals and plants, right, who destroy evidence on a regular basis. And I think actually, if I'm remembering this correctly, the Abbott plant for the baby formula was also destroying evidence. But in any case, right, that
maybe that may all be correct, but none of that is a rationale for this bill, which is emergency funding only. So if your argument is that the FDA generally needs more funding, this bill still doesn't satisfy that, because it is emergency funding only, which would require then additional legislation in September 2023 to either extend or to make permanent.
Absolutely.
So this still doesn't resolve the problem you think it's addressing.
Jump in?
Hold on. I'll say one last thing, and then I want to hear from Wick and the rest of you guys. I'm really curious. But yeah, absolutely. It doesn't solve the issue of permanent funding. Yeah, get started. Let's get the ball rolling on hiring individuals, on expanding their ability to deal specifically with this problem. But yeah, why would it need to solve the problem permanently? We would simply want them to expand the number of inspectors available, expand the reach of their inspections of their purview. Right, that's what we want to do at this moment. And then you're correct, later on, additional funding to make it permanent. Absolutely, right? And let's guess. Will Republicans support that? Will Republicans support that in the future? Let's guess on that one. Oh, look at my crystal ball on that one. But okay, let's go to Wick, and I promise the Debate Boy you'll have more chance to respond.
Yeah, I get it. I know.
Well, my question is to the Debate Boy, so he's going to get
okay, go ahead.
Real quick.
Well,
so, regardless of the problems you have with this bill, do you think if this bill had passed it would have been at least a temporary solution to the problem? Do you think it would have helped, at least temporarily, to solve the crisis that we find ourselves in? Or do you think that it would just have been totally ineffective at all points whatsoever?
Absolutely ineffective. And the principal reason for that is because if this money is going to be used for salaries and expenses, that means hiring on personnel. I work in federal government HR, worked for 13 years. I've done recruitments. I know the 80-day hiring process from the Office of Personnel Management. The problem with this type of funding for hiring people on an emergency basis is that it's temporary. Every single person that's going to be hired will be hired under a temporary appointment to the federal service that comes with a not to exceed date. And what you're doing is you're hiring people on the promise maybe that they'll be made permanent, but this takes them away from existing work that they're already performing or existing jobs. So it's unlikely to even generate the numbers of people that you would need to make a dent in the current problem.
Say it would.
But even if they did, that impact isn't coming until at least the fall. At least the fall.
But we have to do something, right? We understand the solution isn't perfect.
No, to do something is not a rationale, right? We have to do something.
Well, there is a crisis. Do you think let me start with this. Do you think that there is a crisis, that this is important, that this is something that we should address, this crisis in the shortage of baby food?
Absolutely. This is the wrong way to do it, though.
Okay. So I understand that you believe that, right? Like, what would be your solution then? If not this, then what?
So it was as far back as July 2021 that federal officials recognized there was a shortage of infant formula. We knew then when the Abbott facility went down, then that crunch was exacerbated, and inflation was jacking up the price. That's why the second bill 7791 exists. It exists explicit because of the inflationary pressure on the prices of baby formula. So the problem was a supply problem, right? And instead of in the fall of 2021 or even in the first quarter of 2022, the Biden administration easing import restrictions, right, did nothing at all. The Republicans were continually tasking the administration to take executive action on the import restrictions, and they didn't. That's why Mike Lee introduced finally his bill to
I think
force the issue.
Prime went over why the import restrictions, that they are kind of necessary, because when we lift those, when the standards that other countries have for these products are not the same as the standards in America. You recognize that, right?
They're not exactly the same. They're certainly similar, though, and in some cases, they are more aggressive than ours. So this thing that the UK or France or Italy somehow has like third world quality regulatory control over the production of baby formula is stupid. It's just silly nonsense.
Again, no one's equating them to a third world organization, but fair enough. I'm just saying that there is a vested interest in the government, the state, the United States specifically, having the ability to inspect and make sure that these products are safe and deliverable. I agree with you. They should have done something earlier. I agree with you. The Biden administration dropped the ball on this. They should have taken action as soon as they figured out that there was a problem, right? As soon as we recognized that there was an issue here, we should have taken steps. And one of the reasons that we're in the bind we are now is because that didn't happen. That said, I do not think easing regulations on this is necessarily the way to go. I think that probably the best way to do it, and again, I'm not an expert in this field, but my initial reading of the bill, and I haven't gone through it 100%, right? Like I've just been able to skim it, so if I'm mistaken, please. But giving this kind of funding to this organization, even just temporarily, yes, it's a Band-Aid, but it's a necessary thing. We can talk about permanent solutions later, but right now there's a problem. It needs to be fixed, and this is the way we're going to do it. And even if you don't like that way, I think getting on board to fix this, like, unless you have another plan that has a chance of passing, I don't know what you want to do.
Wick, your argument boils down to there's something to be done. We must do something, no matter how stupid it is, because if we don't do something, well, then we're not doing something. There's actually no reason or rationale or logic to any of that. It's just appealing to an emergency, right? And that we must do something.
There's obviously things I would not be okay with doing, right? Like, we could recognize that's kind of an absurd thing to say, that I would be okay with literally anything. That's not true, right? I'm okay with.
I don't know. You presented the argument, man, with no limiting principle to it at all.
Fair enough. I assume that there are limited principles.
What?
Go on, H9. I'm trying to let you speak. That's why I paused.
Oh, my bad. All right, so the thing you're forgetting, debate. Yeah, I'm just gonna use debate. The reason why these type of programs or these type of bills are presented is mostly because to prevent.
The left thing was.
What's up?
That
freaked me out.
Okay, let's just. I left. Hello, hi, nice to meet you. Go ahead, finish your point, then we'll go to H9.
My bad. So the bill was basically to prevent these type of shortage. So if the FDA had enough funding, like you said, it would have prevented or at least see this coming, at least the type of shortage. So if and yes, I do agree that Republicans Party did advise Biden for the import of restrictions, but it was more than that. You have to consider that the nutritional supplements for women and infant and children, the program depended on one provider. Abbott. Some states, I think most of states are only dependent on Abbott, the main provider for baby formulas, specialized baby formulas, and it shut down his main facility in Michigan because they recalled 3 types of baby formulas because of bacteria. You have to also know this, that we have to not only address what actually caused these supply issues to prevent it further for other type of occasions to happen, but also we have to address that there's only one provider for these type of for women in the United States. We should at least broaden for more providers.
Could I interject with that?
Yeah.
there are 90% of the baby formula production actually happens in the U.S. So shutting down one factory wouldn't necessarily undermine it. That's personally what I believe.
Of course it would. If it's 40% dropping, yeah, like that's if each factory provides a massive amount of the formula, shutting down one factory.
That's very true.
Yeah, like how many factories?
I gotta say it too. But baby formula is a special form because they're specialized baby formula. It's not any type of baby formula. And some facilities can do only these type of specialized formulas. And the main one for this company was in Michigan, and it was shut down. It's the main facility for production.
I assume you're talking about the Similac factory in Michigan. The Similac factory in Michigan only produced 2 types of baby formula. I know this because my sister recently had a baby. So this kind of came in handy. They only produce soy for lactose children, and they only produce regular baby formula, which is made with some kind of dairy. I honestly don't think really that's a specialty of theirs. There are more companies in the U.S. that produce soy-based stuff. It's more nitpicky this point, but I honestly don't think the one factory is affecting as much as you're making it out to be.
The thing we have to consider is that not all baby formula works for every baby. That's the thing we have to consider.
No. It's not even that. It's not even that much, right? Like there's a certain amount of production. There's a certain amount of output.
Can we go back to the aspects of the bill?
Hold on 1 second. There's a certain amount of output that each factory can make, right? There's only a limited number of factories that do this, that create this one specific product, and 90% is controlled by by a small handful of corporations. So if one goes down at a point where we were already having a shortage, right? Then that drop in production, yes, would lead to exactly what we're seeing now. So like I don't understand why. It's pretty simple to understand. This one factory does a lot. Because there's a drop in the amount, there's going to be a shortage. And when there's a shortage, there's going to be a run on the supply, right? Which makes it even worse. Because now people are like, well, I can't rely on this being here the next day. Yeah. So I'm going to buy more than I would otherwise do so, which increases the problem. So, it would actually have this effect.
And if this facility it can only produce this type of special formula, gonna affect all these babies that depend on this type of formula, because again, not all baby formulas work for all babies. That's the reason we specialize.
Yeah, I get that. I guess though that that's true. I'm stipulating to all you said, but at the end of the day, the question tonight I think is what should be done about it. These bills were presented, right, and they were rejected by the Republicans. Republicans voted against this, and the debate board gave his reasons why he did not support the bill, right? However, I think that both these bills, while temporary measures, obviously there's more to be done in the infrastructure. We have to shore up the production lines and things like that. But at the end of the day, even if you think that these bills aren't perfect, I think that recognizing that they will go a long way to alleviating the problem, and I think they will. I think hiring more people to do these jobs will definitely allow more formula into the country that's safe and effective. I don't see why that's a subject of debate.
Exactly.
Can I add one point?
H9 and then Spaniard, I think, went to also jump in.
Awesome. I think debate board would even agree. Like when you have a government that guarantees future profits or secured income, you're gonna have greater output in the short run just because the company knows that and expects that. So even in this bill, you say oh, it doesn't kick in soon enough, or the right amount doesn't kick in the way it should. Just knowing that you're gonna get guaranteed profits or guaranteed income from the government will allow you to do more things in the short run to increase production or get supplies to where it should be within the country. Because someone said, most of this is domestically made. We make enough domestically. It's just getting the supply chain figured out.
Well, we don't really have a major supply chain problem here in the U.S. internally. We have a supply chain issue coming from overseas. Is there still
not a shortage of truckers? in America?
But-
Like, isn't that still a massive problem? Like, aren't there wages, like the highest increasing wages for non-college degree holders?
Yeah, actually, we do have a low amount of truckers because the salary they're getting is dropped.
Oh, wait, I thought it was going up. My bad. Is it not?
Yeah, we have a very low amount of truck drivers. There's I know they dropped salaries. It used to be around 40K now.
I thought it
think
was like
lower.
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah,
40K median US.
We're forgetting that we came from a lockdown, so shortages will actually happen because of the lockdown, and we opened the economy truly so fast. That's why the companies cannot keep up with the demand, match it with their supply. So we can't forget about that. The lockdown
Right, that's a
caused lot of
production
shortages.
problem then. That's not a supply chain problem. That's
It's a
that's
supply
not
problem, too.
that's not a logistics of getting it from point A to point B.
This
is a
it
production
fixes both.
problem.
The
Wouldn't
bill
this
fixes
be-
both.
No, the bill doesn't actually fix either one.
Yes, it guarantees profits or income in the
No,
long
it
to short
doesn't
run.
guarantee
It
any
addresses-
profit at all.
Wait,
It addresses-
wait,
doesn't. One
isn't the bill giving money to these companies to
No, it's the
guarantee
FDA.
income or hiring new people?
No, it
See-
gives money to the Federal Drug Administration to pay
Yeah.
salaries and expenses related to something. The bill
So
isn't really that specific.
It
on what
makes
it's authorized.
production more efficient or increases production
No.
in some type of way.
Nope.
Yes,
No.
that's
Nope.
So the
Not
bill
at all. It
again.
goes to nothing.
I can tell. No, I can
Like
tell
that.
you, it doesn't go to nothing. But
No, it goes to nothing like that at all.
Oh,
It
nothing
just
like
goes
that.
to
Yeah.
it just goes to paying FDA bureaucrats, and I'm
Oh.
not using that in a bad way. That's just what it does.
Okay, so again, so I can tell you H9 what it does. Right, the bill would give additional funding to the U.S. FDA staffing to boost inspection of formula at domestic and foreign suppliers, preventing fraudulent products getting onto store shelves, and improve data collection on the infant formula marketplace. Right, so getting more data. And boosting its ability to inspect the facilities, right? To make sure that the supply that we are getting in is up to snuff, right? So if we're increasing production. So that particular bill, right? Remember, and there's more than one bill, okay? There's more than one bill. There's this bill, which 192 Republicans voted for, and then there's the other bill, the WIC bill, right? Women
The
and
WIC bill?
infant, yeah. Goddamn
WIC, not
it.
you,
The
not you,
WIC,
Bill.
motherfucker.
The WIC
bill.
bill. Hey,
Okay.
you kept saying these WIC families, and I thought you were just mispronouncing it or something. But
No.
oh, okay.
But yeah, there's the other one for WIC, WIC, where it provides funding for, I believe funding for that program, and expands. At the very least, it expands like what they can use, what can be used for,
They can
what it can be
substitute
redeemed for.
supplemental foods for formula.
Yeah.
That's one of the major components of it, right? Because if you can't buy the formula, and you got money in your WIC account that you can't spend on food, then this expansion here is allowing a substitution, and that's And I'm not sure why that one Republican voted against it. The other 8 that made up the 9 didn't vote at all. So I'm not sure why they didn't vote. That's kind of odd, and I wonder if they recorded a reason why or just didn't show up or otherwise.
I thought. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
In
don't
your
know.
one Vice article, it did a 1v8 thing.
Yeah.
So it's characterized as 9 voting against it, but it was just 1 with 8 not.
Yeah.
voting
Yeah.
at
That's
all.
right. That's right. You're correct.
So a question. Oh, sorry.
All right. No, go ahead, please, Wick.
No, a question then. Like, so we talked a lot about the first bill, but for the WIC bill, I'm not going to call it the WIC bill. For the WIC bill, would you have voted against that as well?
Yes. Right.
Who's you?
Debate, talking to you,
debate
board.
Sorry.
Oh, no, because I think WIC recipients, they have to be able to buy something, and if they can't buy baby formula, and the expenditure of WIC funds is limited to baby formula, or that because that's the other component. It raises the allowance for food or something like that. You can only spend so much of it on formula or something like that. So if you can't buy formula, right? then you have to be able to substitute it with something else. So that part of it I like. And if you have a maximum monthly allowance for infant formula, but inflation is jacking up that price so high that it's unaffordable, well, of course, we want that flexibility as well. So absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
That's why only one Republican voted.
I thought you said
it.
you would have voted against it. I thought that's what you said.
No, I just don't think it's effective in actually doing anything about the supply problem. That's what I said about it. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Let's Spaniard. You want to go?
Yes. Thanks for letting me come in, Prime. I appreciate it. This is my second time here. So, with the $28 million bill, I just don't. I think it's very vague. It's not showing specifics where it should be directed to really help this situation out. And I would have voted against it as well because it doesn't show any specifics, like real specifics to actually help. And the WIC bill, I would agreed with that one because it's expanding the options of buyers and what they can buy instead of having their limitations. But the 28 million should have been like way more towards. Well, it can't go towards Abbott Laboratories because they're shut down, and that's 40%. But how come they couldn't give the 28 million to the other companies? There's two of them that actually hold 25% each of the United States when it comes to the baby formula. They could have actually give the 28 million probably to those other companies that are creating the baby formula and help them push production.
Well, no, they're already helping them with the production with the Defense Production Act.
Where does it say that though?
No,
it doesn't state that.
No, listen. With the
Mhm.
they're using the National Defense Production Act. I believe that's the name of it. To help increase the production. Right? It's not that they need more money. They certainly don't need more money right now. But like that's not what this bill is trying to do. But like Biden separately has invoked that act to prioritize the creation of baby formula. That's the whole point, saying that this is going to be a priority. It, like basically, as far as I understand it, also like it makes it so that if a baby formula company is looking for like resources, right, supplies to create their baby formula, any other supplier has to prioritize them so that they get that whatever that ingredient is first, right? So it has to a supplier must prioritize a baby formula company so that they can focus on creating the product and pushing it out. So this is this FDA bill that we've been discussing is specifically for inspections and keeping the supply safe. There are 4 different actions that Biden has done, I believe, all today, right? Or 2 actions that Biden has done, and then 2 legislative actions. The 2 legislative actions are the FDA bill, right, that we've been discussing, the WIC bill, WIC, shut up, WIC, right, and then Biden's actions have been the National Production Act, and then Operation Fly Formula, in which we would be taking formula from other nations, purchasing it from other nations.
Yeah, that's under the National Act.
And then
that's flying.
Yeah. So
I agree with that one. That's 100% helpful. The National Act, 100% helpful to bring in emergency, but I still feel that like this has been known since July 2021. So why didn't the FDA immediately take care of Abbott Laboratories to get them functional?
That's a good question. Like I agree with your criticisms here, right? I think they're very fair criticisms. But the fact
I don't think it's
is
left or right on this one. I think it's just the FDA.
They dropped the ball.
They dropped the ball.
Well,
No, it is left or right.
Hold on a sec.
No, I mean
the July 2021 date is important because that is when out of stock reports for baby formula surpassed double digits was back in July 2021. So that July 2021 is when we knew that there was a either supply chain or a production problem with baby formula. All right. And then it was in November when the Abbott facility shut down. Right. So it's not like just in November we noticed a problem. It wasn't March that we noticed that there was a problem. We saw this in July 2021. And by January 2022, it had already hit almost 25% out of stock reports for formula nationwide. So the July 2021 date isn't important because it says something about Abbott or it says something about the FDA. It means that the government was already aware that there was a production and/or supply problem hitting the store shelves.
Yeah, and like I said, should action have been taken sooner? Absolutely, absolutely. At the end of the day, though, it didn't. And we can't dwell on what we would have liked to happen. We have to dwell on what actually happened and the situation we find ourselves in today, now. There could be time for finger pointing later, but at the end of the day, we have to make these funds available. And I think we're all in agreement with the WIC bill. But then when we come to the funding bill, right? Like I don't know the number off the top of my head. I'm
28
sorry.
million.
Yeah, the $28 million to hire more people. I think that's eminently helpful. I think that having more inspectors, having more people, and the reason why I wouldn't want it specified out in the bill, because I'd want the organization to have the flexibility to spend that money as it sees fit on the number and place those hires in the places they need to go, rather than be tied to this strict placement that a bill would make it, right?
Good point, Wick. Yeah.
I
Well,
also
the government
think that
does this all the time, though.
Well,
When it
hold on.
appropriates dollars.
Let's Spaniard jump in,
Yep,
and then
thanks.
we'll get back to you.
I also think that some of that 28 million should have been more on better, maybe chemical engineer, environmental officer that will help lessen the contamination. I know when I was in the army, I was an environmentalist officer. I was able to read a lot of information and regulations of chemicals, control substance, control it, how to not let it spread, like all types of stuff that I never knew it even existed while being in school for this, and then also implemented while I was in the military. So I think maybe some of that money should be towards that. But that's the I've heard both you Wick and you Prime a while back in panels that I've watched about how we have laws that are so vague that it's so not very specific, and it makes it open up to bad interpretation.
Yes, that can be a problem too. But when it comes to the allocation of funds, I think that you need some flex. You need some flex, or else it's going to be, it's not going to be able to adjust to what is needed. And I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert in this.
Wick, you've already got it. No, you're absolutely right already. Because Congress doesn't know exactly what needs to be done, like who to be hiring, right? So you're talking about hiring engineers, right? Spaniard, right? If that's something that they need, like a type of inspector, because I guess not anyone can just be an inspector.
Agencies.
And understand a specific type, what they're going to. Yeah, but but Congress does not know that. The point of these regulatory bodies is to leave it up to them. Leave it up because they would presumably have the expertise there. So you say, hey, we're allocating funds for this purpose, right? This broad purpose of securing the supply of baby formula in the nation, right? Ensuring that the supply is uncontaminated, right? It is safe. And so, here's your mandate. Here's $28 million to do that thing.
The way that Congress does that, though, and they did this back in March, just of March of this year, Congress authorized the expenditure of $24 million to optimize inspections and enhance inspectional capacity. And this was related to human and animal food and medical product inspectional operations. Congress knows this because they get budget requests from the agencies themselves, where the bureaucracy who owns the technical competence in these functional areas and subject matter areas is held. So they get these budget requests. So we're not talking about Congress allocating money at some hyper, 300,000 foot level. No, they appropriate and then they authorize the expenditure for specific programs and specific functions, and they do so down to, say, investigation services or inspection services. They do this all the time. And so to now try to suggest, oh, well, we want to give them as much flexibility as possible. No, they don't need that flexibility. All right, this isn't about, you guys want this money to be spent on inspection services. we see how Congress authorizes and appropriates money for inspectional services. So this here, we get this weird temporary emergency spending for salaries and expenses. And it doesn't actually say, well, salaries and expenses related to what, right? All of a sudden, are we going to get expenses to, upgrade the, I don't know, the FDA's director's office, right? Are we going to start seeing the hire of more clerical personnel because they need the clerical assistance in processing paperwork for some odd function or otherwise? No, that's not how this works. That's not how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, I
Again,
agree
I'm
with
not.
debate board. I think it should have been just a little bit specific. Maybe not like 100% full detail specific, but it should have been just a little bit more.
Like if you
And
want to
I,
increase inspectional
yeah.
capacity, then
So
say
your
spend
criticism,
$28 million on this.
your criticism is
Wait,
that it was
but
too vague. In other words, am I
Not
hearing
too
that
vague. It
correct?
just didn't. It doesn't do anything.
For me, yes.
It does. I mean, we have a hope and a prayer
Okay, so
that this
two
28
different
million
two different
will be
criticisms
spent.
here. then.
Okay, so this is the problem. So it's 28 million, not 28 billion. I wish we would
No, I
be.
said million. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
million,
sorry,
yeah.
sorry. I thought you said billion.
My
Okay,
mic
fair enough.
sucks. You know that.
No, yeah, fair enough. So I'm gonna read. The bill is very short, so I'm gonna read the bill out loud. So it's just like a fucking paragraph, right? So here it is. For an additional amount for salaries and expenses, 28 million to remain available until September 30th, 2023, shall be available to address the current shortage of FDA-regulated infant formula and certain medical foods in the United States to prevent future shortages, including such steps as may be necessary to prevent fraudulent products from entering the United States market, provided that the Commissioner of the FDA shall report to the committees on appropriations of the House of Representatives and the Senate on a weekly basis on obligations of funding under the heading in this act addresses a shortage of the infant formula and certain medical foods in the United States. Provided further that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to section whatever the fuck, the current resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2022. And then it says for general provisions, quickly, it says each amount appropriated or made by available by this act in addition of the amounts otherwise appropriated for the fiscal year involved, unless otherwise provided by the act. Maybe none of this stuff important. I guess it's not very important. But anyway, the point is that yes, it's 28 million and it's specifically being directed to this task, right? Yes, the heart of the matter, right? The heart of this disagreement. And then I'll love to hear what you have to say, and Wick, because he wants to jump in, right? The heart of this disagreement is on how federal agencies act, right? So it seems like our friend Debate Board doesn't have any faith that this government agency will do as it's told, mandated by law, right? That this 28 million that's being directed, it's clearly stating what it's for, right? Very clearly stating what it's for, right? Like do there's a staffing shortages and sort of inspections, do all of that, right, with this 28 million. It seems that you saying that like we have to have a hope and a prayer, right? Don't actually believe, don't have faith that that is actually the case. Am I incorrect?
No, no. The point that I made about this is the 28 million goes to salaries and expenses, and the text of the bill doesn't actually tell us whose salaries and expenses or what functional areas those salaries and expenses.
It does. It doesn't have to tell us whose, but it does tell us the area and the what it's intended for. And in addition, it does give a consistent, I should say, report to Congress that it has to be accountable for. I believe it was weekly, if I remember correct, a weekly report to Congress, at which point Congress can make other actions if they do not deem that the expenditure is appropriate. So it has accountability. It has a specificity. It's just not overly.
It's the accountability,
specific.
Wick.
To report to Congress what they're doing with the money.
So, hey,
you don't think
that's
sufficient?
No. So no, I don't. Prime. So look at the structure of this. Notice after United States market, there's a colon, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the way that this legislation is written, the word provided and the words provided further later on, this is what the money is supposed to be expended on, right? The 28 million is provided for the reporting to Congress on a weekly basis, right, to address the shortage of infant formula. That's all this money is being allocated to. And then provided further that it's only allocated on an emergency basis. This is how we know it's not really designed, right, to improve on any long-term or permanent basis inspectional services
It's
or
not a
investigative
long-term
services.
How are we gonna-
solution. It's a band-aid.
No.
It isn't
You
supposed
missed the
to
point.
solve
You missed
the
the point.
problem
The 28
long
million
term.
is only to support the weekly reporting
How,
to
okay, but the
Congress.
question
That's
is-
it.
but the thing
That's
is, how are we gonna solve a problem without addressing it first? Tell me that first. To be honest, we need to address it first and then execute the laws presented from this bill to solve this problem.
I hate to do this, but I do have to. I'm super tired, and I got a big panel tomorrow with PrimeCayes going to be on there, so check me out. But anyway, I will say this at the end of the day, that I think that this is a temporary solution. Obviously, it has accountability, and it is designed so that the FDA, the salaries and expenses of the FDA, of the XBA, that the Congress does have some transparency into. So they're not just giving them money and letting them do whatever with it. This is for the accountability purpose. It is to give accountability to the FDA to make sure, so Congress can make sure that they are allocating their money and doing what is necessary to solve this crisis, or at least alleviate it until more long-term solutions can be implemented. But I love you, gang. I love all of you, even if I disagree with you. Check me out, twitch.tv/deathofcertainty. Bye.
See you, Wick.
See you, Wick.
Peace.
Someone else wants to speak? Oh, and to my audience, remember, this is open walk on panel, so if you guys want to join in, ! Open in chat.
Again, all I'm gonna say is that we need to address the problem first. We need, if it takes to fund the FDA to address this type of problem, we need to address it. We need to make that happen. That's all I'm gonna say, to be honest.
Okay. Anyone else?
I feel like it's more of a production problem than something that should be solved by the FDA. But to hit a note on what Wick was saying, it did say that if they weren't sending the weekly reports and they didn't add up, that they could end the emergency funding whenever needed if it wasn't a successful bill. If I remember you reading that correctly.
I'm sorry, say that again, please. You sound a little low.
I do. It said that they can end the emergency funding whenever they deem necessary, if the reports don't add up or if it doesn't seem like they're being transparent enough.
Unless otherwise provided by this act.
If I remember you reading that correctly.
The additional amounts appropriated by this act to appropriations accounts shall be available under the authority's conditions applicable to such appropriations accounts for fiscal year 2022. This act may be cited as infinite. Okay. Each appropriated available. Otherwise, I don't remember reading that.
Did I remember that wrong? I could have.
The following sums are appropriate out of my treasury, not otherwise appropriated. Yeah, I don't see that part.
I thought someone brought that up. I'm sorry.
It's no, not a problem.
The word emergency is what's kicking for you?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so the provided further, the last sentence of the 7790 bill talks about that such amount is designated as being for an emergency requirement.
Wait, it does say in the bill about weekly obligations for weekly reports from the FDA.
Yeah, but he was saying our new friend here was saying that the money gets pulled if the reports don't add up. Is that what you were trying to imply?
Yeah, I thought that's what.
I'm guessing the threat of being.
I thought that's what it was implied, at least.
The kind of the threat or the incentive that this funding is going to be made public and the public will know where it goes is the pressure to keep it clean or uptight or effective, whatever word you want to use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
so hold on.
The only reason
I'm not. So debate board. So you're saying that the provided section means what the money is supposed to be used for, right? And it says provided, and it talks about the reporting. I'm not, from my reading of this. Now, again, I have no expertise in this, but it sounds like you get the money to do the actions that were previously stated, and you will keep that money provided this. Maybe basically what our new friend was trying to relate to us. That might be what he's trying to say, actually, because provided that the commissioner of the FDA shall report to the committees from the House and Senate on a weekly basis on obligations of funding under this heading. So saying that the money is there, assuming that the head of the FDA like makes these reports rather than 28 million to do the reports.
Yeah, that's what I had assumed. Not that the money was to do the reports.
Yeah, it's to do the action.
I mean,
and then
from what I'm reading,
provide it further too.
Yeah, and then provide it further. It has other part, but I'm not exactly sure. That such amount is designated by Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to those sections of the concurrent, but it doesn't tell you. I don't know what those sections are.
Right, that's
so
just the part that sets up the money as being emergency in nature, as opposed to a new permanent authorization of expenditures.
Yeah. So
yeah,
anyway,
no, I mean, it says here it shall be available to address the current shortage, right?
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, the current shortage isn't because the FDA isn't inspecting. The current shortage because there's a production problem, right? So, it shall be available to address and to prevent future shortages, provided, right?
No.
The 28 million is being provided to do the next thing here. That's how these things. That's how these are structured.
The Bayport, you missed an important part of this, right? Shall be available to address the current shortage of FDA-regulated infant formula and certain medical foods in the United States, right? It's not talking about the crisis in general. Specifically, we need you to be inspecting this, right? So if it's not regulated, right? If it's not FDA approved formula, then they don't want it in the market. So to do that, you need to expand the number of inspectors.
Well, we hope that they're going to hire more inspectors with this. We can't tell from the bill. I mean,
I'm so nitpicky.
Wait. You think the government's just going to go throw this money into a burn pit and then do weekly reports on it?
Well, no. So here's the thing, right? We just saw a report. I just saw a report earlier today that K through 12 schools across the country have not yet spent 92% of the emergency funds that the federal government dispersed to them for COVID last year. Okay, so this isn't, and they had a huge incentive to rip through that money, to burn through that money. So I'm not saying that they're just gonna like throw the money down the hole. No, the point here is that we see the.
So it sounds like schools across America have proper funding and they have safety funding.
Well, I gotta say though,
that's
the COVID FDA actually stopped all types of inspections. Correct me if I'm wrong, foreign and domestic in 2020 May 5.
Definitely not for baby food. The FDA treats any baby products with a special degree of scrutiny. Just in America, like that's like an American weird thing. Like toys made for babies go through higher inspections. It's just weird.
It's safety for a infant or a baby. Makes absolute sense. It's not a weird thing.
No, because I read from his article that all domestic surveillance inspections are stopped because of the COVID, and foreign too, all of them. So I don't like. I hear all of them. I mean, all of them. I'm pretty sure it's all of them, right? They're all sectors of what the FDA covers, assuming.
I mean, I have
no idea about that.
I have to leave here pretty soon. So do you guys mind if I give a TLDR, my opinion on the bill, and then I can say
just
where
go
people
ahead.
can see me in?
Okay.
Yeah. So I don't agree with the bill. I don't think the FDA necessarily needs the money. I think it's more of a production problem. I don't think the FDA inspection really covers what was wrong. I know it's to increase production, which I agree with, and increase the safety of production, but I don't agree that the FDA is needed. I think it was the laboratory's fault. and I think that's
Who
my
inspects
piece
the
on it.
laboratory? Who inspects the laboratory? Make sure, or not the laboratory,
The
the
FDA,
manufacturing plant.
but it's not
So,
possible for the FDA to inspect every single batch that goes in and out of the factory. It's just not a possibility.
you don't inspect every single batch, and it's completely unnecessary to inspect every single batch of anything, right? It's the fact that there was this piece of machinery that was broken, right? That should have been fixed. They decided not to fix it to save cash, right? The FDA, as far as I can tell, and if anyone has a better reading of the story, then let me know. But as from what I remember, the FDA like didn't was not aware of this because of lack of inspections. So they just kept pumping out formula with this broken machinery, which caused the infection, which led to the recall. So if the FDA had been, and again, the FDA is notoriously under staffed. So if they had been able to follow their regulatory demands, right, that we have already in place, then they would have been able to avoid this. But you need more inspectors, and we have a notoriously low amount of inspectors.
Okay. I understand that stance. I get it completely. The only thing is there have been multiple reports from the company, which it might just prove you right, but the bacteria that made the recall happen, it's actually been reported by the FDA several times, but they didn't actually shut down the laboratory. They had a report in 2019 of the same bacteria that made the recall happen this last year. And I don't think that is necessarily something that FDA can keep eyes on all the time. It is definitely a big hit to the market in general. But I don't think the FDA should be wholly responsible, and I don't think they should be wholly funded, because I just don't agree with the fact this would go unwarranted and untouched, that they would just ignore it. I just don't think it's a possibility, especially in an agency run by the government. I don't think they would be too lax about products for infants and children.
Of course they would. Like, I mean, of course it could happen. We have regulatory capture all the time. We have drugs. I mean, like, forget infants, right? Like, the people who vote in this country, the only people that who vote the most are elders, right? You would think, well, then the government would definitely pay attention to them, because they are the ones. If you screw with them, they're going to literally vote you out, right? If you fail them, and that's why, and so much of our policy is based around that, right? Focusing on them. But in terms of their medication, well, their medication gets screwed up constantly in terms of safety, right? In terms of safety, as we were discussing previously, the safety of our drug supply is very, very tenuous, because the FDA is criminally underfunded. So, like, you guys are thinking that somehow babies are special. When it comes to corporate greed, there's nothing different about that, right? And regulatory ineptness, or inability to at least cover their mandate, like, it doesn't make a difference what the product is, right? Is that if they don't have the resources, or they are going easy on these companies due to regulatory capture, then it doesn't matter who the target audience is.
I feel like that's a really black and white take, like a very.
Is it?
There's no like nuance to it at all.
How is there no nuance to this? What do you mean? Like, where is the nuance you are looking for in this take that I have not provided?
I don't know. It just seems. Sorry, I'm having trouble with my words.
Take your time.
It just seems like, I don't know, if I maybe had another example. I know you gave one, but like a physical, like you could show me an article and another example of this, then maybe I could find it more believable. You know what I mean?
What more believable?
The laxness in their safety in the FDA.
That I'm sure I can find.
If you could, I'd gladly agree with you 100%.
But while I'm searching for that, someone else will have to go. Anyone? Oh, we have my man Eucharist, who I love so much. And he'll maybe, hopefully, will agree with me on everything, right? If he knows what's good for him. So Eucharist, go ahead. I gotta search for this article.
I missed most of this conversation. The topic looked really interesting. I listened to a little bit of what you were saying, so I don't want to like retread old ground. So maybe I can just like listen for a little bit. But I mean, I do kind of agree, I guess, with what I've heard you say so far, in the sense that yeah, the FDA is not effective at accomplishing its tasks. It's underfunded and understaffed, possibly, but like maybe it's just the FDA doesn't do its job well and never really has. But I mean, you all again, correct, like tell me if you all have talked about this and we can move on. But I think maybe a bigger issue and something we should be talking about more than like the $28 million, which is absolutely nothing, that they were talking about giving to the FDA for whatever they were going to give it to them for, which was completely open-ended, is just like the lobbying efforts that have gone into the formula industry. Like 4 major companies control the industry, and in particular, like you have lobbying interests against importation. Like that's the biggest issue, right? Like that we've created a protectionist industry specifically in formula, where like, yeah, like it's probably like everyone from Biden to Trump says like we should make things in America, and we all agree with that. But yeah, let's make things in America and also have like robust supply chains where we're able to get things from overseas, and we don't have that right now because of the regulatory system that we have that prevents us from importing formula from Europe and Canada and other places currently, to protect those industries that are like, yeah, one of them, Abbott, is currently failing and really sucking at their job. So they have been lobbying for these protections that are keeping us from being resilient, from responding to this. The companies themselves clearly aren't doing it because, well, they're making it's like the oil companies right now. They don't want to increase the supply because they're making lots of money right now, right? Like it's not in their interest. So, but if we had the regulatory system that allowed us to import as much as we needed to, it would be quite a bit of a different scenario, I think. So,
my issue with this is that we need to expand our providers for, especially for WIC. There's only one provider for like most states who are under WIC. We need to expand that. I think this is the only time I will support monopolies, but either way, but we need to expand this, and I don't know whose fault is that, to be honest. It could be the program itself, or whoever made this program itself. So I really don't know.
I mean, I don't know who sets these things. I don't know who is in charge of making these decisions within the bureaucracy, right? But like, I have a child. Thankfully, she's beyond having to deal with infant formula. Toddler formula is the only thing on the shelves right now, which is great. But like our last pediatrician appointment, right? They had like a folder on the table as we were waiting for the doctor of like, here's the list of formulas that have been recalled, and here's what WIC is doing to substitute, right? Your WIC normally wouldn't apply to this type of formula, but you can get it now because of this recall, right? So they were able really quickly to be able to say, oh, okay, well, in this case, you're able to use it for this and this and this, even though you normally wouldn't be able to. It blows my mind that like we couldn't have that sort of widespread availability like normally. I don't know.
Well, I'm glad that the FDA and Abbott Laboratories actually came to an agreement to reopen and get it situated and fixed. So that's good too. So I don't know exactly what's being involved and how they're fixing. Well, I hope they're focusing on contamination, and that will improve the 40% back to the United States.
It's too much pressure on the FDA. I think they can't fuck up. I think they're gonna slip up in this occasion because too much pressure on them.
Well,
right
it's
now.
both. It's not
Nationally.
just FDA. It has to be also Abbott Laboratories.
yeah.
They need also a QA/QC or some type of inspection officer or a group of officers that need to work together with the FDA and follow the appropriate protocols to keep away contamination. Period. Because if you're 40% of the country's baby formula, then they really need to be focused and target and make sure that there's no contamination, because you're really affecting, like, as you can see, and it wasn't proactive by both Abbott Laboratories and the FDA, that they didn't be proactive on containing a bacteria. So yeah,
That's true. It's also like again, like we can't forget that we came from COVID pandemic. So after this, there was a bunch of shortages that I believe the FDA was concerned about. And debate likes to call it production only, but no, like 114 million people lost their jobs. It's also this distribution. So it's like I feel like it's not all in the hands of the FDA in terms of these type of problems. Again, we came from a pandemic, but we don't know at the end.
I mean, what we have is a particular industry that is like more protectionist and more consolidated than most industries in America. Like you have 4 major manufacturers of formula and everyone relies on it. And so if one, especially one of the biggest, like Abbott, gets disrupted, you have major problems. And so those companies have a vested interest, obviously, in like lobbying for the protectionist regulations that keep it non-competitive and keep importation from happening. So yeah, like it's not just like, yeah, we have supply chain issues, truck drivers and all these people, but it's just like when one of these factories goes down, that's a nationwide problem, and we have the regulatory system in place to where that is gonna screw us.
Thing is that it's more of a major problem in that because, and for WIC, half of infants in America depend on WIC. The only main provider is Abbott. It's not Nestle, it's not Mead Johnson and the other, I forgot the other company, but that's the bigger problem too. We need to, like, I don't know what happened, to be honest, but it should have been multiple options of what type of baby formula you can get from different type of companies. Well, obviously, you have to follow the FDA restrictions too, you know?
Yeah, like part of the shock to the system, right, was that like, so like the Abbott products were like, yeah, you could get these on WIC, and then the people who had a little bit more money to pay for the quote unquote nicer stuff, even though it's kind of all the same, like the Infamil and everything else, it's slightly pricier, right? All of a sudden, now your WIC can apply to that. There's a shock to the system where there's demand for the stuff that there wasn't before. It just completely screws with the system. So if we had a more open trade system where we were able to import formula from Canada that's just as good as the formula we have, then this wouldn't be as big of an issue as it is. I mean, I'm not saying that's going to fix it, but it wouldn't be as big of an issue.
And that's the way the Republicans were approaching this with Mike Lee's Formula Act, where the specifics included a 6-month waiver on infant formula tariffs, 6-month waiver of FDA regulations around importation from certain countries with similar approval standards for formula, and 6-month access to alternative formulas under WIC. So that's why I don't understand why we're seeing $28 million for salaries and expenses of an unspecified nature. The bill wants it. The bill suggests that it's in response to something, but doesn't actually tell us where these dollars are going to go. And now we see some kind of nibbling at the edges by executive order with using the Defense Production Act, and then the Fly formula thing, which is hopefully speeds up import. But why we took from July 2021 or November 2021 until May 2022, and WIC's previous response about, oh well, we can't look backwards and try to point fingers at that. But wait a second, if we're going to have folks like Prime, right, characterizing Republicans as villains, ghouls, and disgusting.
They are.
Because one person voted against the WIC bill.
Oh, no, right? No. I was for the everything, for not just the WIC bill.
And because they voted against $28 million in really unspecified dollars to the FDA, that we hope and pray will go towards something we think will help this, right? Then we ought to be able to look backwards and say, look, the Biden administration was fully aware of this production problem in last summer and certainly in the fall. And we only now, in May 2022, get some action by the Biden administration. That's horseshit. And there ought to be plenty of disgust to go around then, and not just be levied only on Republicans.
But the thing is that
I agree. Go ahead. You go first.
2021, again, I don't want to know you guys. We had fucking COVID. Obviously, there's a bunch of shortages. Like there was not, and especially when FDA was basically understaffed. Obviously, it's gonna become more of a major fucking problem. How are you gonna address these type of problems when there's shortages across America for different types of purposes?
Yeah, but in July of 2021 is when the containment of bacteria started spreading. That has nothing to do with the shortage of COVID. It's different. One is a mechanical issue of a machinery creating a bacteria, and one is COVID. True. It's two different things, buddy. You're
100%
comparing.
true. No.
Yeah, but you're comparing
we're
something
not,
that
It's an
no,
overlap,
we're
right?
not related. No,
The
not
two,
really.
where the
I
two
wouldn't
bad
say an
things
overlap
happen at the
though.
same time, right?
No,
Like,
Well,
we're not.
okay,
Yeah, that's
kind of,
well,
sort
the
of,
thing.
yeah. But it
The
wasn't.
thing I'm talking about.
But
Yeah, the thing I'm talking about
they
is
have a
basically.
map.
Go ahead, my bad.
They have a graph that shows that they weren't short on infant formula during July. There's actually they had a graph. I can link it later, but they had a graph going up before the bacteria started really spreading out, before Abbott got shut down. So there was an actual increase. That there is a graph. I was reading it on their business site of Abbott Laboratories.
What I'm saying specifically is that how can we address this specific problem if the distribution of the power of the FDA was across other different types of shortages? How can we address these type of things, especially when they're under budget? Not under budget, but they were not funded enough. I think that's why the HR 7790 was meant for, to give more funds to the FDA to broaden their staffs. That's what I'm talking about. The distribution of power of the FDA.
Can I ask the paper a question?
Sure.
Do you think the Republicans would have voted for a bill that would have broken up the baby formula industry in America, or do you think or destroyed the imports and exports laws? Do you think the Republicans would have voted for that?
So on the first, I don't think the Republicans would have been supportive of breaking up this three major producers. No, I don't think so. Because mainly because I don't think that's the problem here. Nonetheless, on the second part, yes. Unlike Trump, who received lots of criticism for his protectionist trade policies, yes, Republicans would have supported wrecking the terrorist regime on baby formula, and Mike Lee's proposed House resolutions suggest that. You know, someone in chat here, NoCal Mike, posed the question: more manpower means more salaries. I think what some folks are getting to is, look, if we just throw more money, right? And this is really a question then for Prime. If this $28 million, right, is intended to go to salaries and expenses for inspectional services and investigatory services that the FDA performs, right, in its duties, how do we know that this will be effective in accomplishing something, right? We know that simply throwing more money at federal agencies does not mean necessarily hiring more people. I know this working for the Department of Energy when we had a shortage of nuclear scientists and nuclear physicists back in the mid-2000s, right? DOE pumped up its funding for those positions by nearly $50 million. And the net result of that over 5 years was hiring exactly 2 people, right? Now, that's not because people didn't really want to work for the DOE. It wasn't that that we weren't advertising these jobs widely across the country or even internationally because we were waiving security background requirements. It was more so because there simply was not enough people applying for the job. There was not enough nuclear physicists that wanted to apply for positions at the DOE. They wanted to work for Lawrence Livermore, Los Alamos, and private laboratories. So it's just simply, even if this $28 million is going to go to hiring more investigators or inspectors, that's a Hail Mary, that is actually going to result in hiring the people you need, and that they'll actually be put to work doing what it is you think they should be doing.
I feel you just see it more as a package, though. You see it more as unification of all the bills that were presented. Also, the Defense Production Act. So I feel like you're dwelling too much on one bill and ignoring the others.
Well, that's because I was addressing somebody's question in chat and Prime's earlier comment about this particular money.
Oh, my bad,
yeah,
my bad.
you know, the National Defense Production Act. Well, yeah, hopefully suppliers of the input ingredients for the baby formula are now going to be prioritizing deliveries to baby formula producers. Hopefully, right, that will resolve what is a production problem. That's why we're not using the National Defense Production Act to hire more truck drivers. We're doing it to allocate priority resources to the production of baby formula.
So
What about like? Oh, go ahead.
I have a friend who is actively involved in this conversation at a much higher level than any of us are. And he's posted some things about it. I've been talking to him about it a little bit, or I've seen some of the stuff that he's posted. And in relation to this emergency appropriation particularly, like his big issue, he's like if you look at the most optimistic take possible is that this money going to the FDA is going to be used to devote more FDA resources to finding mislabeled products. Devote more FDA resources to collecting data on the shortage and what's actually going on, and to provide money to make sure that FDA reviews are more thorough and frequent, but not necessarily faster. So none of those things actually go to the problem as it exists right now, which is we don't have a supply of baby formula, right? None of those things fit, even if we take the most optimistic take possible, even if we think this money will go to the best things in the world, hire more people, the FDA will be more efficient, none of those things actually fix the supply problem. And so like I don't know like who would vote for what or what, like
Eucharist.
But, yeah.
Eucharist. That's not the goal of the bill though. A goal.
Right.
Exactly.
Why are we wasting time fucking around with this?
No.
This is
what I can't stand, right? This is like nonsense thinking, right? Like, okay, there are several actions that we need to take to actually deal with this issue.
As they took the politically expedient one that's going to make their opponents look worse.
As we understand with the American political system, right? Like, it is not until a fucking emergency happens that we ever take action on any fucking thing, right? I think you'll agree with me on that.
This is addressing the wrong end of the emergency.
Great, hold on, hold on. Whoa, Eucharist, let me finish, right? I got you, right? There are 4 actions taken today, right? Or 4 actions attempted to be taken today. And this is just one of them. As I've already stated, the FDA bill, one of them. Then there was the WIC bill, one of them. Then there's Operation Fly Formula, another one. And then finally is the National Defense Production Act, or whatever the fuck, right? Those are the ones. Those other 3 more directly address this issue. There's nothing wrong with also saying, okay, right? We have these 3 that are directly addressing the issue, that are it's getting in more supply, right? That is making sure that expanding the options available to people on the WIC program, right? So that they can purchase formula, right? And what's the other one? And also expanding production, right? We have a bill, we have an action, I think it's an executive action, that expands production in and of itself, okay? Right? So we have those 3 things, and then also we're saying, hey, as this new production is coming online, as we look into the future, we also want that supply, right, the incoming supply, to be secure, right? So let's put in emergency funding for this, and then later on we can make it permanent. But right now, this is a political crisis, so we need to do these things this moment, not later when Congress fucking forgets that this ever happened, right? Right now. So this is a really pointless.
No, it's not
criticism.
pointless because the headlines today and the discourse today was all, and this is what the conversation or the headline, right? The Republican hypocrisy kills babies thing. The headlines and the discussion today was all about the emergency appropriations for the FDA and not about those other things that you mentioned, right? So yes, the headline grabbing fact is Republicans voted against this $28 million, which is literally nothing, nothing in terms of the actual budget and what the FDA needs. Republicans voted against that, so fuck it, they're the worst, and then we're going to ignore the rest of the things that need to be done right this second.
Do you think Eucharist, do you think it was the amount that the Republicans cared about? You saying it's nothing? I agree. It's a drop in the bucket. We should be giving we should absolutely be giving more, right? But do you think they were concerned about the amount? That if this had been $1 billion bill, a $2 billion bill, then okay, now you're giving enough. They didn't give a shit about that.
I think what they were saying is the problem's not with the FDA.
Right.
Yeah, but he already has actions addressing that, right?
So why is the headline this thing? Why is that the thing that said? This
headline is driven by this,
right? Like this is the thing that proves they're shitty. This isn't addressing the root of the issue. We're gonna vote against it.
No. The headline is for the WIC thing.
I'd probably vote for it, but
the headline is for the WIC thing specifically.
But wait, I think
because one Republican voted against it,
and then 8 others. Abstaining. Yes, that's right. We can't ever read into abstaining, right? All the other Republicans managed to do it.
9 out of how many?
No. I admit there was
not even 10%.
Hold on. No, all these. Let's not be slippery about this, right? Every single one of those. Every single one of those. No. I've already stipulated how many it was from the very beginning, right? But every single one of them, they failed miserably, right? On their messaging that they were trying to do here. But every single one of them are pro-life Republicans, right? Every single one of them talks about like how it's so necessary, right? How we as a nation need to be protecting our homeborn children, right? But the moment they're born, all of a sudden they fucking forget. And then these few just happen, the worst of the worst, right? The most despicable of despicable, just happen to decide that I guess I can't make it into to vote. No, I'll abstain, right? No, this is exactly what members of both sides of the aisle do when they don't want to vote on something, right? When they want to give a no vote, they just don't want to put their names down or something. So yes, I can actually criticize them for that.
Yeah,
see,
100%, you can. Yeah, but what I saw today, like separate from the WIC thing, what I saw more than that was the FDA stuff. Yeah.
How did you cop to that so quickly and so easily? That's all bullshit. A pro-life position does not mean that you abandon your sanity, your reason, your ability to exercise judgment, and just throw $28 million.
No.
I just meant the WIC thing. They should have voted for the WIC thing. Yeah,
WIC program. I was talking about just then.
Yeah, the WIC thing. Yeah, sure, they should have voted for that. I'm fine with that.
The one Republican who did, and the eight who didn't vote at all is
I was talking about the
broad
abstaining.
indication of Republicans.
No, I'm not. I'm saying they should.
No, not you. That's Prime's point.
No, should have voted for it. Yeah.
That's what makes all Republicans disgusting.
No. Hold on. Don't try to move the goalpost. Right? No need. All right. I set the goalpost. That's where we'll stay. Right? I said Republicans are disgusting. I talked about Republican hypocrisy. Right? And the Republican Party is rife with hypocrisy. This is an example of Republican hypocrisy. On that particular bill, I didn't say that every single Republican voted that way, and never even applied that, right? I gave the full story. I explained exactly what happened, right? I was actually quite thorough in explaining the situation. And in that situation, and as I'm saying on this bill, the WIC bill specifically, right? We have like the deplorables who decided actively voting against, and other ones, right, who all of a sudden couldn't find the time, or couldn't be bothered to vote for this specific bill. These pro-life Republicans. The only thing that they wanted to be able to message on is that they didn't help. They didn't help Biden, right? They are purely against them, so you can't find them supporting Biden. They came there to fight the Democrats. So you messaged on this particular bill. So that's what I'm talking about. Their hypocrisy. That's what I'm talking about. And then in terms of the FDA, I have a complete disagreement with you on
that's a great leap of imagination to impute to them that the reason that they didn't vote it. That's nonsense. Legislators all the time skip votes when they know it's going to be overwhelmingly in one direction or another. They skip votes again for a variety of reasons. To take this one and to impute to these 8 people that they didn't vote because they're righteously fighting against the Democrats, that's hocus garbage, when the vast majority of Republicans
I'm not talking about the vast majority of them. I'm talking about those particular ones. So I don't know why you keep bringing in the other Republicans. I'm talking about those Republicans.
The vast majority of Republicans supported it, which
I'm talking about those Republicans. So it doesn't matter what the other Republicans did on that particular bill, right? No, the hypocrisy. And we want to talk about the broader Republican hypocrisy.
No, we're not. We're talking about this WIC bill and these 9.
So I'm talking about the 9. So why do you keep bringing in the others? Because I'm talking about. For that bill, I'm talking about Republican hypocrisy on the ones who either voted against it or didn't vote at all, right? That's what the people I'm talking about. And then in terms of the FDA bill, I'm talking about the 192 who didn't vote for the bill, right? Talking about them saying that nothing's being done about the situation, right? We have a bill that's actually tackling the situation and trying to ensure the long-term stability of our supply, and they don't want to vote for that, right? If Biden had been required to do Operation Fly Formula and the National Protection Act through Congress, right? I'm curious what the Republicans are bothered. Would they have about if he couldn't have done that himself, right? What those same Republicans about? Those Republicans were the ones out front talking about nothing is being done, and then the moment that something is being done, they all of a sudden aren't around to vote for it. Amazing, amazing how that works.
Prime, this executive order today launching Operation Fly Formula is pretty interesting because it has nothing to do with the FDA. It directs HHS
this is the dumbest comment. I'm sorry.
USDA to do something. So again, this whole bit, this is all hopium about this $28 million. It's hopium that is going to do something, even though it's emergency basis only, for the long-term stability of formula supply. It does nothing of the sort. We hope that it might. And you know what? Maybe we should check back in about 18 months and see what actually happened and see what this $28 million went to. Let's do that. Put that on your calendar to check that out in fall of 2023. September 2023 is when that money expires.
Absolutely.
And let's see how much of it was spent, where it was spent, and what actual services it produced.
Cool.
I would like to see if there's actually the root, because the root was the fact that the FDA didn't inspect properly Abbott Laboratories, and also Abbott Laboratories didn't properly inspect their own properly. So that's the root. The shortage isn't the root to me. The shortage was secondary. It was after the cause and effect. Also, we need to look at why is only one company 40% of the United States baby formula? We need to figure out if we can kill that monopoly there. I don't think that's a good monopoly in the United States. Only one company controlling so much of the baby formula. If we wouldn't have to create a bill to fix shortage, we would have had other companies that would have been built go ahead, you, Chris.
Well, yeah, I was just going to say, people in the chat have been bringing up, hey, do we want to talk about how the Trump era United States, Mexico, Canada agreement made it harder to import formula from Canada? There was a precipitous drop in imported formula after that was passed. And that's true. And you want to know who one of the main lobbyists on that was? It was Abbott. So yeah. Again, we've created a fragile system. We've let lobbyists push for policies that have put us in this scenario such that, yes, I mean, I'll agree, with Prime, that the FDA is not, doesn't have the resources to do its job well, because we've asked them to do a lot with the regulations that we've given them, and they just can't. Okay, so when a failing happens, whether it's on the, whoever we blame, the FDA or Abbott, when that happens, it's a fragile system and it falls apart, and then we have all of these barriers in place to fixing it. And one of the reasons we have those barriers is because Abbott lobbied for these things. So yeah, so I we've got to parse it out. Yeah, where do we put blame? What part of it are we trying to fix first? Yada yada. I would just like to go supply side first. Immediately right now, there are people who are having nervous breakdowns in grocery stores because they cannot find the formula that their baby needs. So immediately right now, we should be working on the supply stuff. And then let's figure out how to do regulatory stuff better. Yeah.
Which Biden's doing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And so and again, on the thing debate where we're saying, yeah, I guess maybe the quibble here is that your language is very strong, right? Let's talk about Republican hypocrisy. No, I mean, maybe we could talk about these 9 shitbags, right?
No, we can talk about how. Sorry, go ahead. Before that,
I have a question for you, Brian.
Very strongly, you, Chris. Go ahead, Spaniard.
Yeah, you, Chris is good. My question for Prime is, Prime. So this bills and the actions taken is more reactive than proactive, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So why isn't our government and FDA stepping up and being more proactive when they already knew about the root of the issue?
It literally never is.
It took them almost a year.
Just don't.
Almost a year.
I don't know. I have no idea why the Biden administration took so long to get this.
I'm not even going to say Biden. I'm just going to say our government, because
it is a Biden administration.
All of Senate is an issue.
It's 100%.
All of the Senate, right?
I can, if we want to lay some blame down on Biden, I'm very clear to be able to do that. I think this is.
Oh, I'm just gonna blame everybody.
Okay, well, whatever. But in any case, like I don't know
Yeah, go
why
ahead.
it took them this long. I think that's a very
Yeah.
interesting question. I think we should have we should have at least journalistic investigations as to what was the holdup, and
Yeah.
the actions he's taking now are good actions. And
No,
but at least the actions
Accepted
he's
one.
taking himself, like invoking the Production Act and then the Operation Fly Forma.
Yeah.
I don't see why he
Yeah.
couldn't have done this previously, right? The legislative
Yeah.
actions are beyond his control. I don't see why he couldn't have done that earlier, right? So if we're gonna
At least 6 months ago, minimum.
Well,
if,
but
if we're gonna complain about that, I think that's fair.
exercise,
Go ahead.
if we're going to exercise our mind reading ability for the Republicans, why don't we do that for Biden? And to use Prime's
He
words
hates
from
babies.
earlier,
That's true.
this
He hates
became
white
a
babies.
political problem with the midterms coming up. This finally became a politically severe enough problem that the administration had to do something about it.
Fair
and
enough.
absent the Republicans pushing since at least November 2021 to do something like waive the tariffs and waive other restrictive import restrictions, Biden wasn't going to do anything, right? So that's mind read. He hates babies too.
He hates
wants
white
babies to
babies
starve,
specifically.
And yeah, I mean, you know,
Oh Lord.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was. Here's
He
the thing,
hates
right?
black babies 'cause
No,
they're the
no,
ones
no.
starving.
I can't
But
agree.
here's,
I'm
but
not
here,
going that
when I
route.
say that Republicans hate brown babies, right, I can actually bring evidence towards this, right? They are saying
What the
this
heck?
themselves, right? When we're talking about this discourse around undocumented immigrants and making sure that their babies have formula because, you know, they're in detention, they're under federal care at that point in time, right? And then the disgusting rhetoric that says that that says that we should put Americans first, right? Before them, yeah, they hate brown babies, and they will love to use them as a political football against the rest of the country, specifically white babies born to conservative families.
You know, that's
kind of
interesting
an
because somebody in
extreme.
chat brought this up about about the store shelves having having no baby formula on them. Yet we saw news reports of pallets of baby formula being available at the detention centers. And so I asked what I thought was a reasonable, honest question. Well, would you rather have the baby formula on the store shelves or the baby formula on the pallets at the detention centers? So, Prime, I ask you, what? I mean, there's only a finite supply.
I'll answer this question absolutely directly. I would rather have it in the pallets heading to the detention centers. Why? Because
So you
those
you hate American babies. Okay, I
that
appreciate your
must be the
honesty.
case. Or debate board. See, I'm a progressive.
No,
I'm
you
a
know,
socialist,
I'm fucking with you.
and I know. But I want to respond toxically towards you any which way because it makes me feel good. It's the reason why is because those individuals don't have a choice, right? Other mothers can do substitutes, which is what's happening now, right? I was saying at the very beginning of the stream that I believe either like the American Pediatrics group, whatever the fuck, or the FDA, one of those two groups has said that they recommend mothers using cow's milk to feed their babies, which it normally does not. It does not recommend you do that normally, but under these emergency situations, it's
Until
doing
they're
that.
one.
And what'd you say?
Until they're 1 year old.
Until they're 1 year old, yeah. So it's recommending you do that. Why? Because it's an emergency, right? And here's what happens, right? As a person who's not locked up, you can go to the store and you can get cow's milk. As a person who is locked up, you can't do shit. So you absolutely need those pallets full of baby formula coming to the detention center. So yes, debate board, answer you directly, I would absolutely prefer that baby formula be on those pallets.
I mean, I feel like you could even like muster a pretty conservative argument for this, which is like, if our federal government is going to detain people, we should at least make sure they're not starving to death while they're, in custody.
Oh, absolutely.
So, I mean, and so like this is
But
all of
I
the
have a
fact-checking organizations that are dealing with this are like talking about this, right? We have a bevy of court cases in the background that are saying, yeah, here are the responsibilities that we have. If you're gonna detain parents with children, here's the responsibilities you have to them. And so yeah, they keep stocks of those all the time, and those are more resilient than ours because they have better supply chains than we do.
So Prime, if you're referring to the southern border of children or infants and babies being in our centers, shouldn't our U.S. government make some sort of deal with Mexico to help give formula for the babies and infants in the detention center?
What? Like, what? I don't understand
So
your reasoning here.
the United States is the only ones providing the formula for the
Okay.
children and infants in the center, correct?
Oh,
Why
I
are we
mean,
not asking Mexico for help?
well,
When
I mean,
you know what I mean? Like
well,
it has.
I don't.
I don't think it has.
That's a weird construction of this, but to answer that directly as I can, I guess, the with Operation Fly Formula, we'll be doing exactly that. I don't know if Mexico is on the list of countries that we'll be asking, but we'll be buying formula from trusted nations, I guess, and bring that formula here, right? So other
Well,
countries that aren't
if it's through the
having that.
military, then it's definitely not going to be Mexico. We're going to use our flights
I
from
don't.
military bases to other military bases, and then
Well,
create
Mexico has
the
military bases,
the re-
though, right?
Wait, hold
I
on a
mean,
minute. Debate. Hold on. I'm speaking from the experience of me being ex-mil. So we're going to be using our bases to fly from one base to another country, and get the collective formula and put it on the airbase. The reason why is because we're going to save on airport costs and gasoline costs if we were actually to use the public airport of other facilities. That's why we're going to use our bases,
well,
especially the
Operation
airports.
Fly Formula says that DoD will use contracts with commercial air cargo lines
Oh,
to
really?
transport these products, right? And these products are going to come
Oh,
from.
okay. I didn't see
And
that
here's
part.
another irony and twist in all of this. We already know where this. So, Fly Formula says overseas infant formula that meets U.S. health and safety standards. We already know where this exists. We know because the FDA has already inspected this. Oh, that's a justification for more FDA funding. Who the fuck knows? But nonetheless, the FDA has already inspected and certified these facilities. And so DOD is going to use its existing commercial cargo contracts to ship that stuff here more quickly than ordinary supply chains would get it here. This is what Fly Formula is doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're
Thanks.
gonna get
I
the
didn't
formula,
see
and
that part.
Mexico's gonna pay for it. Oh,
No, no, no.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah, we're gonna make
No, I
Mexico
know.
pay for it. Damn it!
I don't care about that part. I'm really focused on I'm glad that other countries will help us with the baby formula, right? But I also see like the southern border as a really actually issue. I'm Latino. I mean, I really see it as an issue, and we're not really getting help. Only United States is only battling that. We're not getting
That's
help
not the
actually
case.
from Mexico. No, it is the case. Trust me,
It's
it's the case.
no, it's absolutely not the case. I don't trust you. It's not the case. I know it's not the case.
I
Like we
mean,
have deals. We
how
have
is it
deals with
not the
Mexico.
case? How do you figure that
I'm about to tell you.
tens and thousands of immigrants have literally passed through Mexico?
Oh,
Not even Mexicans,
I'm about to
and
tell
they're
you.
not stopping them.
We literally pay the Mexican government. We pay the Mexican military to stop individuals as they're going through the country.
But they're not stopping
No,
them.
they are. They literally are. You have videos of them actually doing this, of stopping and detaining them. They have detention centers within Mexico. For these people that's some of them apply. Now they don't have them all, right? They don't have like a complete control of that to stop the flow, but neither do we. We don't have a complete. If we did have a complete control,
Right,
of
we
all
don't
the
have
immigrants
total
coming
control. That's the problem.
through our
Yeah.
nation, then we wouldn't have a supposedly undocumented immigrant problem to begin with. But yeah, so like they come, they smuggle themselves up to the country. Some of them they stop, some aren't, right? And they do have detention centers within Mexico. Yeah, that's exactly what we've already had that. We have the we have that other plan. What was it? The maybe you guys know what I'm talking about, or debate board, where that plan in which you have to stop in the first country if you're coming up through South America. Stop to the first country that's eligible, that's a safe country or something, whatever, right? Which is not actually safe, but yeah, we have deals with the other either Central or South American countries to lessen the amount of individuals that come through here. Yeah, I do that. debate board. You disagree?
I think I missed the question because I was nodding my head along with the first stop rule.
Oh yeah, the first stop rule. Yeah.
Which I don't think is really a rule, in as much it's guidance, right? And I mean,
I think you can't apply for you can't apply for what is it? Not residency.
The refugee
asylum.
status.
Yeah, I think refugee status. My understanding, if I'm wrong, please someone correct me, but that you can't apply for it unless you first apply for it within the first safe country, quote unquote safe country, on your travels. So that's what they mean by that.
I remember being told that it's a lot more complicated than that, but I don't know enough. I have a friend who's an immigration attorney that I could message tonight, and I could get back to you at a future date, and she could tell me everything about it. But I just don't know.
Please, I would love to learn.
Yeah, might as well learn.
Yeah, so my understanding is that like that's a rule, and not like a recommendation that you have to do that, and then people any which way, because fuck that, right? Safe country. Oh yeah, from Honduras to Guatemala, or like whatever. But yeah, I don't understand Spaniard, like your construction as to like why Mexico specifically would have to pay for, or asking them to pay for this. I don't.
No, I'm just not pay. I mean more like just help send formula to the center to help us.
We might be having them do that now. I don't know.
But we don't know. That's the biggest problem. We don't know.
Is that the biggest problem? I mean, like if we
it's one of them. I mean,
why would that be
currently
a big problem?
in this topic. I mean, in this topic, not overall in general.
I know, no, but I understand what you're saying. But like, why would that be a big problem for this topic? Because again, we have Operation Fly Formula. They're going to come through whatever nations, and the only nations you want, I don't know what Mexico's
because I know
processes
the Fly Formula Act is really gonna just benefit the stores more than the center. Yeah, the stores that are shortage of baby formula.
Well, yeah, I mean, if the stores are the places where we have most of the
they're gonna focus on that as a primary.
If the centers don't have a shortage, then why would we focus on them in the first place, right? I mean, at some point, like we're shuffling around supply, right? And if the supply is safely within the centers, if we want this, then if we're getting a new supply, we want to put that in the stores. Of course, we want to do that. Why would we need Mexico?
But if Abbott was 40%, there would be an end up of shortage at the center, no? I mean, it would become a shortage, right?
If there's 40%, and among the remaining 60%, the government is buying that supply. And buying it first because they can do that. They can just decide to buy it first if they really want to. Then yeah,
so then we need to know what's being
supply.
allocated, right? So then we need to know. We kind of need to know what's being allocated from the flights. Where is it going to?
I mean, what Prime said earlier, right? Is like if the government is contracted with distributors of formula, that this is the amount that we get, and they just have that regularly. That's already on the books. Obviously, yes, that's gonna, I don't know, contribute to the shortage that we're seeing on our shelves, in the sense that when that supply goes down, this contract already exists. They get their supply, whatever's left over gets shipped out. Oh no, there's not enough. But like, yeah, the alternative is these people who are in detention, who don't have access to grocery stores and other, means, just die or starve to death. Like I don't know if that's a great option. So like I feel like this is like, it's a catch-22 in the purest sense, where it's just like there's no good option here. If we start rerouting the supplies that are going to whatever detention centers and prisons and wherever there's formula on the shelves, like those people are going to start having problems. What do you do for them? They don't have the ability to go out.
Yeah, I'm kind of going your way, Eucharist. That's why I was asking, maybe we should ask the southern countries, like
well, no, what I think we need to do is
more
exactly
formula to the
which is like
centers.
Right now we need to relax import requirements. So like so as of like 3 days ago, before all this stuff happened in the past 2 days, the import tariff on foreign formula was 17.5%. The increase in the average like price of formula domestically was like over like 19%. So it was actually more profitable for some places to like pay the tariff to import formula and then mark it up, and like they could still make money doing that. So like it's just crazy the situation that we're in right now. But yeah, so we need to relax that right now. If we need supply right now, we need to relax that. And apparently that's what's happening, which is great, right? Like
yeah, my bad, Prime. I'm not constructing it properly.
No, it's fine. No, it's Spaniard.
Euchre's words helped a little bit. Yeah.
No, Euchre's a genius. He's a great guy. One of our best.
No, I will not accept that.
One of our best Republicans, right? He's a credit to his.
Well, no, I will not accept Republican. Also, registered independent. We're registered independent, Prime. All right.
Okay.
When I voted for governor of my state, I voted for a third-party candidate who had a really neat plan to clean up our lakes. Okay, like.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Sorry. I'll debate where you stand alone. Right?
As what?
As our lone deplorable. I mean, our Republican.
I'm not a Republican, though.
There we go.
Are you not a Republican either? Are you another faker?
I'm not a Republican, Prime.
To get an actual like neocon on here. They just don't exist anymore, Prime.
I'm not a left or a right.
I'm a conservative, man. Which makes me worse, I think, right?
Wait,
does that make me worse?
Conservative? Wait, you're mid-right.
It may not, actually. I don't know. Like, no, I have less a problem with you know what? I honestly have less a problem with ideological conservatives rather than like the rank and file Republican voters who don't have an ideology or just voting just cause. And the same is true for Democratic voters, right?
I was gonna say that's most people. Yeah.
No, and I agree. I'll take that.
Yeah.
I'll take that. Right?
Okay.
Yeah. But like people who aren't actually and taking in information and wondering, because even on the Democratic side, so let's leave Republicans alone for a second, right? And only for a second, because I got to beat up on them again. But on the Democratic side, people will vote again and again for corporate Democrats who do not have their best interests in mind, who specifically don't ever address their interests. Who vote with Republicans, right? Especially when it comes to economics and things that their voters would not agree, but they put a little no thought into it. So like one Democrat's just as good as another, or let's not pay attention to the primaries, right? Because that part's not important when it's actually the most important. So going back to debate board, I have less of a problem with debate board because he's ideological and I can trust that debate board is well informed about the people he votes for. So I give him that, you know.
So for me, right, Prime, since I know you don't really know who I am, but I consider myself a centrist. I'm in the middle. I don't go left or right. I push back on either one. Depends on what comes out of their mouth, and if their words that come out actually back their actions, then I'm good for it. But if their actions are shit and their words are like this magical theme that they can just fix everything, but their actions are like, okay, well, just let me tie my shoes.
For ideologically, like what is
ideology?
Yeah, like What ideology? Like, what do you want them to represent? What values do you want them to represent? What do you want them? What actions do you want them to accomplish? Like, what policy agenda do you have? You're saying you're a centrist, and
yes. When I vote for people, for the past 30 years, I pretty much vote for people who have a history of what they've done for us as Americans, what they will do, and if what they will do backs up what they've already done. I usually vote for those particular people. In the 2016 Trump versus Hillary, I didn't vote for either one of them. I figured Trump should have just stayed as a businessman, and Hillary, well, she's the most corrupt politician ever existed in United States history. But as an ideology, I don't know. I've looked at both capitalism and communism and socialism and all these isms, right? For me, I think all of it's shit, to be honest with you. They're not actually really doing anything right now for us. I'm speaking for the United States. We need something that actually can go with our culture. We actually have such a melting pot of people in the United States that I don't think capitalism works, and I don't think socialism or communism works for our country. I don't think so. neither any of them, to be honest with you. And just be keeping it real. It might work in other countries, like capitalism and communism and socialism, because they're smaller, but they don't have the melting pot that we have. And we have a 320 million Americans that are just completely different of character, culture. It's so mixed. It's yeah. So maybe we can find something that will work. Not sure yet what it is. I mean, I keep reading, I keep listening to people like you, Prime, and I listen to like Chud, and I listen to other streamers that talk about ideologies, and I don't think one's actually going to work here in the United States, actually, because capitalism is causing issues. Socialism definitely causes issues. Communism is just uh, insane. Uh, so yeah, we need to find something that actually will work for the United States.
Okay. Sure. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for explaining your mindset there. Much appreciated. I need to debate, but what the fuck are you? You're just a conservative.
Just your regular old, white male conservative, man. I thought I was the true enemy.
You should stop that white male. I would have agreed with you. But
I mean, I thought just that gave me like priority oppressor status, but and the conservative would just kind of supplement that.
No, absolutely no. We are aligned there. No, but you defend the Republican Party, so that's good enough, right? Like that's all I need. Eucharist, do you feel the need to defend the Republican Party, especially reflexively?
No, not reflexively. No, I like. In high school, I went through a really strong like libertarian phase. Like I would have loved to watch Fabian Liberty Scott on Twitch when I was in high school, right? That would have been my shit, right? And so I have a reactionary bent against the Republican Party, like by default because of that, I think. But I don't necessarily accept shitting on them by default either. I suppose, if that makes sense. I don't feel any particular partisan loyalty to the Republican Party. I feel like they're just as far away from me on many issues as Democrats are. Yeah.
I figure.
Yeah, and I don't think I reflexively defend Republicans. I like to poke fun at, because I engage in it too. I engage in it with lefties, leftists, progressives. Right? I engage in the same caricature building and generalizations that you do, Prime, and because it's easy pickings, it's low hanging fruit. To do so, and particularly the hypocrisy charge literally carries zero value for me. We're all hypocrites. We all have hypocritical positions on things, and if hypocrisy is going to be the leading charge, hey, that's fine. I don't think it really brings much to the table. But in this particular area where you're suggesting that, hey, your pro-life position it obligates you to support this 28 million for the FDA. It's just not a strong argument.
Okay.
And the hypocrisy charge that follows is particularly weak.
Okay, we could ignore it. We can ignore this bill. You don't like that? Sure. All right, we can find plenty of examples of Republicans not supporting working families, not supporting policies that would make the pro-life position actually viable.
Well, I think what you really mean to say is that Republicans don't support Democratic proposed policies that Democrats promise will help working families, but don't really.
Okay, so if you
we're voting against the hopium.
If you have then we can go from the other direction. I have no problem doing it the other direction. What programs are conservatives pushing forward, right? And Eucharist, please, if you have ideas in this, right? Don't look away. Don't not pay attention to me. I need to deserve your attention at all times. I'm just kidding, buddy.
I'm ready.
But Eucharist or debate for, or Spaniard, if you have if you have something to say as well. And also, before I say that, dude, guys, there's an open panel. Like, jump on in. We'd love to have you guys. If you want to join in on this, then jump in. Like, those are instructions in chat. Exclamation open in chat to jump in so we can have more people. This is not a closed panel. You can jump in. But So what are the conservative solutions, right? That make raising a family easier, right? So let's just start with something basic like that. Like what are the policies that our conservative brothers and sisters pushing forward that would for a mother who is struggling with the decision of whether to abort, whether to give up her child, or whether to keep it, right? What will drive her closer to keeping it?
Well, I think the formulation of that question is just bad. And as a conservative, we don't think about the federal government as Big Daddy, right? So progressives like to smack on Christians for their daddy in the sky complex, and so I push back on progressives and lefties with government as daddy or mommy, and it's not a. You guys treat the federal government as this buffet of dollars to be spent on great ideas you think will help individual people, and that's, I don't think that's what the federal government exists for. The federal government shouldn't be involved in trying to help a woman make a decision over whether to get pregnant, whether to abort a baby, whether to be involved anywhere in such things.
Oh, okay. So you are against the anti-abortion laws that are coming through the Republican legislation? You're against that, right?
Well, no, in the state government, I would much rather have the levels of government that are closer to the people, actually involved in their lives, not the federal government.
So the state government can get between a woman and her doctor, but like not the federal government. Okay, so just as long as the state government, then they can force a woman, they can rob a woman of her liberty. Okay, that makes sense.
Sure. Oh, sure. The states already do this in a variety of different places, getting in between a woman and her doctor, woman and her children, woman and a variety of different actors. So, what's the complaint here? That just abortion is different? I mean, if we're talking about governmental authority, I mean.
My complaint. So to lay it out, my complaint.
This is going to go way down a hole that you probably didn't want to explore. So.
And we can explore. We can go anywhere. All right. We got the night, you know. We got tomorrow. Let's make it last. Let's find a way.
And before Prime buries himself here, you guys start throwing some subs at Prime, man. Start throwing some biddies at him, and let's get a hype train going.
But yeah, exactly. Debate Boys got it right. Before I prove to you that I know what the fuck I'm talking about, why don't you sub to the channel?
and that I'm wrong.
Yes. Subs to the channel, gift bits or gift subs, guys. If you're enjoying this content, right? We got top tier people. We got Spaniard. We got Eucharist. And we got Debate Board, who both people I enjoy argue against, and I'm really glad that they're here with us. But if you're enjoying the content, sub to the channel, only $5 to do so, and it will get you our emotes. It'll get you ad-free viewing. It'll give you all the good stuff. Eucharist helping out. Hey, Eucharist, giving 500 bits. Thank you, Eucharist. Thank you. 300 bits from Naritas as well. Love to see it. Hey, if we get one more extra person, and then I promise to give you more content by yelling at Debate Board and Eucharist, right? And you know, trying in vain to convince some of the virtues of our gay space communist future. Okay, all right. Yeah, support this channel. If we get one more individual person, thank you. That person will be intro. Thank you. Helping out the community like that. Z somewhere also decides to help out the community, gifting us subs to the channel. Much appreciated. To One Dead Llama, that's a name. Thank you so much for gifting that sub to One Dead Llama. Z somewhere putting us at 30% of a level 1 hype train, 70% left. 45 minutes on the clock. Can we get to a level 2 hype train? How do you make that happen? Well, you subs to the channel, right? Subs to the channel. You give bits or you give subs. All those options are fantastic. If you have a resub, right? If you got a resub ready to pop, use your resub. Use a resub on this hype train. It'll move it along just as surely if you had given a new sub. If you have an Amazon Prime /Prime, give me use your one free sub per month on this community, right? Look, they give you all this content. Like I see you here night after night, right? You enjoy what we're doing, and we always have something more for you. So we're going to keep that around. Help us out by be so kind and use your Amazon Prime Gaming on this community that is always here. 7 nights a week, we're here. Either here on YouTube or else providing you content. Thank you, Aiko Rich, for the 6 months free sub. Oh, holy crap, we got 20 minutes. Holy crap. That just made me happy. I'm going to be very happy in a second, guys.
Only facts in the waiting room, too.
Oh, okay, yeah. So anyway, yes, we have a level 1 hype train, 63% done. How many percent? We have 47%. No, 37% left. 37%. I know math. Shut up. 37% left. Can we get to level 2 hype train, guys? Now's the time. Help us out. Help out this community. Support this channel. If you like this content, if you enjoy that what we're doing here, we enjoy these conversations, right? Where I can get on guests who disagree with me, and who think they have better answers than me. They're usually wrong. They're usually wrong, but they try their best. They try their best. Okay, right? And we appreciate that effort. If you like watching me, right, drop my galaxy brain and educate conservatives. Right, bring them to the light, and then be so kind. Help us out. Subsidy channel, give bits or give subs. Gifting subs is a big help. Like Z somewhere did, because that's sometimes the person you gift the sub says, I'll continue the sub. I like the benefits here. I like the fact that I'll get the emotes. I like the fact that I'll get ad-free viewing. All that's a benefit to me. I'll continue on. Or sometimes they'll pass it forward and gift the sub themselves. So all that's a huge help, guys. Help us get to a level 2 hype train. Almost there. Level 1 hype train, 63% done. 37% left. Can we make it to level 1 hype train? Less than 2 minutes on the clock. If you like the open panels, help us out. If you like the small council, which we do on Saturdays, help us out. You've got like the Reverie, which we do on Mondays, or Amazon Lily, or All Black Everything, or all the things we provide, or special panels like we did yesterday. We did a special panel on homeschooling, which was a lot of fun. We had Eucharist there, who was, Eucharist was part of that as well. We always have more content for you, but we can only do that if we support this community. So we have 90 seconds on the clock. 90 seconds on the clock. Can we make it? We'll level 2 hype train. Sub to the channel, gift bits, or gift subs to keep us up and running, to keep this channel sustainable. So Amazon Prime subs, great. Remember, you can get a discount if you multi-month sub. You can sub for 3 months or 6 months, get a discount when you do so, but also help the channel just the same amount. So win-win, literally for everyone. So consider doing that, though no one does it. I don't know why you don't, but like it's an option, guys. I don't know. But yeah, multi-month subbing is something you can do. But yes, we have less than a minute left. Less than a minute left. Can we make it to a level 2 hype train? Subs to the channel, gift bits, or gift subs. Use your Amazon Prime /Prime Gaming to help out this channel, keep it up and running, support this community. Less than 30 seconds left on the clock. Can we get to a level 2 hype train? Sub to the channel to keep us around, or gifting bits. We love the bits, right? Bits will do it as well. Or gifting subs, right? So less than 20 seconds left. 20 seconds left. And anyone can save the hype train. Can anyone save this hype train? Thank you, Eucharist, for getting 100 bits. It helps out a little bit, but not enough to save this hype train. That's a shame, guys. We need your support to do this. Oh, thank you, Z Somewhere, for gifting. Did we make it in time? Maybe. But thank you, Tones Girl, for the 100 bits. Thank you, Z Somewhere. Being so kind of gifting 4 subs to the channel, 38 subs total. To the community. Hey, thank you, Z Somewhere, for being a fucking hero. Thank you for saving the hype train, and the other 2 as well. Thank you.
Oh, you weren't too late. You got it.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, just literally last second. So Z Somewhere.
Claps to Z.
No, you got it, Z Somewhere. Yeah, you made it. Because of that, because of their incredible kindness, Z Somewhere, 38 subs total to the community. Thank you. We are a level 2 hype train, 28% done, 72% left. I know math. 72% left. Can we get to a level 3 hype train. Is it a possibility? Thank you for the kind of people like Z somewhere. Then maybe it is, right? So yep, okay. Yeah, if if you got a sub, right? If you've gotten a kind gift sub from one of our kind gifters, then consider paying that forward, right? Gifting it to another person, or continuing the sub yourself, right? You'll get our video doing. You get our emotes. Oh, thank you, Mogwai guy, for 5 subs. Hey, thank you, Mogwai, for like the big kindness. Hey, that means a lot. 150 subs total from Mogwai guy. Hey. Oh, that helps out a ton. Okay, well, because of that, we're at level 2 hype train. Level 2 hype train. 90% done, 10% left. Can we make it? To a level 3 hype train? Do we have that kind of support? Do we have people who are valuing this content that we're putting out there every night, 7 nights a week? 7 nights a week of content. And so
your money lets Prime keep shitting on people like me.
Oh, see, no, okay, debate board. Sorry, Eucharist. That's not a incentive, right? People, you're extremely likable, right? You're extremely no one wants.
Damn it! I need to be more of a heel.
Yeah,
to incentivize people to pay to mute me more. Take
lessons from debate board, okay? All right, now it's a. It's a bonus to mute debate board. But yeah, thank you, seriously, to both of you. But anyway, yeah, we're at.
You're welcome, because I kicked off this hype train for you. So
indeed, you did.
Welcome to you.
Indeed, you did. So I do appreciate it. No,
I'm making up for all my ass hattery.
Yeah, it's an eternal struggle, though, right? There really is no end to that one.
It's natural tension.
Thank you,
Debate board has a good Tucker Carlson laugh.
Thank you for Naritas for the 300 bits. Much appreciated. Really kind. And then Tones Girl for 145 bits. Thank you, Tones Girl, for jumping back in, helping us out, keeping this community sustainable. And then Ginger Ramos, who is gifting us up to Greens of Plenty, who's a person who's here all the time. Thank you, Ginger Ramos, for your second sub. You gifted the sub yesterday. Thank you, Ginger. Ginger was also yesterday. She was on the the panel that we had, which was great with Eucharist, right? Fantastic panel that we had. So I was very thankful for her presence, and thank you for the kind support. You know, a little bit helps. Every little bit helps. Because of that, because of the kindness, because of helping out the channel that way, we're at 10% of a level 3 hype train. Moving along. Okay, 10% done, 90% left. Can we make it to a level 4 hype train? Is it a possibility? Can we make that happen? Debate board will fund Prime but not support funding for the 28 million bill. Yep. See, the hypocrisy never ends. I agree with you, Mogwai guy. But we're a level 3 hype train. 10% done, 90% left.
Sorry, next time I'll send my like $4 over to the FDA. Maybe
No.
Well, no, I just want to say that my Prime sub, it just reflects that I care about black babies.
Exactly.
Oh my.
Wow.
Same.
Wow.
Another Tucker Carlson line. Just kidding.
Okay. Wow.
You're welcome, Prime.
I do appreciate it. The big boy.
Hey, Prime, I was gonna say at least the debate board is subbing to you, and that believes that you are for the
debate board. Is it subbed to me? The debate board is previously subbed.
Yes.
He's saying that
I think I'm on a gift one right now, right?
Or gift, I mean.
That would be awfully kind. That would be really kind. But yeah, and anyone else out there, again, if you're liking this content, liking all the things that we're doing, we're providing you content from sweet individuals like you, Chris, and then the other side as well.
Nobody gifts up to debate board because I want him to watch the ads.
Me and then the other side.
Wow, look at OnlyFact trying to take money and food away from Prime. This is
Wow.
He doesn't care
OnlyFans
about
literally
black
doesn't
babies.
care about black babies.
Doesn't care about black babies. I knew it. I knew it. I always knew it. The hypocrisy of the left never ends.
Oh god. Yep, exactly.
How far is this gonna go? How far are you gonna allow
Prime,
this to go?
Prime, I have a suggestion.
Uh-huh.
While people are paying you money, which they should do right this second, I think in the future we need to have kind of a battle royale of people who can plug your channel the best, and then chat gets to vote on who plugged your channel the best, right? So when we
KOE
do this
would win
time,
every time,
where we're
though,
trying to
man.
convince people to give you money so that they can get more of this stuff that they're clearly entertained by because they're still here, even if they're not paying for it, right? Then we give chat the option to vote for who plugged your channel the best. And I don't know, debate board is like, I support black babies. I think that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah.
That's a pretty good one. But like, KOE is just, it's
Right, he dominates that space right now.
as long as
he was
KOE
in here. dude.
Yeah, as long as KOE is not around, then I think the field is open. But
There's
was
a
that
clear
one
winner when
time-
KOE's around, yeah.
There's that one time I was talking trash about the Turk and Brento box in chat, and somebody donated 20 subs for me to be on panel to debate them, and somebody actually did it, and yeah, that's my
we
what
have
do you call it,
we have
contribution.
less than 30 seconds left. Thank
good.
you for the 200 bits, Eucharist. Helping us out, pushing us to 14% all together. We have less than 30 seconds of the clock. Do we have any more heroes in chat? Heroes in chat who can save the hype train, right? Who are supporting us, supporting this content. And all the
I don't
things,
meme often,
that
Prime,
we
but you need
do.
an oiler.
So
You don't need a hero right now.
subs to the channel, gift bits or gift subs to make that happen. But we want to thank the people who have been supporting this community, like Eucharist, like Chincher, like Tones Girl, who's been a kind supporter, Naritas, Mogwai Guy, it's nice to see you again here, Z Somewhere, and Ico Rich, and was it intro? Oh, thank you, Xfist, for being so kind as to gift the sub, your second sub to the channel, to G Link, right? It's outside of the sub train, but hey, we take it. If the money is still green outside of a sub train or hype train. Yeah, support the channel any way you can, anytime you can. Do it with our PayPal button, our PayPal button below. More money gets to us when you use your PayPal button, especially for doing it in chat. It's another way to help out the channel. Yeah, thank you to those who've been helping out. Thank you, Desperado Sensei, with 34 subs, Boshi with 26 subs, NJ Palms with 21 subs, Revolt Rise with 12 subs, Z Somewhere with 12 subs as well. In terms of our bit gifters, we have Revolt Rise at the top with 6,000 bits. Naruto79 with 4,900 bits, slowly working their way up there. The Little Bits with, that's her name, with 3,000 bits. Tones Girl with 2,770 bits at number 4, but soon to be at number 3. If she keeps it up, and they're really always a kind of supporter, so thank you to Tones Girl. B Danger with 2,500 bits. Thank you for our top 5 gifters. You guys are bearing the brunt of all that's keeping this channel up and running. So it's much appreciated that you guys are here and helping us out that way. Thank you to the ones who've been helping out. Okay, so back to this. First of all, before I go into it with debate board, we have 2 people who would join. Thank you, OnlyFacts, for being here. Much appreciated. And thank you, Touring News, who I haven't seen for such a long time. Touring, how are you, buddy?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. Just keeping busy. Trying to stream a little bit more again, and yeah, been very busy IRL. So happy to be here.
Yeah, Touring's a great guy. Like, just awesome. We always like talking to him. And a knowledgeable guy. Guys, you got to check out Touring News. Check out his channel. Check out all the things that he gets up to. I guarantee you're gonna learn something from Touring. Guarantee you, 100%. But okay. So, debate board. You were saying some nonsense, and I was educating you. What exactly was it?
No, you were about to spew some nonsense. I'm not sure.
Okay, so we were talking about.
Oh, I think you reached for the canard about the state government getting between women and their doctors, and I think I responded to you by saying, well, the state government gets between, people in a whole variety of actors and a whole variety of different scenarios. And I rhetorically asked, well, what is abortion different in this respect, and therefore so significantly different that now all of a sudden the state government getting in our way is a big deal?
No, what I'm talking. Oh, the problem here is not that it's the state government, right? That you want any government, specifically, to get involved. Before you're not concerned about the government getting involved in creating an environment in which women would be more likely to keep their pregnancy, right? You said the government should stay out of that. But on the other side, you're like, oh, but those same state governments can take the liberty away from women, right? And make it so they don't have the choice as to what to do with their bodies. So they have no choice. You're fine with state governments taking away their right to choose, but then would not want that very same state government to be putting in resources to make raising a child more attractive.
Oh, no. I remember we first started talking about the federal government, and that's where I cried about the formulation of the question and what I perceive from my conservative perspective as the proper role of the federal government, and how that changes with levels of government that are closer to the people. If government is going to provide a service or a benefit or an entitlement to people in the scope of trying to make their lives a little bit easier, I'd want that preferably at the lowest level of government, certainly not at the federal government, though.
Where they have the.
I don't think I agree how difficult it is for states and municipalities to do that, because they have to run on fixed budgets, where the federal government doesn't exactly have to run on the same type of budget that they do. Meaning, like, my municipality of Mount Carmel has to fund every single thing that they do dollar for dollar. They don't really have the access to go into capital markets to sell bonds. They can't really sell treasuries. They can't deficit finance. So if you want to leave everything to localities, to municipalities, to counties, and to states, then like you almost have to return the printing press to these places, because they don't have a central bank. They can't do any type of deficit spending. And they can't really provide like the basic services that would be required, which has led us down to the road that we already have volunteer firefighters at almost every town that I have driven through in Pennsylvania of Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. I like it because I grew up in a town called Hazeltucky outside of Detroit. But Turing, really, your point here is that because the government can essentially generate an unlimited amount of revenue by either taxing the hell out of people or selling treasury bonds and going in debt, then that's the rationale that says the federal government ought to be taking care of individuals or making life prospects for individuals more positive, if you will. And I just don't find that very persuasive, that the government can put itself in hock, which is really putting taxpayers in hock, or it can penalize taxpayers by taking more of their income. I don't see that as a rationale.
So one way is like conservatives want the general populace to be able-bodied and working class. However, a majority of our population at the moment right now can't afford healthcare, can't afford childcare, can't afford pre-K or whatever it would be. So wouldn't there be a realm within conservatism that if we went onto a universal healthcare system or a Medicare for all system, we eliminated the bloat of the administrative agencies, of the insurance agencies, and so forth, and we sold it in a bond, you would be able to do your mathematical calculation that would show you that we're going to be saving money in the back end, we're going to be increasing productivity in the back end, we're going to be increasing GDP in the back end, because we're going to have happier, healthier, and harder working people. Whereas at the moment, we're allowing everything to be fended for and funded by itself, which is leading to a lot of inefficiencies in the market. And I was going to ask you the question, like, if we really take it down to like the full states' rights level, should we have border checks at every individual state to make sure that like produce from one state isn't carrying an aphid into another? Because if we're going to have a border check at every single place, then you're adding friction into the flow of goods, and then you're going to be adding cost to the flow of goods. So sometimes the reason that you kick things up to the federal level is because when you have an efficiency of a blanket law that goes over top of 330 million people, there's less bureaucracy and less administrative bloat than having 50 different jurisdictions dealing with 50 different types of laws.
There's a whole lot in to unpack, and I think generally I would disagree with your premise about what conservatives want in terms of an able-bodied working class workforce. I don't know that conservatives even think in those types of terms or concepts.
Then they
Secondly,
should get smarter.
Well, it's not necessarily about being intelligent. I know you went for like some kind of dunk there, but it wasn't clever and it wasn't insightful. To your last point, no, we shouldn't have state border checks. We already have a constitution, national constitution, that says interstate commerce is regulated by the federal government. So no, and it's ironic that you bring that up, because I think the last time I saw you on stream, you were doing some gardening. Have you been doing a lot of farming or gardening in real life?
Yeah, I went on a 4.5-month road trip last summer across 9,000 miles in like 20 different states, met like 20 or 30 different farmers. I volunteered at a greenhouse around here, and I often cover what's happening with Indonesian palm oil exports, what's going on with the collapse of the Sri Lanka
I saw a
economy.
stream about that. That was pretty interesting. So, and then back to universal health care and all the benefits. And there's a lot of insinuation and a lot of hopium that goes into that, because what typically goes into those forecasts of what we might save or hope to save by introducing a universal healthcare system in
Like the Donald Trump tax credits that had a lot of foresight that we were going to be saving money in the back end, but never did. Those kind of calculations.
No, what happens is that these studies don't actually take into account the actual use or the utility of healthcare. You make healthcare free to people, or you make you reduce the cost of healthcare. You have healthcare, you have then an overuse of healthcare. You have an overutilization of healthcare
No,
resources.
you develop preventative healthcare medicine rather than reactive healthcare medicine, which we do.
Even preventative healthcare medicine actually increases costs because there are far too many false positives, and then therefore treatments that follow on after that. So there is a cost involved.
No, there's false positives because they're lobbied by the pharmaceutical industry to
outcomes.
give certain prescriptions and certain medications.
Birth control.
Yeah. Now,
it's always
also
cheap and free for a reason.
Also, in your universal healthcare scheme, you're also controlling costs by reducing wages for doctors and other healthcare providers. And
no, their wages are going to increase because you're going to be eliminating marketing teams, sales teams, equity teams, dividend payments, and every single thing that exists across Blue Cross Blue Shield, Cigna, Aetna, and all the other insurance agencies.
That's the hope that you guys have, but instead, what we see from what Congress tells us about or individual candidates tell us about their proposed universal systems, is that Congress is going to control how much doctors and other healthcare practitioners earn, and what doesn't get counted into these projections is who is going to be entering that workforce and the actual reduction in the number of healthcare providers. And that has a cost, both in the quality of service provided, but also in quantity as well. So when you have the increase in the use of healthcare services and you have a reduction in the number of practitioners providing those services, what do you think happens to the level of care?
I'll go along with your side, but I do have a question.
Cost?
I do have a question for you. What makes you think that we're going to have less people going into nursing and becoming doctors in that scenario?
We have reducing numbers of both right now, despite high incomes from doctors and rising wages for nurses. So
I think part of that is because a person that wants to go into that field has to take on the 10-year burden by themselves. If they make any mistakes
so that is
up until the point,
completely unrelated to a universal healthcare system.
No, it's not, because the way that we have it right now, a doctor has to take on 10 years of debt and go through all of their medical bills, all of their residency, all of their doctorate programs, and hope that they don't make any mistakes by that point. So you're literally betting between, I'll say, on a low end, $300,000 on yourself, and on a high end, $700,000 on yourself to go through 10 years of schooling to hope that you come out the back end of a doctor. If you were going to provide some level of protection to those people, go ahead.
Is your issue that the national government doesn't subsidize the education and training for doctors?
I would much more heavily subsidize it. Yes, if I wasn't allowed to fix like Medicare for all or anything like that, yeah, I would give a mass. I like one thing that they're doing where, like, if you go back to a rural area and you practice there for X amount of time, you get money kicked off your loans or so forth.
Yeah, you get the debt forgiveness, right?
Yeah. So I like things like that.
That's right. That's how Biden is starting to cancel and chip away at current student debt loads is by forgiving it when you enter the public service. federal government civilian
But
service.
that already existed. Like there were already public service forgiveness for
yeah. He's expanding their use though, and that's why he was able to
not
trim
really
something
within
like
the
$7
field
billion.
of doctor or nurse.
Pardon me?
I said it wasn't really large in the field of doctoring or nursing. I think that you could get like 110% of. I think you could get 110% of wages if you went back to a rural community compared to like
so
going to work
we can
until
do
you're
that without universal health care, right? And universal health care doesn't magically make a medical degree free, right? Or a nursing degree and certification free. So I'm not sure why you're bringing that up with the implementation of universal health care. That was the
well,
confusion
you
that I was
brought it
pointing
up in saying that if we had universal health care, we're going to have less people working because they're going to be on a fixed wage or so forth. However,
No, not a
I
fixed
think
wage.
that
We're reducing their wages. That's what your projections to save money under universal health care
Jamie
schemes
Dimon
relies on.
went on and bragged that 18.5% of U.S. GDP comes from healthcare, and it's the highest percent of GDP across any developed nation in the world that's spent on healthcare, and we have some of the worst outcomes based on the dollar input that we put into it. So once again, if we eliminated the health insurance agencies and their marketing teams and their sales teams and the commercials that they pay for on the internet and their administrative teams and so forth, and you take away all of the white-collar workers, and then we just get back to a much more simple system and a doctoring and nursing and healthcare system, you are going to be saving so much money through that administrative bloat that I cannot prove this right now. I'd have to sit down with you and do the numbers. I have to think that there is going to be enough pie left that none of the doctors and none of the nurses are going to be losing any money. In addition, we haven't even brought up care work, and we haven't even brought up youth children work,
Hold on
meaning
just
like
a second,
preschool
so
teachers and so forth.
once we put those millions of people out of jobs, right? I guess we're going to have free healthcare because they won't have jobs to actually get access to healthcare or to earn an income to pay for the healthcare. What are you going to do with all of these insurance company employees, these folks that are at marketing firms, and these other support services that support the insurance industry and the provision of healthcare? What are you going to do with these folks? See, there's a cost that isn't going into this is going to be free for everyone. It's going to be a magical universe.
I would look at the amount of money that we're going to save over 5 years of not having those positions any longer. I would pay them out for a 5-year salary to the best of the ability and job retraining. And then I would say, I apologize that we had to eliminate your industry, yet it was no longer providing any benefit to the United States.
Where's that money going to come from?
It's going to come from the savings that you're not going to be paying them over the next 5 years of what they were getting in the private market.
Wait, I can't take $1 from 5 years from now and spend it today.
They do it they did it with the Donald Trump tax cuts. They said it was going to pay for itself on the 11th year.
So you're imposing additional costs, and those are not being factored into your magical world of universal health care.
I just factored all of them in. Stop using magical terms and superlatives.
You thought about it, and then you presume that there would be some at least push, if not savings. This is all pie in the sky hopium you're engaging in right now. At least acknowledge.
Are you going to have like a real conversation back and forth, or are you just going to keep saying pie in the sky, magical, and hopium the whole time?
Well, no, I keep bringing up these things you're not considering, and then you're saying, well, but if we just figure this, and if we sit down and we just kind of work through all the figures, no, because in every one of these universal health care schemes, including Medicare for All, what's not being counted is the people who are being put out of work.
I just told you what we're going to do with them. We're going to factor what their wages were going to be over a 5-year period.
Your additional proposal of taking $1 from 5 years from now, going into debt. Someone's going into debt to pay that. I assume me, the taxpayer, is going to go into debt to pay for that, right? So you're not actually counting that. And it hasn't been counted into the heretofore schemes for Medicare for All or universal health care. You're winging it right now. You're winging it by saying, oh, if we just eliminate all of this stuff.
The next time that you and I speak, I'll have the exact number of every single person that works in sales, marketing, and administration. I'll factor their salaries over a 5-year period. I'll pay them back for it, and then I'll factor their salaries over the next 5-year period.
You won't pay them back. You're going to tax somebody, or you're going to go into debt to another national government or private enterprise to pay out over the next 10 years, right? And you're not going to actually count that against the cost for universal health care.
Say that one more time, please.
To pay these people off by borrowing from someone else.
Yes, you're going to borrow at a lower yield than it's going to cost to pay them out and then have a cheaper system.
And no, no, because you're not actually going to count that cost in the administration of universal health care.
Do you have any parents or any elderly that are trying to survive right now on Social Security and their medical bills, or how they're going to pay for nursing care when they're older? You know how much it would cost to move the grandmother that I take care of into a nursing facility right now per month?
Well, yeah, I do because my father was in a long-term facility for about 6 years before he died. My mother lives on Social Security and Medicare right now. She owns her own home, owns a car, and yeah, is doing quite well. And in about a year, I'll probably have to move her from Michigan to Oregon so she can be closer, and I can help out with her long-term care facility needs as well. So yes, I do. But none of that appeal right there says anything about the cost of universal health care.
It's another aspect of it because all of our
Of
healthcare
course,
costs
it's
come
another
in like.
aspect, but it doesn't say anything about your argument about the affordability of it.
Only fact.
I'm talking about the affordability for people 70 and over, which is directly tied into healthcare costs.
Let that only fact guy jump into this. Go ahead, please.
Hey, only
So
fact, how you doing,
this
man?
is great, and I hope you are doing well likewise. Now this is why we kind of are set up for failure, and I think this discussion is indicative of it. Mostly, actually, entirely from debate board side. This is why. We, as do most conservatives and libertarians and all these, don't tax this and debt this and debt that. They think of everything in short-term time frames. So he's telling you, well, where will the workers get their jobs, and how are we going to pay for that? And but nobody ever considers the value added when we have a healthier workforce, just like Touring News mentioned earlier, a well-bodied workforce, a happier workforce, a workforce that doesn't have to worry about how they're going to pay for or where the child care services will be, what their health bills will be, et cetera, et cetera. There will be a cost, but that cost will be, I have to imagine, will be far outpaced by the increase in GDP, increase in productivity of this country.
This is hopium.
No, it
Only
isn't.
fact. This is all hopium. You're wanting to assume into this that there are going to be all of these impacts, and these are all figments of your imagination right now. If we were to do this, then we can expect to see this. All right, but the fact is,
did you support Donald Trump's tax cuts that were set on the same reason? I'm going to try to nail you down on this one specifically.
No, I didn't. So
okay, then you're true, and I respect that.
We see around the world that other nations, like the UK, like Canada, right, have well, sort of universal health care, and they score higher on things like access. Right? So whenever you bring access to healthcare into measuring the efficacy of a healthcare system, as opposed to actually looking at real healthcare outcomes, that's how they score higher, right? But when you look at their actual health outcomes, they're not deviating that far from the United States.
Yes, they are, because 44% of Americans don't even make it to the hospital because they cannot afford the bill. And you know that I'm correct about that.
I want to respond just to the hopium.
Answer that one. Answer that one.
Go ahead.
Can you repeat it? I'm sorry.
Yeah. What about the 44% of people that can't even afford to go to the doctor, that don't even get treated, and that don't even get tested, and that wouldn't be factored into those UK or the Canadian statistics? Because those people actually make it to the hospital over there. Where in the United States, they don't even go to the hospital. They can't afford the urgent care, they can't afford the emergency room, and they can't even afford the primary.
Canadians make it to the doctor right after they
correct,
wait for
and they don't in the United States. 44% of the time. And then
when they want their actual treatment, they have to wait another 6 to 18 months, depending on the procedure. This is
if I worked in the Canadian government, I would give a mass amount more subsidies to get more doctors and nurses. I will concede that I'll concede to you that they do. I'll concede to you that it does take a little bit too much time for me for the system that they have. I would try to alleviate that through applying pressure into the markets.
Right. So that's a solution, but getting the only facts point about hoping that there would be better healthcare.
What about my point that 44% of Americans don't even make it to the hospital?
Well, let him finish.
Not opium.
So go ahead, please. Debate board.
Well, I'm not sure what about them, right? So there are people who access healthcare in the United States. Now, I think what you're saying, Touring, is that they can't afford the bill that comes after, right?
Correct. I mean, it's the number one cause of bankruptcy in the United States. We're the only country in the world where the number one cause of bankruptcy is healthcare bills.
Oh, okay. So that means, so does that mean we need to go to Medicare for all
It's
and
hopium,
universal
though,
health
right?
care? Or can it be that we target our subsidies to those people who need it? It'd probably be far cheaper.
Well, no, because if you target subsidies to the people that need it, the profit's just going to go back up to the corporation that owns it again. So you can't just throw money at a for-profit problem, because the for-profit industry will continue to profit off of it. You have to attack the for-profit industry.
Well, that's okay. Now, there's a bunch of assumptions built in there. I don't want to unpack those right now.
Because you
I want to be
can't.
respectful of the only fact and what he wants to continue on.
Hopium.
I would like to. This may
Yes,
be.
hopium.
I don't know how good this response will land. No pun intended. But I would like to reference a speech by John F. Kennedy when he was president. He visited Rice University in Houston in 1962, and there is something that just reminded me about when you said hopium and all that. Because first of all, it has been demonstrated that healthcare being paid and having a more productive workforce. Hell, there are studies that if racism, just systemic racism in America, were to decrease just incrementally, we would have to have a 6 to 8% increase in GDP. But I'm going to read something from 1962. I'm going to do it as really quickly as possible. I was going to try my GFK accent, but I won't. But he says, during the next 5 years, NASA expects to double the number of scientists and engineers in this area. So here he is trying to make the case in Houston that we're going to spend a lot of money to go to the moon and go to space, right? He says $60 million a year. We're going to invest $200 million in a plant and over $1 billion from this center in this city. So he's talking about Johnson Space Center in Houston. And this is what I like about his speech. He says, to be sure, all this costs us all a good deal of money. This year's space budget is 3 times what it was in 1961, and it's greater than the space budget of the previous 8 years combined. That budget now stands at $5.4 billion a year, a staggering sum, though somewhat less than we pay for cigarettes and cigars every year. Space expenditures will soon rise to more, from 40 cents per person per week to more than 50 cents a week for every man and woman child in the United States. For we have given this program a high national priority, even though I realize that this is in some measure an act of faith and vision, for we do not know what benefit awaits us. But if I were to say, my fellow citizens, that we shall send to the moon 240,000 miles away from the control station in Houston, a giant rocket more than 300 feet tall, basically 25,000 miles an hour, you guys would call me crazy. And I'm just paraphrasing. Now, you seem to be the person that would have been in the crowd in Houston on that hot July day, 1962, saying opium. The fact is we have to invest now for the future. And and I don't know if this correlation is apt, but the cost of providing healthcare for all of Americans, given that we take out inefficiencies, as Tory News mentioned, is something we can't afford, and it's something that pales in comparison to what we spend on other things, and the bang for the buck that we get. And I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's my point. And I'm just really tired. So yeah,
it does. No, it makes sense, and I appreciate the point. I don't know that I would respond to Kennedy's vision, right, as hopium. I think what I'm using hopium derisively with your point, because I think you're stealing several intellectual bases to say, well, look, if we make this investment now in this very specific thing, here will be the results, as opposed to, I agree with you. The federal government ought to be doing something in this space. I just don't think it ought to be something like Medicare for all or universal health care, which is not just a billion-dollar problem or even a trillion-dollar problem, but tens of trillions of dollars. And so I don't agree with the proposed approach that you would prefer.
So let's make a compromise. Should government be able to heavily regulate the healthcare industry to root out inefficiencies, aka corrupt, what I would deem corruptive practices, the pay of executives, the bloated costs of medicine, et cetera, et cetera? I mean, okay, maybe we can't do Medicare for all, but maybe we can have a real regulating force, because as it stands, it seems that the what's it called? The wolf is guard the hen fox guarding the hen house. I mean, um, the government and private corporations in healthcare are one and in the same. I get annoyed by people on the right saying we don't want government telling us what to do, and companies can figure it out. No, I don't. I actually don't see a difference. Government and companies are more often than not one and in the same, and they're in the same bed, sleeping together, literally. And okay, not literally, but you get my point. Or whatever.
Let's hope not.
Yeah, I mean, in some cases we'll figure that. Yeah, but my point is, I mean, I used to work as an engineer for an oil company where we literally wrote the regulation for ourselves and then made it law. The Boeing engineers literally are telling the FAA how to be regulated and make that law, and the same thing with healthcare. So again, one gripe I have against the thing of private industry versus public is I don't think there is actually a very solid line. I think there's a gray zone. No relation to the actual crazy publication, but like of where companies and corporations and governments kind of collude. And one last point, and then this goes to my other like kind of tangential point of this revolving door between government and the C-suite. I do understand that we do need people that are technical and understanding of how these companies work, and that sometimes these companies need people from government so they know how to play ball. But when you're literally the person who procures weapon purchases for the Pentagon, and you spend a year, and then you go to Boeing to do the same job to sell weapons to the government, that's a problem. And you can see that even with healthcare, et cetera, et cetera. And I think you would agree with me that we need some sort of, maybe not a government agency, maybe the United Nations needs to needs to step in and regulate. And I'm just kidding about that, but we need a third party. And I don't trust from a lefty, I don't trust the government to do this either.
Well, hey, we can agree on that.
There we go.
But I do agree with you. I don't think the answer is more regulations. I think so. Anybody here understand why we could only purchase insurance from an insurance company that was located physically in the state that we reside in? And that's a federal
If you're going to cherry pick one regulation that's good and one that's bad, I'm not going to play this game with you, because we can move in. No,
the point is that there are
no, because no, I'm not going to let you make the point, because should we take away the regulations that say we can't dump pollutants into water, because that's a regulation.
Turing, that's not where I'm going. Where I'm going is that there is a huge, massive regulatory scheme or regime on medicine and healthcare in the United States. I'm not
Will
saying
you say that
bad.
some regulations are good? Because then I'll play this game with you. Are you willing to say sometimes regulations are good?
Absolutely.
Okay, then I'll play your game. Now I will play.
Regulations that compel insurers, for example, to reside in all 50 states. It's absurd. That is absolutely absurd. Okay, and I will go even further to suggest that, look, connecting employment to healthcare access is absolutely batshit crazy nonsense. But we have to acknowledge why that exists. That exists from price and wage controls that the federal government imposed. Okay, and now trying to
probably exists because they had very good lobbyists that were in the revolving door that OnlyFact was speaking about, and they were able to exert their power through deploying their capital
to wage and price controls. Okay, because when you control wages and you can't.
Can you prove that? I couldn't prove some of my things. Can you completely prove that? And can you prove that it wasn't by lobbyists?
Sure. Yeah. Let me go. I mean, it's not like this hasn't existed since the 70s. I will.
Okay. Did lobbyists exist in the 70s?
Of course they did. What kind of silly question is that?
Well, I mean, you're trying to say that you can definitively prove something as to why regulations popped up, and I'm saying that you cannot definitively prove it.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Hopium.
I'll look while I'm talking here. So, I'm willing to go as far as you guys, because I think you guys would also agree that, look, tying employment to access to healthcare is bullshit, right? We ought not to want that, correct?
Yes.
I will agree at this moment. Correct. Yes.
Okay. Now, to OnlyFact's other point about the role of lobbyists and whatnot. Hey, I absolutely agree. I have I support term limits for Congress. But what I also acknowledge when supporting something like that is there would be an even greater reliance on lobbyists, because lobbyists do bring, whether we like it or not, they bring competency and subject matter expertise to the legislative writing process, as well as to the regulatory development process. We can't rely only on the federal government to possess that competency. And the problem, though, with that, of course, is that you get companies like Boeing who can literally write their own regulations, right, and get those regulations enacted.
Skirt the safety and cut corners and all that.
This isn't my perfect solution, but I think that you'll agree with me on this one, Debate Board. Yes, lobbyists are going to develop loopholes and they're going to put themselves through shells and so forth. But what I would propose at the immediacy is anytime that a lobbyist speaks to any member of any cabinet, of any representative, of any body of government, those calls and conversations have to be recorded and they have to be a part of FOIA. They have to be able for all of the public to see at any time that they wish to see them.
Is that not already the case?
I don't believe so. I think that lobbyists can have conversations like at a dinner party and have it not be recorded. So I'm saying that any interaction between a lobbyist and a government official should be recorded and should be available for the entire populace to review. Transcripts, video, audio, everything.
Man, I mean, talk about a regulatory burden. I guess I would just go so far as to say is, hey, you can't go and hang out with a lobbyist at a dinner party.
No, you can't, I guess.
Shit.
Tough luck. Get dinner somewhere else.
Exactly, right.
Everybody has a cell phone. I mean, they could like stream it to Twitch or whatever. A Twitter space.
No,
right?
if we're looking to actually clean things up, we need to know what happens in backroom deals, and we need to know what happens in these conversations.
I agree, and yeah.
I'm going so tough on you, Debate Board, because like I do not think that I don't think the conservatives look at the totality of problems that are plaguing the planet. I stare at macro agriculture, soil, and water, and I've not heard solutions to deal with. And I'm gish galloping purposely here. But like microplastics or droughts in the Midwest or crop failures or over utilizing fertilizers, not having enough peat moss, international supply chain breakdown. You can see Indonesia banned palm oil exports. No wheat coming out of Ukraine and so forth. So like I do not see any type of conservative approach that puts forward ideas rather than is a very good badminton racket to swat the ideas back that comes from the other party.
I would suggest that that's probably because conservatives don't look at the federal government as a buffet provider of solutions to a wide variety of things. It's just not how we perceive the federal government to be an actor in our lives. That there is a climate crisis, for example, I don't think gives the federal government license to just start doing whatever the hell it wants or whatever a certain segment of our population wants it to do. There's just not an authority for that, right?
I would also, after you finish this, I also like to hear what you, Chris, has to say. Our other local.
No, I think that I'm done. That's how I would generally approach it. I think the friction there that you're seeing, Touring, is a different perspective of the role of the federal government.
Yeah. So go ahead, you, Chris. I'd love to hear what you have to say about this.
I don't know. I guess like I think there are conservatives who share or who talk about the things that Turing News just brought up. It depends on who we're bracketing as conservatives. Like if we just talk about like mainstream politicians, national level elected officials, no, I'll admit that. Like, yeah, again, I have no like party loyalty to the Republican Party. I don't feel any, snap need to defend any of their decisions or their policy judgments. But I mean, like at least as far back as like people like Michael Pollan have been talking about this agricultural stuff, and what's his fuck who's in Michael Pollan's book on the omnivore's dilemma. Like conservatives have latched on to some of this stuff that you're talking about and have been driving for like local solutions to those things. So yeah, I mean, like sort of maybe a synthesis of what Debate Board is saying. Like, I don't think any of those things that you're concerned about are necessarily even anti-conservative, and I don't think the solutions to them are necessarily anti-conservative. I think conservatives are concerned about them as well and have attempted to present their own solutions. So like conservatives are really fond of people like Wendell Berry and all these like new agrarians who like have a lot of these like cranky concerns and a lot of like quibbles with the traditional industrial right and the traditional liberal left. So like I don't totally get where we're going with this conversation. I do get where we were going with this conversation. Before the hype train started,
Wendell
we
Berry's
were
first
talking
book
about
was written in 1960 in a time that localist solutions would have worked, and bioregional adaptation, which is still needed, would have been more successful at a grand scale. We're now, 40 years past the 1979 to 1982 ExxonMobil research documents that showed that they knew what they were doing with CO2 emissions, with burning oil, with other environmental degradations. So while I would have listened to the small c conservative position of hyper-locally and bioregionally dealing with some of the problems that we were breaking and building, we've now just kicked the can so far down the road that I don't want to have to give it to the federal government, and I don't even entirely know what my climate solution or climate policy would be. However, I do just, upon my drive across the country, I saw the fear in farmers. I talked to people about water tables in Kansas. I worked with farmers in Colorado that don't know where they're going to be getting water over the next 3 or 4 years. On my stream the other day, I covered TR4 dealing with, I believe it's bananas, Panama disease. We used to, at one point in the world, the Gros Michel banana was the #1 main exported banana. The TR1 Panama disease wiped out the entire everything. Now we have 99% of the world's banana exports are Cavendish bananas. They're grown all across the world. They're sweet, they're fruity, they're lovely. However, the TR4 disease is now afflicting them very intensely. It's monoculture farming. It's going through Latin America. It's already been in Asia and so forth. You have the same thing that's actually taking place with oranges in Florida. You've got it's an insect that's carrying a bacteria. It gives like a green disease into oranges. They don't ripen. They stay green and so forth. So I really appreciate you actually bringing up Wendell Berry. He's a wonderful individual. But a lot of the solutions that were put forward by Murray Bookchin and the other like green anarchists of yesteryear may have worked in that point of time in order to do reversal or repair of the degradation. But we didn't listen to them. And the small c conservative or the big C conservative party definitely didn't listen to them back then. So I'm really just trying, I don't want to be angry at conservatives anymore. I really don't. But the fact of just denying any kind of environmental problems for the majority of my lifetime, maybe there are some young bucks like you all, the Gen Zers, the millennials, maybe even a Gen Xer too, are few that have either come around to this type of conversation sooner than this year or are coming around to it very quickly. But it's just, I'm sorry, it's too little too late for me. And it just doesn't function in my brain.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a wholesale like environmental policy discussion or like agricultural policy discussion is like that's a whole nother conversation, right? Like that's just like that's a whole night on its own to talk about. So yeah, I mean, sure, like I think like too little too late is a perfectly fair argument, but like I think you brought up, like as you said, you're gish galloping intentionally, but you brought up like a kind of a scattershot of ideas that I don't know have been totally lost on conservatives. It's just like it's going to depend on who you're saying is a conservative, and if you're going to complain about conservatives not honing in on these things or fixing them soon enough, then the blame kind of falls both ways. This is just a national policy issue that has just been utterly like fumbled by both sides. So yeah, I think we can all agree like federal, like national level politicians kind of suck at actually doing the policy that we think affects the things that we really, really care about, especially like obviously as you are like somebody who's like really informed and really involved in a particular policy issue and is talking to the people who are most affected by it.
Hello?
I'm still here.
Oh, okay, you're still here. Oh, all right. Vapor?
I think I provided an answer to his question. I don't.
Okay,
I mean,
so
well,
Zucris.
I guess not wanting to hate on small C conservatives and all. I'm not a boomer, but I'm also not a Gen Zer either, and I don't see where conservatives have been denying that there are environmental problems or that private industry and private enterprise, let alone the federal government, has created significant and important environmental problems in the U.S. I think, though, is that where progressives and conservatives have disagreed is to the extent to which the federal government has the competency, has the capability to have the forethought and foresight to mitigate things that don't exist yet. Private enterprise has been funding Superfund now for close to 40 years to clean up all sorts of private and government sites that have been heavily polluted. So it's not like
they're not capping the wells that are strewn all across my state in Pennsylvania that are still leaking methane from years of fracking and from years of mining explorations that still pollute my state every single day. They're not going back and spending the money to plug those wells.
And do you do you think you have a disagreement with small C conservatives on that particular issue then?
What would their stance be?
The business is responsible for cleaning up after itself. I mean, I'm not
Yeah,
sure. I'm
but
not
they
sure where the
don't. But
disagreement
they're
is.
not. But they aren't.
Okay, and
They're
so
gone
is the state doing
already.
something about this?
Not exactly. The state doesn't really have the money to go around and plug them.
Right, and the state now. When you said they're not around anymore, does that mean that as an enterprise they no longer exist, or that they've left the state altogether and they're operating somewhere else, or both?
It would be both.
Yeah, so I'm wondering. I mean, so the state can't bring legal
Well,
action.
this is the question that the left always asks the right. What do we do when a company goes bankrupt and leaves behind a big fucking mess, which they always seem to do?
Well, you can't go after the company anymore. I mean, there's only a
Well,
finite amount
obviously,
of
so
resources,
just
right?
pollute until you die and then run off with your golden parachute and go off to the Bahamas.
Well, no, I
Like
don't think
this is tried and true tactic 101.
is what.
Plunder everything, leave the planet
Well, you're
barren,
talking about the
and then go off.
corporation. We're trying to talk about small C conservatives and people like you.
No, the thing that
Where do
you
you
try
think
to
the
do is
disagreement
you
would
try to
be?
make everything a singular topic when you don't realize every single topic is related to one another, and you can't just go about it that way
Well,
anymore.
if
This is
everything
why we
is
get so frustrated
if
because,
everything is
like, you
related to everything, then
kicked
nothing
every
is
fucking
related. Come
can
on.
down the road until it cannot be fixed anymore, and then you back us into the position that makes us want to cry to Big Daddy Fed. I don't want Big Daddy Fed to do it, but you all fucked it up with your private industry.
Oh, whoa, wait a sec. Small C conservatives, it isn't our private industry.
Okay, who would it be then?
Well, I mean, wait. Okay, so small C conservatives are responsible for private enterprise in the
We
United
don't have
States.
power to litigate through the courts because if I try to litigate against a corporation, they're going to bog me down in attorney fees for 3-5 years or more. So the courts aren't going to provide me any due discourse, or I'm sorry, that's not the word that I was looking for.
No, but I understand what you're saying.
Right, so I can't win through the courts. I can't win through the state. I can't win against a company.
So
Like
I'm not seeing the disagreement with small C conservatives here, or anybody. I mean,
well, but
you're
you're
complaining about a
saying that.
judicial process that just conservatives don't control.
Do you
that
just
conservatives
always
didn't
shrug
invent.
everything off like, oh, it's somebody else's issue?
No, you created the framework of your disagreement with small C conservatives. Right, Eucharist I had a response. Eucharist had a response.
My disagreement with anybody to my right. I'll say anybody to my right. Big L liberals, small L liberals, big M moderates, small M moderate. Anybody to my right. Okay, we've left companies pollute my land for the entirety of our lifetimes, and now they're gone.
To avoid all of this, how do you propose that all of this can be avoided? What's the solution?
I mean, I really want to litigate against Exxon and a lot of the other oil companies that have left the wells all across the country. And if they bought up a company from before that had wells that were left over, it should become their responsibility to go back and clean them up.
Okay. Go for it. I mean, okay.
Are you going to help me write the bill?
What do you need a bill for? Or are you saying you You want the federal government to arbitrarily
Well, because
impose a penalty.
there's a statute of limitations on how far back you can litigate against a company, and we often give protections to companies when they roll things out that they can't be litigated against.
Okay. So right. I'm just trying to clarify where you're coming from. So you want the federal government to act because you've seen unsuccessful attempts in the
Holy
courts.
fuck, dude! I just want somebody to act because we're sitting here with our thumbs up our asses while everything burns. And I don't see any solution put forward by the right except let's deregulate and let's put it back in the states' hands. And then you're going to balkanize a nation. Then you're going to have different currencies pop up again because people break out of the states and so forth. And then what?
Yes. Nothing that the conservatives are proposing is remotely heading in that direction.
You are trying to tell me that there are not wings of the party that are trying to balkanize. Come on. Come on.
Balkanize? What are you even talking about even?
Separate, secede, in a long-term plan. I'm not saying today, I'm not saying
Northern
tomorrow.
California, Southern Oregon, and those fools in their Jefferson County nonsense. I mean, is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about the general feeling of the country that I think is moving into balkanization because of these disagreements.
I would say your perception is wrong.
Okay.
I'm not seeing in the major. I'm not seeing in popular
you want
media
state power, right? So how are you going to get your state power? Eventually, you're going to secede from the union because that's going to be your best way to grasp your state power.
No, because you can rightly argue, as conservatives have, as even liberals have, that the national government has its powers and authority that's delegated to it from the Constitution. Everything else is left to the states. I don't understand the difficulty here. Right? Except for that you see that there are major problems, right? That you don't think can be solved at the lowest level of government, local or state.
How can they be solved at the lowest level?
I'm not saying it can. I'm not saying it can. But that big daddy can tax everyone to death and can borrow from anyone who is willing to give
Let me
money.
hear some proposals of yours that are going to lift our nation forward.
Wait, well, is that now the topic? Lifting our nation going forward?
Anything. Put forward something that's going to help the nation.
Sure, we
reduce
individual. We eliminate capital gains taxes. We reduce individual taxes, as far as down to a flat tax for everybody. Eliminate most of the tax.
How do you want to do flat taxes for everybody when a person making $15K is going to be paying the same when they cannot consume, or they consume what, like about 60% of what a person making $1 million would be? What's up?
I don't care. No.
You don't care.
I think
Thank you.
spend way too
Thank
much
you.
money.
Thank you. You just said it. You just said you don't care what it would be like for a poor person on a flat tax level. You know what flat taxes does to poor people, dude?
I think everybody should pay taxes. I'm not saying.
Do you know what flat taxes does?
Well, you want to call it a regressive tax? Okay, fine, big deal. I think everybody should have skin in the game, and therefore there should be a flat tax that eliminates the IRS altogether. Simplifies taxes.
I really appreciate the conversation that we had, but I'm no longer interested in continuing.
Right? You got to check out because, oh my God, I made your brain melt.
No,
Holy
because
cow.
You just said you don't care about something being a regressive tax, and you said I don't care about how it's going to hurt poor people more.
I don't care that it's a regressive tax because people should pay taxes. We all have a stake in this, right?
Yeah, I agree.
We hear that all the time.
I am much more in favor of a progressive scaling income tax. I don't think that people who make 15K should pay nothing. I think they should pay something, but I think that people making 500K should pay a little bit more.
Someone paying 10% on $10,000 is fundamentally different than someone paying 10% on $10 million. You agree, right? I see what is not fair about that.
Say this one more time, please, Corey.
Yeah, paying 10% of $10,000 is wholly different than paying 10% of $10 million.
Yeah,
now,
it hurts the person. It hurts the person not infinite times more, but many times more at the 10K level. Okay, all that you have to do is take the
so here, I'll go this
rent.
Far with you. We'll take
the average rent for that person that's making.
Make it a 0% tax rate then.
Say that one more time, please.
Not everybody needs skin in the game. Everyone below $35,000 doesn't have any federal income tax liability. Everybody above $35,000 they all pay the same 10%. right? And then we get rid of all the cowboy poetry nonsense that the federal government pays for in Nevada.
I would still prefer progressive scaling tax over your. I think that what you put
prefer whatever
forward
you
is
want.
better
You asked
than
me
you
for
currently
something,
have.
I'm telling you.
What was that?
You asked me for an idea. I'm telling you that idea. You don't have to like it. I'm telling you an idea.
Okay, so no tax for anything under 35K, and then a flat tax of 10 over top of it.
Sure.
Okay,
Sure,
have
why
you
not?
run the numbers to make sure that we're not going to be having a budget deficit by going into your new
We
proposal?
have a budget deficit now.
Oh,
It's
but you were
trillions
asking
of
me the
dollars in
same question
debt.
before, so I'm asking you the same question now. Have you run the numbers to make sure that we're going to be getting the same amount of tax receipts that we were
No,
before?
because I would
And that it's going to
also be eliminating things such as the Department of Education, eliminating things like the Department of Energy, and eliminating entire federal departments that just shouldn't exist because they're ineffective. They're bad at what they do, and have been bad at what they do for the good part of 50 to 60 years.
It is interesting how wildly different we are.
Of course it is. And this is the fun part about being individuals.
But you only care about the individual. You don't care about society, from my interpretation.
Well, no, we don't share the same, perhaps, perspectives on society and what the federal government's role ought to be in
You keep bringing it back to the federal government. I'm willing to talk to you even about some state problems here. You keep bringing up Daddy Fed. You keep bringing up tax into oblivion. You keep bringing up hopium. You keep bringing up talking point positions. When I've spoken with you person to
federal
person.
government doing universal health care and forcing ExxonMobil to pay for whatever's happening in Pennsylvania.
No, I said I would like the law to change that they can be held liable for beyond a 20-year statute of limitations. I think it's bullshit that corporations can sneak under that loophole.
Yeah, sure. Get the state to do it then.
The state might be able to. I don't know well enough. I think that it was. I thought that it was a federal law that protected them from it, but I could be wrong about that.
Fair enough. I mean, maybe that bullshit Wicker decision allows the federal government to impose itself in state, in single state liability issues. I don't know. If they do, then we ought to abandon that as well. I mean, my primary issue isn't so much about society is on fire, the world is on fire. I don't think that it is. My issue is with the expanse and scope and interference of the federal government in our private lives, in our daily lives. All right, I want to reduce that as much as possible because I have more effect and more impact on my state elected legislators and my locally elected officials than I do my federal Congress people. All right, so my goal is to reduce and shrink the size of government, reduce how much money I'm sending to unelected people across the country to tell me what kind of light bulbs I can use, what kind of toilet I ought to be using, right? And I'd rather have people that live near me and close to me and hopefully
should we still have lead in our paint?
No, I don't think we should have lead in our paint. Asbestos as a building material.
Okay, so that one was okay, but shifting a country into different types of light bulbs.
I didn't say anything was okay. I said I just didn't want lead in our paint.
Okay, so we shouldn't have lead in our paint, but we also shouldn't tell people a type of light bulb. So it's okay to say one thing, but it's not okay to say about the other based on when your scale is okay with it.
You're asking me if I think the federal government should be able to regulate whether or not lead is in our paint. But I also don't think the federal government should be involved when there's a light bulb involved, correct?
But they should be involved with lead in paint.
No, I don't
so the
think
federal government can get involved with things when it's okay for you. So then who would be protecting us from not having lead in our paint anymore?
State government is able to pass this law.
50 different states are all going to be doing this at different times.
Yeah, why not? 50 different states do hundreds of different things every single year. I mean, we have 50 different ways of approaching K through 12 education. Why would lead in paint be any different? What makes lead in paint something that the federal government ought to be responsible for, but K through 12 education isn't? Or and a whole variety of things, water system standards, building codes.
So every state should have their own building code, which they do. I mean, municipalities and counties kind of have their own.
Already do, right?
Okay, so let's get rid of the Interstate Commerce Act and everything again. Let's just absolutely dissolve the federal government and go to 50 individual states, because that's what it sounds like you want.
No, because I think there are proper roles for the federal government. For example, national defense, immigration and customs. Right? These are fundamental priorities of any national government.
Do you think our military budget is too high?
No, I think it's just poorly spent. I mean, any money.
That's a squirmy, smart answer that I'll actually clap for you to.
Yeah, no, I mean, for example, anything that DoD spends on diversity, equity, and inclusion training, wipe it out. It's a waste. Absolute waste of money. If it doesn't involve training somebody to break something, fuck it.
And the F-35 wasn't a waste of money?
Oh, it was. Hugely waste of money.
Okay, and all the Raytheon contracts, the
Raytheon
what's the
has
other
pretty
big one?
solid weapon systems. So does Lockheed Martin. I mean, Grumman
Raytheon can't even produce Stinger missiles for the U.S. military until 2023.
Okay, what's the reason for that? I don't know about that. They just
They
don't
weren't
want
able
to.
to.
Or...
No, they said that they can't find the chips for it.
Yeah, so there's a procurement problem. Seems reasonable to me.
Well.
Woo! Man,
like...
we went down someplace there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went down a place that you said you don't care about regressive taxes, and that's the one that I'm going to remember.
Hey, remember it all you want, man. I'll rent that space for free.
Okay.
You know in your heart that a person spending 10% on taxes making 10K hurts a hell of a lot more than a person making 10 million. And I'll say it for this reason alone. That person at 10K has to pay their rent. They have to pay their medical bills. They have to pay their food. They have to pay everything else. So that 10% of tax that they're going to be paying is drastically a larger percentage of their daily living costs than it's going to be for that 10 millionaire. And if you can actually let that be in your head at nighttime and not have that cause you any problems, we're just very fundamentally different.
Well, I think that's why I compromised with you, right? I gave you that. But no matter where you draw the lines for your progressive income taxes or tax rates, right, there is going to be more pain felt by somebody at the lower end of that spectrum than people at the top end of that spectrum, right? So taxes are always a pain. It always imposes a pain. That's why I want to minimize that pain as much as possible by both reducing
I would probably go like 10. I would probably go 10 to 45. I would probably take top tax rate up to around 45%, and I would have it scale through different income brackets.
I guess right, and we'd want to that would all be dependent on how large we want the federal government to be and what we want the federal government to be doing, right?
Well, I mean, they got that big fucking military budget they have to pay.
Absolutely, and that's the number one priority of the federal government. And
what do you think about progressive scaling property taxes?
I don't know.
Did you see that Jeff Bezos now just invested in a company that owns single-family unit homes, and it's into a REIT that anybody in the United States can invest into it now? And there was also a Swiss multinational company that just bought $1 billion worth of single-family unit homes that they're going to be renting out as a part of their portfolio. So you've got all this private money flooding into the home markets.
And what's the problem with that?
Nobody can afford a fucking house right now.
Yeah, no shit. I mean, no disagreement there. I think, but I think we also have to again look at the government's role in this. There is a government role in incentivizing, right? Not just banks lending money, but individuals taking loans that they can't afford. This is what we saw in the run up to 2008 in part, and we're seeing this now. The easy and cheap availability of money to purchase homes is necessarily, it's just another inflation driver. It's inflating artificially the price of homes and therefore rent costs.
So what do you think about the progressive property tax? My proposal has often been 0% property tax on your first home. You pay, I don't know the numbers exactly, but you pay more on your second, and then more on the third, and then more on the fourth, to hopefully be dissuasive from people becoming 40 home landlords or 200 apartment landlords.
I see your point. Well, I don't know. I guess it depends on, well, what do you replace that lost revenue with, right? Because there aren't that. I mean, in my town here, I'm not sure how many people own, any more than one home. I mean, there's probably
my town is 68% renter occupied.
Right, but what I'm
Wow.
talking about is the people who. So when you drop to zero property taxes, what do you replace that lost revenue with? Do you think it comes from everybody who owns
On the
two or
second,
more?
third, fourth, fifth, and sixth homes.
Is there a pretty effective replacement value there? I don't know.
I
I'm asking.
I will run the numbers for you and I'll get back to you. I think
Well, no,
that
I'm
there is,
just
yes.
curious.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that there is, yes. Because if you look at these big companies that do own mass apartment complexes or so, it was nice to see that there was one tenant union that bought the building back from their landlord in New York. But if you look at landlordism across the country, I do think that there would be enough to make up for the loss of property taxes on that first home. And additionally, we need to get rid of property taxes funding schools on a zip code basis, because where I lived in northern Philadelphia, I lived in like edge of Brewery Town, Strawberry Mansion. There was just, the property was worth nothing more. I mean, it was worth something, but like you could pick up a townhouse for like 25K. Whereas if you went 7 blocks south, the townhouse was like 250K. So the disparity in funding to the school districts was so vast just because the property was valued a little bit differently a couple of blocks down the road. That's something that we have to change as a society as well.
I can appreciate your proposal, except for one thing that you said at the end about the property tax, and that is across the country we would realize a sufficient, I guess, substitution or replacement. Except in towns like, say, Beaverton, Oregon, where I live, we have 100,000 people. If we zero out I guess okay. I think I'm figuring out a little bit more. You're saying that there is a huge number of properties owned by private interests, like what Bezos just invested in, and that there's probably a sufficient number in any locale, right? That dropping to 0% on the first property owned, the tax revenue generated by that, or would be generated by that, can be covered by these private enterprise or private interests owning multiple properties in that same jurisdiction. Is that right?
Yeah, my town being one example, we're 32% home owner occupied and 68% renter. So if those 32% of people didn't pay property taxes, it would have to be made up on the 68% of the other homes in order to shore up the balance sheet and bring it back to where it is now.
And really, and only those properties that were represented as second, third, fourth, multiple owned property, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I
No, I mean,
would maybe, yeah.
I'd want to think about that a little bit more, and I don't see that as a problematic approach. I mean, it's an approach that, it's an approach that would be locally legislated or state legislated.
I guess it's locality that does property taxes, so it would be municipal by municipal, but then no municipality is going to step up and do it at first because they're going to
Exactly
say
right.
they're going to have, well, this is why this is why sometimes things have to be blanket approaches, because no town is going to take the temporary hit on dissuading money to invest into their town because of higher property tax rates. So you kind of almost have to do it on a national scale, which makes it very difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, agreed. Oh yeah, I agree. On your second point about the about taxing by zip code, we don't do that out here in Oregon. We don't do that back in Michigan where I used to live. Property taxes are levied at the municipal level, and if it's an unincorporated area, then it's levied by the state. So, but I get your overall point though, is that the uneven distribution of property values causes inequity in amount of revenue generated by local property taxes, right?
No, specifically, I'm just trying to go after landlordism, and this is the only way that I've found palatable to get all sides of political spectrums to agree on some type of because, like, the left oftentimes wants to yeet all landlords. The right oftentimes says that they just like have no actual problem with them at all. So like I live in the real, for better or worse. Like I said, I drove around the country. I spoke to a lot of people. I do consider myself just to be like a real kind of like person who has an idea and tries to think through them. And the only way that I've seen to bring the disparate factions together in order to begin breaking apart the horrid real estate market would be this property tax proposal. Because like yeah, I just don't see any other compromise that can be made to try to alleviate another big glaring problem that we have.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the idea. I don't know that I can find, from my perspective, much wrong with it. So, yeah, something for me to think about more. I appreciate you bringing up both of those.
Oh, I love it. I love that we found, if not disagreement, but like some sort of equilibrium here. That's awfully nice. I wanted to yell at Debate Boy and Eucharist for a little bit more with our remaining time. So we were talking about the role of the federal government, and our friend Tori News touched on a lot of these things. But we're talking about the role of the federal government, and I had asked, and Eucharist, are you still there, buddy?
I am. I'm back. My Discord just crashed. Yeah.
No problem. What is the what's the conservative answer? What in creating an environment that is conducive for children?
Yeah, I think it's going to depend on the person that you ask, and I think it's a completely fair criticism to say that like a lot of Republican lawmakers don't genuinely think about this or don't genuinely support these things. But something that I've brought up a few times here, and I'll link something in the chat real quick, is that there are people who are generally on the right who, you know, will go out into the policy space and say these are the policies that we think should exist. So the article that I linked is at Deseret News, a couple authors that are saying family policy in post-Roe America really needs to look like a drastically expanded child tax credit. We need to continue to support and maybe even beef up some of the programs that we already have, like WIC and things like that we've been talking about tonight. So like that sort of advocacy exists on the right. It's just, yeah, I won't disagree that it's not that it is uncommon. But so I think there's a lot of like, what I would say is what I said a couple panels ago when I came on and we were talking about these issues, which is I'm like unabashedly pro-natalist, and I think that includes like we should have policies that support or in my mind even incentivize having children, which would mean making life easier for families who want to provide for their kids, right? Or you know. Even providing some sort of incentive for parents who, you know, stay home to care for their kids, that is a, you know, it's a form of work that we don't reward a lot, that sort of thing. Like this is something that I think people talk about. So again, it's an organization that has some policy opinions. A lot of people who come on your panels, a lot of people in chat are going to disagree with, but like American Compass is a nonprofit that puts things like this out. They have, I just put it in the chat, like they have a whole section on their website of like family policies that they support that I think, you know, a lot of them at least somewhat overlap in a Venn diagram with some things that lefties would support. So like a family, you know, supplemental credits, child tax credits, some sort of support for working or parents who stay home with their kids, some sort of financial support for them, that sort of thing. So yeah, I don't know what it would look like in an ideal world. I'm probably less skeptical about the federal government than Debate Board is. I'll say, like, again, like from my libertarian phase, like I don't like I'm still kind of cranky and I don't necessarily think they're the best solution for everything. I sympathize, I think, with what he's saying about like we shouldn't just view the fact that the federal government has these like this deficit spending power as like an end all be all solution, that this is going to fix all of our problems if we just throw some bills on the floor and, you know, add in some special interests. Like it's not going to work that way. But I'm probably less skeptical than he is as well, in the sense that like, yeah, we're already spending a lot of money. We could spend it in better ways that I think would be better for a lot more people. So, you know, kind of a revenue neutral kind of solution might exist that would incentivize the things that we all want to incentivize, help the things we all want to help, fix some of the problems we're talking about. But man, yeah, the conversation has just touched on like, I don't know, every fucking political conversation that's ever existed on a Prime panel tonight, I guess.
We avoided abortion, though. That was awesome.
Oh, that's true.
I only talk about economics and climate.
That is the
and agriculture.
Of my man Touring News. I thought, okay, so yeah, you are less skeptical than our friend Debate Board is, and it shows here. So well, first of all, thank you for doing what I asked, talking about like pointing me towards like something that conservatives are up to, right? So this is with the thing that you put out, the Compass, was it?
Yeah, American Compass. It's like a nonprofit. Orrin
Yeah.
Cass runs it. Who, you know, he has his own issues. Like economists can fight with him all they want, but like it's
awesome.
but it's a nonprofit that basically is, yeah, it's a conservative, or you know, I would say like generically right research organization that exists. You know, they have their list of topics, which is financial capitalism is what they call it, like free market, industry, labor, politics, family, technology, and education. Those are their policy areas that they talk about. And they have, you know, authors that they bring on. They have you know, full on research papers and things like that, position papers and whatnot. But just, it's an interesting organization, at least, that I think is an alternative voice on the right in a lot of ways from some of these more like hardline free marketers. Like they're separate, I think, from like Heritage and Cato Institute and these people. They're presenting things that a lot of those people fight with, like even people like AEI and places like that. They'll be like, no, child tax credit bad, kind of thing. These are the people who are coming out and saying, no, actually, maybe we can incentivize families this way. Maybe we can actually like help working class peoples this way. Like I think they have some really interesting, at least interesting and engaging ideas, even if, you know, the policy experts in the room might explain to me why they're bad. I don't know.
Okay, all right, but you at least have attempted. We're a debate boy failed. Well,
not failed. I just wasn't accepting your premise.
No, I know. Yeah, that's right. That's true. But you're showing me something that conservatives are putting forward. But then you would admit, because it seems like you were just basically what you were saying, that the Republican Party doesn't actually follow through on most of these things, right? Like, or if not any of them. I haven't read that full list, but it didn't seem like the Republican Party is actually putting forward a plan to, like the child tax credit was great. In terms of literally moving
was
people.
Awesome.
Yeah.
As a person who became a father in the past year, fuck yeah, let's keep doing that. I want
like
more money.
Yeah. And yet we've allowed it to expire, and I don't know what the exact vote was on that. I'm gonna guess it was mostly a Republican thing, where Republicans didn't sign on, and then you know, it just was dead. I'm guessing.
I don't know details on it, honestly. Like I was it was COVID, okay? Like I was super checked out of politics for a long time. It just happened. I saw it in the news. I was glad to get it, and then people, I don't know any. I don't.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
I missed it all.
But the point is that the point is that Republicans at the same time that they are stripping these rights to life, right? Aren't creating an environment for life. They aren't supporting families, right? So we have people like Debate Board here who says the government shouldn't even step in, except if it's the state government, because then I guess it's magically better. Sure, whatever. But that the government shouldn't have a role in creating this environment. It can tell you no. It can tell you that, like, it can force you to have the baby. The government can force you into that situation, like, you know, once you're already pregnant. But beyond that, once it's out, it's your problem, right? And the government shouldn't even have a role in it, unless, of course, it's the state government, which would have limited budgets, as our friend Torian News said at the start of this, and which would mean limited impact they could possibly bring to bear on the situation.
So 2 things on that. The first is that, like, going back to what Turing News brought up about this, I don't think it's entirely true. Like, obviously there is a huge scale difference, but it's not entirely true that localities and municipalities can't deficit spend. It's just not the same thing as the federal government deficit spending. But like across the country, we have cities that are underwater in debts that have been, you know, spending on credit for a long time. So like cities and municipalities do this, but the difference is that, you know, when the United States government does it, and the U.S. dollar is is a worldwide reserve currency, it's a different sort of deficit spending than what actually happens on a local level. But
American cities and counties can declare bankruptcy.
Yeah, it goes really badly. But yeah, so I mean, there's all sorts of issues with that. I'll say yes, I tend to agree. Like, I think it is foolish on a policy level to say, yeah, this is the move that we're going to make. Like one of the article that I linked that is like, what should family policy look like in post-Roe America? And these are people on the right who may not even disagree with the leaked draft. They're just saying, what should we do if this is the reality going forward? I will say, like, I think
really
there are
excited
things
to look
that
at that. I was going to say, I'm really excited to look at that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think there are things that conservatives do separate from federal policy, though. So, I mean, this is something that I guess I just haven't heard a lot of discussion about, or I've seen a lot of misconceptions about in discussion on panels around this, like especially the Roe panel that you had. Like, I just think it's untrue that conservatives don't care about life after it's born, in the sense that, like, the pro-lifers that I know that I've interacted with the most are the people who are most involved in, like, actually doing things like diaper drives and like helping, you know, parents with newborns, like single mothers in our area and things like that. So, like, you can have all of your quibbles with like crisis pregnancy centers if you think they're deceptive, they're trying to trick women into thinking that they provide abortions when they don't, whatever. You can say all that stuff, but they're like true. On the ground, these are the places that are actually providing resources to you know, like poor single mothers in areas who choose not to have abortions. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. You're talking about crisis pregnancy centers.
Yeah.
Exactly. I like how you brushed it. Eucharist, come on. I like how you just brushed it off. That what these things are specifically there to do is to trick women.
I disagree. I disagree that's what they're there to do.
Yes,
most of these places,
but that's what they do.
No, I disagree. I 100% disagree.
Is that what they do? Is that what they do? They engage in that activity? Yes or no?
I think there have been some places that have marketed themselves deceptively. I do not think on the whole that's what CPCs do. No, what they do. I mean, I'll give you flyers from the ones in my area. Like, what they do is they say, here's what we provide. We provide diapers. We provide newborn care. We provide lactation consultation. We provide this. We provide that. They will do it for free. They'll give you all sorts of resources. I think on the whole, these are not deceptive in the way that people suggest that they are. No. I think they're incredibly helpful. They're a local organization on a level that you should fucking value, Prime.
It's not that they don't give resources. I know they give resources. I'm actually aware that they do give resources. And I say they didn't. But they also disguise themselves
don't want to have abortions.
Hold on. But to be deceptive to a woman who has an appointment, trying to get to the place get to where she needs to go to get the reproductive health that she would like, and then these people trick them to get into their centers, right? Then they say, "Oh yeah, I'm sorry, we don't do any of that."
I will stipulate that tricking women is a bad thing. If you can show me that that's what most crisis pregnancy centers do, then I'll fold on this. But it's not. It's just not. It's just fucking not. So yes, there are ones that have done this. Yes, so I will stipulate with you right now: tricking women is bad. We should not do that. We should not lie to people. We should not trick them. We should not, deceive them into our doors. Okay, if that's what's happening, and when it does, I will condemn it and say it is bad. Whatever resources they provide, but on the whole, that is not what they do. What they do is they will tell you, here's what we provide. We can help you. We can connect you with people who can provide you the resources you think you may not have if you go through this with this pregnancy, even though you think you don't want to. So I think the cases that have come up, the lawsuits that have come up about this, the actual real world facts on the ground about this, it just doesn't bear out the way that people say it does. It's just not true that the vast majority of these places are deceiving women the way that people talk about. It's just not true. Maybe that's a whole other debate we can have.
Hey, Prime, I have to go to work in 6 hours.
Hey, Turing. Turing, we love you. I think you're great. And I miss you, buddy. So please come back in the future.
Yeah, I'll be back.
I mean, people in the chat. No, I'm sorry. People in the chat. No, I'm not saying that. Not bad. Again, I'll stipulate, if you're being bad faith, if you're lying to people, no, I don't agree with that. That's what people are doing, and when people do that, I'll condemn that. I absolutely will. But that's not been my experience with the crisis pregnancy centers in my area. It's just not been. So.
It was nice chatting with you, Chris and Prime, and Debate Board.
Yeah, Tyrion messaged me. Let's talk about agriculture stuff. I'm curious about this. You know way more than I do, and it's something I'm interested in. But
you know so much. You know so much.
Buy your seeds and compost now. Quick things. Russia forecasted that they were going to be doing some type of geopolitical maneuvering in November when they announced that they were going to be diminishing and curtailing their urea and ammonium nitrate exports. They're the world's largest urea and ammonium nitrate exporter. China actually kind of quickly followed them with a phosphorus ban. I don't remember exactly what month it was. And then in February of this year, Russia came out and announced that they were going to completely ban any exports of ammonium nitrate and urea. Fertilizer prices are up about 300% over the past, call it 3 years, a little bit more if you go into a 4-year period. And I've spoken to corn farmers in the United States who could not afford to fertilize their fields to feed corn, which means less feedlots, which means more expensive beef, and on and so forth. And then you combine this with no wheat out of Ukraine, no wheat out of Russia, no palm oil out of Indonesia, the Panama disease going on with bananas, the problem with the Valencia oranges and so forth. We're pushing a lot of things to their natural limits, and it's either some other type of ism. My team says socialism or barbarism, but it's something other than what we have, or barbarism. And like, unless we figure out some kind of even call it communalism. Like if it's communalism, bioregionalism, localism, less materialism, less consumerism. But we've got to just like dude, I had to spend like picking my time. I had to spend time picking like rubber mulch out of my grandmother's garden beds because she doesn't want them there anymore. And I'm just like, goddamn, you lovely, wonderful woman that I do love, but holy fuck, like, why are you making me waste my time doing just like dumb aesthetic shit? So like, we've got to reassess our values as Americans to be like thankful for things we were once thankful for before, because yeah, we're not on course for any kind of correction or survivability. We're not near it.
Thank you.
That's depressing.
What a way to go out. Yeah. Good work, Turing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna go back to the dark room that I'm in. Enjoy the one that I put you in.
So, Eucharist.
Yeah.
Fuck. What was the last thing I said? We were talking about the crisis pregnancy centers.
Yeah.
I don't have the numbers. I do know that they oftentimes put themselves close to abortion clinics, right? I'm sure there are others not there, right? But they do that specifically for, the trickery.
Okay, Prime. Let's attempt, right? Just let's interpret somebody's motives as charitably as possible. If you were somebody who genuinely thought that abortion was morally equivalent to murder, and you thought that a lot of the people who were going to get abortions would not get them if they had the resources that they needed to support them as mothers, do you not think that those people would be positioning themselves as close to the people about to make that choice as possible so that they could help them out as effectively as possible? The idea that these places are located near abortion centers specifically for the sake of fooling and tricking women and getting them into the door and coercing them into not getting abortions.
But they absolutely do that.
Rather than like, this is a genuine, legitimate concern that they have and they want to help people. So hang on. Like the panel that you had immediately after the decision was leaked, there was somebody on here who was saying these people don't do anything. They don't think they don't think anything about these children after they're born. They don't think also about these women who are sometimes coerced into having abortions. And that is all the pro-lifers I know talk about, because they know from the women that they've talked to that, yeah, my rapist is trying to force me to get an abortion. My incestual partner is trying to force me to get an abortion. My boyfriend, my fiance, my husband is trying to force me to get an abortion. Okay, so they're keenly aware of the fact that many of these women are pressured and coerced into this situation, and they are trying to help them. They are trying to give them a way out that is not abortion, because yes, they think abortion is bad. Yes, of course they're going to strategically position themselves near those people that they think are actually in crisis. Yeah,
Chris, you're not a liar. So I believe you when you say that the people that you hang out there in your circles. I believe that you probably hang out with more actual compassionate conservatives. I can completely believe that. Well, so when you tell me that's the case, all right, I'll take you on that. But where progressives get this idea, people on the left get the idea, is from the policymakers, right? And we have good cause, correct?
I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
Well, that
Yes.
depends on what the policymakers are saying that you're imputing or that you're implying from this
Yeah,
misleading or
yeah, because well, I can tell you what they are saying is not what Eucharist just said.
okay, but that's not the CPCs though, right?
Oh no, okay, sorry, I'm moving. I'm
You're transitioning.
moving, yeah.
Okay, but before you do, just one quick
Sure.
point. So I've been at CPCs before,
Uh-huh.
and there's a variety of things that are going on, and in addition to part of my perspective is that in our contemporary American society, there's an array of forces, if you will, that are set up to encourage abortion as the solution to a pregnancy. Whether that's popular media, whether that's legislators, whether or not that's activists or others that are in the community, and yet we have people like you who say, well, hey, after birth, there's no Republicans don't care, except for that when folks like me are interacting with women who are pregnant, and we're talking to them about, look, motherhood is a worthwhile thing to pursue, that there is financial and material support available, and that I'm contributing to that support, right? So I think there's a fabrication going on, and I've seen some of these studies that I think you might have looked at, like NARAL several years ago, where they had something like unmasking fake clinics, right? That was suggestive that CPCs were misleading, that they were lying, and, to use your word, tricking women. And here, one of the examples that I remember from that is that many of these CPCs were referring to the fetus as a baby, and that CPC volunteers or staff were telling pregnant women that they were already mothers, and that these were examples of being deceitful or misleading to women who were pregnant. And it's just, so I hope you're not relying on that kind of
No, I was
approach to say that they are misleading and lying, tricking people.
So there was an article, and I feel like I saved it. God damn, I have to look for it. But there was an article that I had read. It was on NBC, from a woman who works as a escort, right? Because there are a bunch of vicious conservatives who stand outside of abortion clinics and harass and abuse women who are looking for that medical procedure. You know this is true, so we don't have to deal with that. But they're talking about, after the leak happened, and saying that the number of protesters there exploded, right? As she predicted, like the number of protesters exploded, and it was even more vitriolic, more toxic than it usually was from that disgusting side. But something they were also doing, right, other than like the direct harassment, they tried to block cars from getting into like the parking lot, right? They tried to block them off, and they were trying to redirect the cars to I believe it was a CPC. And if I can find this article, I'll direct you to it. But it was
I think I know what you're talking about. There was one particular case that I saw in the news recently that was, yes, literally a CPC that was positioned right next to it, and the signage that they were posting and the way they were trying to wave cars in was specifically like trying to take women who were clearly going to this clinic for an abortion and trying to divert them, right? There was like kind of an orchestrated like traffic movement scenario where they were trying to like ferry them in the door, that kind of thing. Again, I'm not going to endorse those sort of practices. What I'm saying is that like I disagree, and I don't think there is evidence to suggest that most of these organizations that exist that provide things like postnatal care, diapers, lactation consultation, things like that, and who can exist to assure women who feel like abortion is their only option that there are other options if they do want to keep their pregnancy. I don't think that there's evidence to suggest that most of those are this kind of like deceptive, coercive kind of thing that we ought to condemn. And it just seems like it's just an overblown reaction to me. And I think DebateBoard is right. Like Neral's report on this was just like wildly hyperbolic. It was like, yeah, if this organization has any sort of literature that is religious in any way, or calls the fetus a child, it's like, oh, well, they're deceiving these women. Like it's so like, I'm not going to deny, yes, these people are anti-abortion. They want these women not to get abortion, and their way of trying to get these women to not feel like they need to get an abortion is to provide them help, right? Like, So again, like, yes, there are bad actors in this space. I'm not going to deny that. There are also really fucking shitty people who work as clinic escorts. Okay, so there are people. I'm friends with people from like my old church in my hometown who do stand outside clinics, and I wouldn't call them harassers, but they stand outside clinics and they'll say, hey, we have some resources. Would you like to talk to us? Right? Like, that's they stand on the sidewalk as far away as they're allowed, and they say, would you like to talk to us? And that's what they do. And there are clinic escorts who have literally physically assaulted them on camera, like literally come up, punch them, spit in their face, and have not been punished by the law. Okay, so like I've seen these videos. Like, yeah, so there are bad actors in both sides of the space, and they're all shitty people, and people who do bad things and shitty things and illegal things should be punished for them. That's sort of like, that's my hard line. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I guess I'm not gonna push anymore on the CPC part. But the point where I was going for, your debate board was a little confused as to my direction, was the lawmakers. Yes. So you were complaining about debate board Eucharist, that of this caricature, as you see it, of conservatives and them being uncaring. For instance, like a certain utter devastatingly handsome streamer putting maybe some inflammatory banners under his like maybe that's something that was on your mind. I don't know.
My feels.
But where do we get this from, right? I don't. So when I put the banner up, Republican Hypocrisy Kills Babies, right? Like, I'm not thinking of my friend Eucharist here, right? Well, who's not a Republican. I'm learning. But still, I'm not thinking of him as a conservative. It's not what goes through my head, right? Eucharist or people like him aren't the people that go through the head of anyone who says, well, I won't say anyone, but most people say these things, right? They're thinking about the lawmakers. They're thinking about the actual legislation passed or legislation blocked by the Republican Party. So Eucharist came through with a whole bunch of actual policy proposals. Thank you so much. For what's the conservative vision for these things, right? But this is not what we're getting on the federal level, and there may be some states that are actually pushing this, but I haven't seen them. Or the actual Republican Party itself, by that I mean the party members, like the legislators. The Republican Party itself has abdicated the responsibility here. Well, our friend DebateBoard says that they don't even have the responsibility. The responsibility doesn't exist to create these an environment that's more conducive to raising children. At least not on the federal level, of course. Not on the federal level. Not on the federal level.
No. I didn't say that either. I think my point is that generally conservatives don't look at the federal government as the facilitator of say improving a mother's life. That's not what the federal government exists for. Okay, that's not to say that that our society shouldn't. It's just that where is this? What is this special federal government role that that suggests to you that if as a Republican you don't support, say, expanding pre-K funding, right? That necessarily means you're against, helping families. When in fact the other side of the argument is if we can get the federal government out of the way of individuals and therefore families, and reduce the burden that's placed on those individuals and therefore their families, you are helping them that way, right?
Okay, so all right. So you're telling me, my friend debate boy, you're telling me that the simple problem is that Republicans are completely fucking delusional. That instead of realizing, hey, let's put in money, like federal money that we know can move fucking mountains. Instead of putting money
That's the
into,
thing, though. We can't move mountains with that
yeah,
money.
I know the
This.
delusion. Yeah, I hear it. I hear it. I see. I recognize it in you.
It's your delusion. It's
I
your side's
recognize
delusion.
it in you. That we can't expand pre-K with like money, right? If we don't give like pre-K centers, I don't know, like daycare centers, whatever, right? We can't give daycare centers money to subsidize these things, right? Then it won't happen somehow. I don't know. That we can't we can't go much farther, right? Like what was it in Iceland? I think it's Iceland. It's one of those Scandinavian countries, right? Where a mother, it's I don't know, it's where white people come from. But it's
wow, Brian.
Yeah, you heard me. I won't take it back. But
you don't have to. Unless you use the C word, then
of course not. I would never go that far.
You would never. Am I allowed to? I can't. I'm
let's not test it. All
right.
But yeah, but like they send like a care package to each new mother, right? Like an actual care package with things that you might need. They send a note saying, you know, we're here to support you. That care package includes things like diapers. Yeah, provide them with diapers, provide them with car seats, provide them with all that. Like, why not as a nation, if we truly care about each individual child? And I'm not okay. So for this particular policy proposal, I'm not putting this all on Republicans. To be fair, but like if we actually cared about them, this is an example of something that we should be doing, right? This is an example that I think Republicans should be welcoming, right? Like I don't think you can deny that if you're giving literally direct support to an individual mother, that will make a difference in their life, right? So let's move away from the government bureaucracy. Let's say that we had a way of delivering care packages and material support to mothers, right? Whether being through the federal government, state, or local, right? But through every new mother, we could deliver those packages, things that we know they need. Would you agree that would be an unmitigated good for each of them? Well, for most of them.
Oh, sure. Providing all sorts of types of support to new mothers is a positive good thing, right? I'm just not seeing the rationale that it must be the federal government, and if you oppose the federal government doing it, that you're somehow you don't care about families.
I have no problem
with
new
mothers.
If it scares you so much, if it terrifies you so much, then I'll hold your hand, right?
Well, it's not terrifying.
And the federal
government
silly,
Prime.
And the federal government. I'm not. You should know that.
This is the black baby thing. This is the black baby thing, man.
But the federal government can provide funding to state governments. So that the state governments can administer it. If that's what you're concerned about, then let's do that, right? I'm willing to make that compromise for you, okay? All right?
Sure, absolutely. And we should encourage that happening at the state level, principally because, look, the federal government, as we can all see over the last 50 years of anti-poverty and other welfare programs, is not very good in this space, no matter the tens of billions of dollars that we've thrown at the problems, right? So I would much rather have the states attempting a variety of different approaches to this, right? I don't see why we would prefer the federal government to do it. Other than that, as Touring News said, they just have deeper pockets. I mean, that's really the only rationale for the federal government to do it, is that you can just tax people and put people into debt to do it.
They do. Oh, okay. Well, I disagree on lots of the economics and all that stuff, but that's okay. That's an distraction, right?
Distraction.
No. It's but
no,
yeah, it would. Yeah, okay. But I have no problem if states do so, assuming they have to meet minimum standards for the distribution of those funds, right? So like, if states want to experiment, be the laboratories of democracy, that's fine for me.
There you go. There's my friend.
I have no problem with that, as long as we can ensure some sort of minimum distribution. So, like, for instance, I just don't trust Republican states to not discriminate against our LGBT brothers and sisters, right? That are gay couples who have a new child. They deserve that care just as much as a straight couple. You would agree, right? Debate
Yeah,
board, because we care about our
I'm
children.
sympathetic to your view. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Okay. So we're finding common ground here. That's actually really nice. If that's your one of your biggest sticking points, then I'm willing to bite that bullet. If the federal government, if you're okay with federal dollars flowing to help pay for this, because what I don't want are state governments making the tough choices that they often do, and then deciding, well, mothers will be the ones who get screwed in this next budget. Would you agree there?
I'm not sure. Because again, I don't see the role for federal dollars except for that they exist, right? There's no.
No, for what I just said though.
Well, I thought what you said was that that I would be. You asked me if I would be okay with federal dollars flowing in a general sense to the states to pay for states creating these types of programs and approaches, right? Yeah. I mean, I would prefer that not to be the case, because I would prefer that money never to have reached DC in the first place and had stayed in the state.
Okay, fair enough. I understand what you're saying, but
right, because DC imposes all sorts of conditions and qualifications and strings on their dollars, right? Well, that can actually be harmful to what is trying to be accomplished.
But I mean, that's the point of what I was saying, that we need those strings. That we.
Oh, sure. No. I mean, yes, I understand. I'm talking about different sorts of strings.
Okay.
That you have to have a certain number of projects in this particular area, and that you have to use these sorts of materials. And because it's federal dollars, you have to follow the Bacon-Davis Act, wage requirements. These sorts of things that end up disincentivizing the use of those dollars, and ends up in a lot of return dollars to DC. Which somehow magically, I don't know, go someplace. So that's what I'm talking about, as opposed to you're talking about protections for specific types of people or groups of people.
Yeah, I'm sure I can imagine other things, but okay. So if you agree on that much, all right, then we found common ground. So again, back to my point, is that Republican politicians will never support this.
I'm glad you came back to that, because there's. I remember Rick Santorum, for example, when he was in office. This was back in the mid 2010s. Maybe he's still there. I don't know. I don't pay attention to him much these days.
But nonetheless, is long gone.
He supported paid family leave. In fact, after Trump was elected, President Trump supported paid family leave. There's also a very robust conversation about UBI amongst conservatives and Republicans, and not so much moving toward enacting such things, but whether or not UBIs are useful, and if they are useful, where are they useful in the population, and then to what extent do we take on the risk of disincentivizing work, right, and separating people from their income from employment or work. And so it's not like Republican politicians are not supportive. I think you have a point in that Republicans are not able to follow through and actually successfully pass or enact a law like federal paid leave. Now, maybe because they don't believe the federal government has a role there, but Republican politicians do have draft legislation. They do support specific types of things, much of which is covered at Eucharist's American Compass site. So politicians are proposing this stuff.
Well, I guess maybe I shouldn't say this without.
No, take a whack at it. Go for it. We're just talking.
Sure. Okay. Well then, for the UBI proposals that I've seen from Republicans, it ends up being a replacement for those other programs, right? So
that's right. Yep. Like Mitt Romney. Yep.
Yeah, so that's not something I would support.
Well, why not?
Because the needs of our citizens are all different, right? Like you would agree, I'm sure. But the needs of our citizens are all different, and so if we give everyone a lump sum, and maybe I don't know, maybe there's a slight
You're more
difference.
skeptical of the people than I am.
No.
Like our skepticism's reversed on people in government.
No. So I'm fine with the idea of a UBI, but like just not reducing those other programs, right? So if let's say 5K check, right? To everyone in the United States, just example, right? Just using that number. But 5K check.
Yeah.
And understand that my needs as a bachelor, right? Might be different from the needs of a woman who has 2 children, right? Who husband may have just recently left or died, let's say died, and is expecting a third, unfortunately, right? And she's going to deliver that baby, right? To make Republican hearts sing around the country. She's going to deliver the baby, but she's scared right now. She's got a job. She doesn't know what she's going to do, right? The 5K is helpful. She's getting that 5K, and maybe I don't know if there might be maybe it might expand just because she's a mother. Maybe that might be a thing. But still, like her needs are very specific. And so I want programs to address those needs. And we can come up with others, like for people who are disabled, who would also have additional needs. And if the UBI, if the purpose is to give us to a basic level of standard of living, right? Not a basic standard of living, but just a basic level of support, so that people don't fall through the cracks, then it has to take into account that. And the simplest way is to simply leave in the programs we had previously.
That aren't working.
I think no, they are working. They really are working. WIC is working. Okay.
Well, but see, this is a good example, and I can appreciate you acknowledging that different people have different needs, and hence a UBI that may be a smaller amount of money than would otherwise be available if we repealed all of the other welfare programs. So what you're saying is, hey, look, if we repealed all of these welfare programs, but we gave an individual $75,000 or $100,000, would you be cool with that?
It was 100,000.
Right. I mean, that's
despite the fact that inflation would soar to the point where then $100,000 doesn't mean much anymore. Yeah. Other than that, then yeah, I guess I'd be cool with it.
So right. So I see the balance you're striking, which is saying, hey, look, we're not going to get rid of all these other welfare programs because they suit specific needs, and that's what the government ought to be doing. So let's give a lesser amount, but it's a guaranteed amount, and it's a significant enough amount, right, to be important, to be meaningful, right? Okay. Yeah. So as we saw with the WIC bill earlier, related to baby formula, right? WIC goes so far as to cap the maximum dollar amount that may be spent on baby formula, that may be spent on different types of foodstuffs. And I'm not sure that I want the government micromanaging that way. Okay. That's why I talk about these strings and these conditions. I would much rather empower the individual to do what they need to do to take care of themselves. And if we're going to go down the UBI route, my preference would be to replace welfare altogether.
Debate board, buddy.
Fire away.
Okay, which one? Which of these parties? Which of these two parties is more likely?
Wait, why are we talking about parties right now?
No,
you and I are talking about a UBI.
I know. It's you and I, Eucharist. We haven't forgotten our friend Eucharist, right?
Eucharist, man, step in here.
Exist.
Yeah, we got to teach the people that Eucharist exists. Okay? Now you must believe what Eucharist believes, because what he believes is right. If you don't, you're a bigot. He's an absolute bigot, and you're disgusting.
He's a good guy. He's a good guy. I can't disagree with this. He's a good guy. But Republican hypocrisy kills babies, right? That's the words that are under my face right here, right? And that's
an ironic headline, Prime, given that. Yeah. Anyways.
Okay. Interesting. All right. All right. I'll leave it alone. But so that's the part that I'm concerned about. We only got in the UBI, but talking about the propositions that Republicans are putting forth, right? And I'm saying, and I'm explaining why they're insufficient. So you talked about WIC and it limiting the amount of money that individuals can use on whatever, right? Now, I think you and I, Debate Board, can find agreement there that if we're going to give this assistance to this program, that we should simply like hand over like some sort of monthly stipend within like their cards or something, and let them use it for whatever they want, right? Assuming that individuals know what's best for them, right? And that they can use it for anyone. It's like the only restrictions I would maybe say is like, okay, maybe you can't use it for fucking cigarettes or some shit like that, right? But like,
and you can't do drugs, and you have to at least be trying to find a job.
Yes. Okay. I will give you that, right?
Stipulate that. Okay.
We can find some common ground there. All right. But we don't tell them that you have to buy this type of formula or like this type of cereal is approved, right? That's bullshit. So I get you, but which party was more likely to put in those type of stipulations?
Oh, I don't know. Who do you think would?
Almost certainly Republicans. However, corporate Democrats, who are oftentimes Republicans in all but name, would assist, I would say. But I would say that the people leading the charge on this would be Republicans, would be the ones who are talking about the welfare queens, right? And we got to like get rid of the waste.
No, I get it.
And okay.
Yeah.
So,
I get what you're saying now.
All right. Would you agree with me?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, yes, I think Republicans would attempt to overreach on conditionalizing behaviors, conditionalizing receipt of that money on specific behaviors, they would certainly attempt to overreach, which is just another reason why we shouldn't have a UBI anyway, because Republicans would try to overreach there. I think also there is, I think, a disincentivizing effect between a person and working and productivity with UBIs, and I think that is an important problem that's often overlooked as we talk about UBIs. Specifically, if we start talking about replacing welfare systems like Romney does and giving huge gobs of money to people, I don't think it's healthy to individuals to separate them from their economic livelihood from their employment.
Have we seen this in Alaska? Has this been an issue in Alaska? Do you have like evidence that in Alaska that's what's
You mean with
happening?
The oil revenue sharing? Man, it's been about 15 years since I've looked at Alaska. What is how much are they getting? Isn't it only like $2,000-$3,000 a year?
I don't know. I believe that
I forget. To be honest with you,
I'd be lying if I said a number right now.
Yeah.
But
well, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
You want to know something else interesting about Alaska, Prime? Alaska has the highest percentage of school-age students that are homeschooled of any state in the union. Just so you know.
There is the Debate Board. He's right behind me. He's ready to twist the knife. Okay. All right.
I think the last thing the last thing that I saw about Republicans and UBIs the last time I read about this was a couple of different studies that found disparate effects depending on where you fell in the income range, and then the likelihood of remaining employed after receiving a UBI. And the lower the UBI, the greater the incentive to remain employed was. And so that's why I think there's an argument against having a large UBI by replacing welfare systems.
Okay. Let's look at this for a bit of a second, right? Like this idea of remaining employed. I'm curious, like you, Chris, thoughts on this as well. He's not too busy, like trying to like dump homeschooling over my conversation.
Look, you brought up Alaska. I'm sorry.
I walked into it. How could I? But anyway, talking about incentivizing work, right? So I feel like Republicans are always looking at this from one direction. that we need them in a job right this moment. That's the goal. Make sure this person is employed. But what about looking at it the other way? That if you give these people money, first of all, most of them are employed to begin with, right? But if you give these people money, that it gives them freedom, right? And that freedom can be used to be productive. So rather than assuming that a person who is not working at that very moment is unproductive, which I feel is built into conservative thought here, but assume that they are gearing up, they're doing things to be productive. An example, starting a business, right? Like they are in a currently dead-end job that pays very little, and leaving that job, like they have no other means to support them, so they have some great idea that would, help our economy, either help their local economy, something small like that, or just be some innovation that would just be amazing, right? But they simply can't afford to leave their current work, and so there they stay. They languish. They're being productive in the sense that Republicans usually mean, and that they have a job, but they're not gearing up for future production, right? Or maybe taking a break of, I mean, obviously it depends on how much UBI you're getting, but like maybe taking a break from work because you're feeling a level of burnout, mental burnout, right? And then maybe finding either work that's more satisfying for you, or maybe even going back to that same job or type of job, and coming in there fresh, right? And actually being more productive for that company, right? Because this is a person who, rather than having to work nonstop because you have to put food on the table, this person has had a moment to refresh, right, or deal with personal tragedies or whatever it is, right, and then come back and do a better job for that employer, right? What about looking at it that way?
Chris, do you want to take a shot first?
Yeah, that's interesting. To what debate we were saying earlier, I think it's like, I don't want to play into the like welfare queen kind of like all those stereotypes. I think those are pretty bad, but I also think it's undeniable that there's like a decent body of research that suggests there is a certain amount of let's say like unqualified financial resources given out by a government actor that are disincentivizing to the kind of like life that we would want most people to live, let's say. Like so like, yeah, I like debate board was saying, like there's a certain, we can envision a certain amount of UBI that would take somebody out of the workforce, that would disincentivize them from working. But I am also sympathetic to what you're saying, Prime, that like, yeah, maybe like, is it so great that they're in this like dead-end job? So something that I think is really interesting, and I'm just going to talk about this because this is my kind of world. I'm working on a dissertation chapter on Alexa de Tocqueville right now. He wrote Democracy in America. Everybody knows that. But he also wrote some memoirs on what at the time was called like pauperism, or like long-term poverty in England and Europe. And he was kind of like, he was an early social scientist. Like he was like one of the early like data scientists. He specifically went to England to study like statistics with people who are doing social science in kind of the way we do it now early on. And so he was traveling around the world trying to figure out, like in a social scientific way, what was actually happening, what sort of policies would actually be good for people. He's analyzing policies relating to people who are in the working class or below that, who are kind of, paupers, quote unquote. And in his second memoir, which was only like really translated into English recently, one of the things that he talks about is like, well, it seems like one of the ways that you might be able to really accomplish both ends of these policies, to give people the financial resources they need to be to have the productive and happy lives we want them to, without disincentivizing them from participating in the workforce, is like, wouldn't it be great if we had like cooperatively owned factories? Wouldn't it be great if the workers were able to participate in the ownership of the things that they were actually doing? Wouldn't that make them more engaged? Wouldn't that make them more, so he was really into that. But he was like, okay, well, right now we can't just make that happen. We can't just make that a magic policy. So one thing that we need to start doing is create incentive structures that allow for people at lower incomes to be more like financially engaged. So he basically is like, the way we do our banks right now is shitty. We need to revamp it to where working class people are rewarded for saving and investing the way we want them to, and that's just not the way it works now, right?
Yeah.
So he has all these policy proposals. He sketches it out. I don't know if it would actually work. People who do monetary policy could tell me, but like I think that sort of analysis is really insightful, right? Somebody who is willing to say, yeah, so in his first memoir, it's kind of controversial, but he treats like the dole system in England. He says like, look, you can go to certain like whatever they're called in England. I don't know what they call counties. Maybe are they just counties in England?
Shires
He's
or
like, you
some
can go
shit.
to,
I don't know.
yeah, he's like, you can go to certain counties or whatever, and you can see examples of crassly like the welfare queen stereotype, where it's like, yeah, if you just give a woman money when she has a child and no one will claim the child, those women have a lot of children, and you know, they can live and they can take care of their kids, like they're going to keep coming and claiming them. He's like, that doesn't seem to be working the way we want it to. It doesn't seem to be accomplishing the ends we want it to. But also, it's probably better that she has that money than she's starved to death. So how can we synthesize these things? How can we create a system that accomplishes both goals, that makes people happy and productive, and make sure people don't die and starve to death, and also doesn't incentivize bad behavior?
So here's
I think it's a really interesting question, and anyways.
Eucharist, and don't want to do it, bro. I want to hear your answers as well. But Eucharist, there's multiple things. One, like I want to give you and this other person, who wrote this or you're writing the dissertation on this person. Okay, I get it. But I want to give people who are writing dissertations the room to write dissertations. So, in terms of like a UPI, I want it so that you, a person who is a scholar like yourself, to have the room to focus on that work, right? Or at the very least, get yourself a part-time job if you need more, right? And so that you can focus on that work, and you know, add to the body of knowledge for society. Yeah. I think that's
I'm doing relatively unproductive work in terms of
but back to the heart of the matter. The difference between you, me, and Debateport, right? The difference there is that I'm not afraid of waste, a quote unquote waste. The fact that there are free riders within our system, like, does not bother me, because I know most people aren't free riders. I know most people do want to work. You don't need to incentivize them in some sort of cruel manner the way Republicans usually do, right? You could just give them the resources they need, and then they will want to work. Yes, there will be a certain few, right, who will do what you described here, Chris, right? We'll start popping out babies. Oh, okay, so I get money every time I get a kid. So let's just pop out a few babies, which that's not how that works.
Which, again, I'll clarify, I support policies that incentivize popping out babies. So before anybody gets any ideas.
Fair enough. Okay, but you also the point is also to get her to work. That lifestyle you were talking about includes one of some other type of work on top of motherhood.
Yeah.
So two things. One, let's moving away from motherhood for just a second, right? If there's an individual who gets a UBI, right, and let's say it's only like three grand a month, but he can live on that $3,000 a month and not do fucking anything, right? Literally not do anything that any of us recognize as. He just plays video games all day, right? And not even on Twitch. He doesn't even do it on Twitch, right? This motherfucker just plays video games all day, or whatever the fuck, right? I'm fine with that. I'm fine that there are some individuals that will have waste, right? Because I understand that putting up barriers to screen those people out will inevitably screen other people out who I think that you and I might both agree do deserve those funds. So I don't put barriers in those programs because I'm just not concerned about that. It's not a more. I don't care about that moral failure, that degradation, that amount of waste. It's fine if the larger program helps the maximum number of people, right, be productive in other ways. And then finally, to end it out, when going back to motherhood for a second, I think I am more than fine with people, individuals who are poor, mothers who are poor, who are living off the government dole just doing mothering, because mothering is important work. You agree with me on this, right? Yeah, mothering me is absolutely important work. It should be paid, right? I feel like we should be paying mothers any which way, for their work. And so because we're fine when it comes to rich individuals, right? When rich mothers spend their time with their children and like devote themselves entirely to their children while like the father works or something, right? But we can recognize the advantage that those mothers are giving to their kids by being able to focus that attention and just be fantastic parents, right? I want to give the space for poor individuals to do the exact same thing. So if she happens to be quote unquote popping out babies, right? But actually mothering them, then that's perfectly fine with me. Now I'm done.
Yeah. No, okay, so I'll sorry, go ahead.
Chris. No,
well,
go for it.
I'll just say like I probably need to go relatively soon, but I'll stay as long as I can keep my eyes open.
We'll wrap up soon, so it's okay.
Yeah, like I agree. I think with a lot of what you just said. I think my concern is, and this is like a whole area of study and like social science and economics, like public choice theory and stuff like that, is like you want to create a system that doesn't incentivize either among the masses of the people or the people who are running the system some sort of really terrible behavior, right? So if you create a system where like you incentivize your bureaucrats to do the kind of things that happen in our administrative state currently, you're going to run into some really shitty situations, like the FDA isn't going to really be working effectively, and they're not going to monitor yada yada yada, and we get a formula crisis or whatever. But like also you want to create a structure that doesn't incentivize people to have like really shitty and destructive behaviors, right? Like you want to be able to, like, without coercing people, you want to create a system that incentivizes people to live nice, happy, healthy, productive lives.
Fair enough.
So I don't know how exactly we do that. I'm not a policy person. But I will say to your last point about like, yes, I agree. Like if they're mothering, like, or parenting in general, incentivize parenting. Yes, I agree 100%. So that's why I'm like hesitant to like repeat some of that stuff, because it's like, I think there's some of it that does play into stereotypes, right? It's like, the welfare queen stuff that's just like, oh yeah, we're just paying people to have kids. God, I wish we were paying people to have kids. Like, let's do that. That might be actually better. But there's an article that I'm going to put in the chat that was published in the Atlantic after the Roe draft was leaked by Elizabeth Brunig, who's like a Catholic socialist person who I find some commonality on a lot of things. But it's basically like a lament, and she basically is like, hey, we've turned like child care issues and mothering issues and family issues in terms of policy into a culture war issue, and that's kind of shitty and really bad. It's a really interesting article, and she links to some fun stuff that's I think is relevant to the conversation. So
I'm definitely gonna check that out. That I think Chris is always, he lives like he'll give like book recommendations, and then he'll drop awesome articles in the chat, and you'll actually learn something from it. So seriously, thank you. I will take a look at that. Debate board, you had thoughts?
I think conservatives approach it that way because we recognize that, again, because we value and prioritize individual family and community responsibility, that we've seen over the past century a big shift of some of that responsibility from family and community to the government. And, working isn't just I thought initially, and Euchers used this phrase, I thought you were going with the dead end narrative, right? It's the folks, mostly when I hear people advocate or support UBI, these are the folks who justify it by arguing that, well, hey, this father who's married with 3 kids is working at a dead end job, and the wife or the spouse has, a dead end part-time job. They're working to their bones and whatnot for nothing. Right, and this job is just a dead end. Right, you made a slightly different argument. I didn't think you ultimately appealed to that, and so I appreciate that. I just don't know that the incidence or the likelihood of entrepreneurship is going to be as high as you might want it to be in a post UBI, not post UBI, but in a UBI world. Again, separating. We're not just concerned with material conditions, but we're also concerned with social conditions. And working, does provide, it gives not just meaning, but structure and stability to life. It provides socialization. It's a source of social capital. And it helps establish for, as I'm trying to do with my boys, really positive virtues like responsibility, perseverance, industriousness. I think these are things that Eucharists were trying to get to by focusing on, well, if you pay people, you can end up with people engaging in really destructive behaviors. Okay, and I don't know that that researchers or advocates for UBI have really addressed this very well. And conservatives approach what you were describing from this perspective, again, because we recognize this social value of the individual and the community being responsible for themselves rather than the government, and this social capital and social importance that work provides to people, in particular young men. I think we'd have a much different world if we had a world where young men were not expected to work, were living, if to use your words, on the government dole with no expectation of work. In fact, I put in chat that, to use your word, that you're fine with the federal government subsidizing incels.
All right. Well, I appreciate the burn.
But so yeah, I don't know that that's been addressed enough, and it's important. It's important to conservatives because we value work, we value individual responsibility, and material condition is not the end all be all.
So I understand that empires fall when you have many young men sitting around with nothing to do in their hands, right? Then they start getting ideas. That's what happens.
Bad ideas.
Ideas?
Yeah, they get ideas. But that's
on the internet.
On the internet. But yeah,
in this economy.
Yeah, but see, yeah, if men have young men have idle hands, then bad things happen.
The devil
it's true.
Will visit them.
It's true, but it's true, right? Like that's like a history of empires, right? So like, and people have recognized this throughout history. Like, okay, we gotta employ these guys or we gotta kill them off. So let's start a war and send them off there, and we'll reduce the number of our male population if we have to, because it's better that way, right? So I hear you when you say that. We want young men to be working, to have a purpose. One, I think that people in general have that sense of purpose. That for most humans, they're looking for something. But people are constantly talking about how like they're purposeless, right? They don't know like what they're doing in life, right? So I think that comes from many places. One of which, right, would be like not having meaningful work, being stuck in a dead-end job, something that does nothing, that you don't care about, that you feel like you're a cog in the wheel, and you cannot find purpose there or somewhere else in life, right? Maybe you don't have religion or whatever the fuck, right? But like there's not some sort of institution like telling you what you should be doing, right? Or giving you some sort of direction. So I'm all for providing that, and I have ideas for that, like a civics corps to do exactly that, to get young people doing things that'll benefit the nation, right? And maybe other nations as well, which I think would be a great foreign policy move. So we can do that, right? But my issue when you're talking about addressing the those weaknesses in UBI is that, once again, putting on that barrier, putting in a barrier that says, well, you haven't been looking for work, at least we have not work that we recognize.
Can I give you a better example of a barrier?
Go ahead, please.
So when you were talking about you're okay with some waste in this system, right? Particularly with women who are new mothers. I wanted to spout off at that moment and say to you, well, only if they're married, right? and further, only if they're married to the father.
Oh wow!
Right. I mean, that's the overreach, though, that we would expect from people on the right. But so I get what you're saying about those types of barriers that folks might try to impose.
Yeah. So I think the focus, and this is a longer reaching thing, and we can end in like 10 minutes, right? Stay with me for like 10 minutes, you, Chris, and then we'll wrap it up. But okay. So, but yeah, I think for any of these social policies, that we generally have these barriers on, right? Like okay, here's another example, completely different from UBI, but when we're talking about free college, right? College tuition paid for, a common refrain that you'll get from Republicans and some corporate disgusting Democrats, is that, well, what's going to happen is that rich kids are going to use this money too. How scandalous, right? A person who came out of a vagina that happens to live in a wealthy zip code, right? They might actually be able to take care of this program too. And how could that happen? Wouldn't that be a tragedy to the nation, right? Implying again some sort of waste. Okay, multiple things here. One, rich kids most likely have rich parents who will most likely pay for their college, so it's like not a big deal in the first place. But two, sometimes they don't have that. You may have the rich parents, but they don't want to pay for their college for whatever fucking reason. Their father's an asshole, right? You're saying I need you to understand like the value of work, right? And so you're gonna work your way through college, right? Not of course understanding that college is so much more expensive than when they were a kid. So the amount of work that they'll have to do far outweighs what they might remember, but still, in the end, they're not getting that support. So the moment you put up that barrier for college tuition, right, and to say, to get rid of the waste, right, to get rid of the waste, those kids don't need it. No, someone's going to need it there, right? Someone is going to need that. So don't put the barrier up in the first place. Just assume. I'm sure you'll be able to find create some sort of expose in 10 years, right? Talking about these individuals who have somehow, gamed the system. But I'm not concerned about that. Let's talk about instead, rather than those few individuals, the sea change in American educational life when children know that actually if I graduate high school, I can go to college. It's not a question of whether my parents can afford it, right? Coming from a working class background and assuming that's just not going to happen, so why even bother, right? Instead, I know that I can. It's already taken care of. So do I want to go to college? Is there something I want to pursue there? Or not just college, trade school, of course, right? Would you agree with me there, debate board, and you, Chris?
Well, I think I kind of got lost in your segue there to college and all. And part of that was mostly I was thinking about something else, and that was related back to the UBI. That one of the advantages of the UBI is how we don't phase out the UBI in connection with employment, like existing welfare programs. And I think that's another component of UBIs that isn't sold strongly enough. And that is, unlike existing welfare programs that phase out as you work more, which directly disincentivizes work. The UBI stays constant. It's predictable. It's stable. Right?
Agreed.
And I think yes, I agree with you. There should not be an overreach on conditionalizing. I'm if we're going to have the government dispersing gobs of money to people, then we should put as loose a set of conditions on it as possible. And some of those may, I would be remiss if I didn't say there should be a condition for work. On the other hand, we can build exceptions into that, such as women who have just given birth. I think I agree with you that we ought to be incentivizing that by providing something like paid family leave, and not just for 12 weeks and not just for maybe even 24 months, but something longer than that, because we do see that the research around kids, spending a majority of their time from 0 to say 4.5 in the care of others, end up having more negative, have a higher likelihood of negative outcomes in their lives than kids who are spending it with their mothers, of which only upper middle class and upper class children have that benefit of doing today. So, yeah, I think you and I can find a whole bunch of common ground there. If we're going to do this, then let's try to eliminate as many conditions as possible.
Okay, all right, loving it. You, Chris, do you agree?
I'm gonna have to chew more on the free college thing. You mentioned like you're not really concerned if there are people who game the system, as long as we know that this is like in general available and helping people. And I kind of buy that, in the sense that like what I would like to see is a system that doesn't reward gaming the system, right? So somebody in the chat earlier brought up, you're like, well, let's expand WIC to where there aren't restrictions on what brand of formula you can buy. And somebody was like, yeah, and then somebody with WIC comes in and buys up all the formula, and then they sell it at a premium for people who have real money. Well, that sort of thing that's a really inefficient form of arbitrage that just wouldn't work if we had a ready supply of formula. It's just like a really shitty hypothetical that, like, if we lived in a world where the system was set up in such a way that we didn't reward retail arbitrage, where one person could go in and buy out the stock of one store and make everybody else dependent on it and upsell it, right? So like, if we could create a system where we could ensure that gaming the system was as low value as possible, I think I would agree a lot more with you on some of these things. I don't know that we necessarily agree on the policy solutions that would accomplish that. But I think in a lot of cases we have similar goals in mind, which is like, I don't want to, like, I'm not super utilitarian, but yeah, we want to help the most people with the dollars that we're spending through our government. And we want to, like, I think, like, share some like compassionate sympathies, right? Like, there's some commonalities that we have. It just might be a matter of fighting about which of these policies actually accomplish those ends. I don't think that's always the root of our disagreement. We've come across plenty of disagreements where we have far more fundamental disagreements. But on some of these things, I think that it's more like that. It's like, we're broadly aligned. It's just like we're not on the same page yet about which policies actually accomplish those goals.
Yeah. So I think, first of all, the thing with the WIC thing, I think it's ridiculous, because just a person, just an ordinary person who doesn't use WIC, could do the exact same thing. And in fact, I'd be shocked if people aren't doing that. Buying
they do. I mean, they do it for other less essential products. They do it with essential
like graphics
products
cards.
Too, yeah. Happens all the fucking time.
Yeah, exactly.
Bastards.
Yeah, filthy
those capitalists.
Scalpers be
that
scalping.
Market's leveling out.
Oh boy. Yeah. And for PS5s, I got my PlayStation. But I didn't go through a scalper. I actually had to go on Walmart, but I had to fight the scalpers because they're using bots, right?
Yep.
So I was on Walmart.com, and you have a fraction of a second to hit it, right? There's like a strategy you have to use. I tried it multiple times about the strategy, it didn't work, right? But I had to use a certain strategy of how you click the button and refresh the page to get my PS5, or else I just couldn't beat the bots. So yeah, like I get that.
There's the same thing with Best Buy and buying graphics cards there. Same thing.
Yeah, I completely I hear you there, right? I'm not concerned about that kind of waste, right? I think they're, again, agreeing with the debate board, like the loosest of restrictions, I'd be fine with saying, hey, no alcohol on WIC, and like you find some other way to get alcohol, but at the very least the money goes to like foodstuffs, right? And I wouldn't even be worried about too close to like what kind of foodstuffs, because we tell people like you can't have like certain like snack foods or whatever the fuck, right? No, let them have their fucking snack foods, it's fine. Most people, if you give them the ability, especially to get fresh foods, which is something I think WIC kind of feels that, or food stamps at least feels that, then we have better outcomes, right? But just trust in people to make their own choices. Yeah, I guess that's the fundamental divide here is because you are worried about these scenarios where people don't um, they don't
behave properly.
Behave. They don't behave optimally. Okay, all right. and yeah, and I guess like I. And your point is well taken. Excuse me, Eucharist. Your point is very well taken. That if we create a system that incentivizes poor behavior, then you're gonna have a lot more poor behavior. So I hear that, and I it's not like as if I'm ignoring that, but it feels to me that like I guess I just have a bit more trust in humanity. And if indeed we had a situation where it was just too much, right? Like it somehow productivity fell a certain unacceptable amount. From there, I'd go the other way around. Okay, now that we've identified the problem, identified this group of individuals who will do this, right? Let's design targeted barriers at them to get them up and at them, right? Rather than starting off with, let's make some barrier with a person in mind, right? A theoretical person in mind, maybe a welfare queen, maybe not, right? But like a person in mind, and then our net catches so many others that should deserve the services. Agreed on that one?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Like it's kind of a dispositional beginning point. Like, do we want to ensure that as many people are serviced as possible, even though some people might be that don't deserve it or need it or whatever, versus are we going to try as hard as we can to make sure that nobody who doesn't absolutely need this gets it, right? That latter one is a disposition that I think you're right, like a lot of Republicans share, that isn't always conducive to like public goods, if that's what we're considering these to be.
Well, thank you both, right? I said 10 minutes and that's 10 minutes. But seriously, thank you both. This was actually really fun, productive conversation. I like that we, arrived at a lot of common ground here, don't fucking tell anyone, right? I gotta maintain my street cred. Fucking hate Pittsburgh. But
I know my hypocrisy still kills babies.
Yeah, no, indeed. Okay,
make sure we're clear on that.
Black babies specifically, yes.
Except for my Prime sub, man.
Okay. But yeah. So but this was really nice. I think we found that we agree on lots of these points. And so I really like when we have productive conversations like that. I'm having them increasingly at debate board. I have them often with my man Eucharist. So yeah, I don't know. This is really good. Okay. To my audience, we'll be back tomorrow. So I'm going to be on a few things. I'm going to be on Wix panel, WHICK, Wick. I'm going to be on Wix panel tomorrow. So I think at 7 p.m. Eastern, I believe. So I'll be there. That'll be a lot of fun. Come check it out. I'll probably be streaming it. So come and watch my perspective if you want. And thank you, Gappy V, for being so kind as to resub for 14 months. Awfully kind. Hope you're having a fantastic day, Gappy V. Thank you. But yeah. So there's that. But apparently, while I was streaming, I just got signed on to another thing tomorrow too. A streamer is having a Royale type stream, and with a 1K prize, $1,000 prize for the winner. So we kind of do a bunch of rounds, and at the end you win some money. So we're gonna be doing that on tomorrow. It looks like. I'm not sure if it's gonna be political, but I'll just be there. So I'll probably be streaming that as well. So guys, come by, hang out, so that yeah. We'll do more stuff. I'm just like stalling for time now.